hair plugs ain't pretty. Hard times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's
coming. Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. He'll be joining us with union leader Ray Hare near the end of the show. We're going to be talking about unions today, and Dutch Merrick, president of IATSE Local 40, I believe it's 40, very important in Hollywood. Dutch Merrick, prop master, armorer, will be joining us. Dutch Merrick, welcome to the Mop-Up. For October 25th, 2021, fasten your airbags. We have a great one. This is for the working people today. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan, where the temperature is 68 degrees and partly cloudy. Coming up, as I said, in an hour, Dutch Merrick. He's a prop master, an armorer, and he is the former president of IATSE Local 40. I think I'm getting that number correctly. And he's going to talk about what happened on the set of Alec Baldwin's movie Rust. Very sad, very, very sad. I want to state up front that this is a tragedy for the family of the cinematographer and for Alec Baldwin. As they say, thoughts and prayers, and that don't mean much. Alec Baldwin's accidental killing of a cinematographer last Thursday on the set of his new movie Rust was not intentional. He didn't do it on purpose. It's not like she was trying to steal his parking spot. So he didn't do it on purpose. Although he has threatened to kill photographers in the past, he did not do this on purpose. I have a problem with the coverage. Mainstream media, practically everybody, is turning this into a murder she wrote, another episode of Dateline or 48 Hours. Did Alec really know the gun was hot? Was it a setup? The media, of course, is focusing on what Alec is going through, what the family of the cinematographer is going through. And of course, the 911 calls. We have to hear the 911 calls, the tragedy. And it is a tragedy, but that's not the story. This is not about any of that. It's not about gun safety. This is about unions and hypocrisy. This is about limited liability companies in Hollywood, in corporate America, screwing workers and the taxpayers. Now, Alec Baldwin might have been on a movie set last Thursday, but he was also on a tax dodge. That movie was produced because it was a tax dodge, pure and simple. And people who dodge taxes not only screw the government and taxpayers, they screw everyone who works for them. Rust, the movie, the independent movie Rust, was a tax haven, a tax dodge. It's something you would find in the Panama Papers or the Pandora Papers. IATSE, the Hollywood Stagehand and Theatrical Workers Union, they just voted not to strike. About 60,000 Hollywood IATSE union members were about to walk out. And we've been reading all month about terrible working conditions on Hollywood sets, the exploitation, wage theft, and 14-hour days. And that's exactly what was going on the set of Rust in New Mexico. Taxes were being dodged, money was being laundered, and workers were getting screwed. That's what this story is about. It's a tragedy for the cinematographer and her widower and her son. It's a tragedy for Alec Baldwin. But if you don't see that this is primarily about unions and hypocrisy, then you're part of the problem. That's what this story is about. So whose side are you on, boy? Whose side are you on? Labor or management? Whose side are you on? Now, people say, don't politicize a tragedy. And I say the tragedy occurred because it was already politicized. And management, not labor, won that political struggle. And the killing of that cinematographer was an accidental byproduct of the politicization of that movie set. People say, don't politicize this tragedy. It was already politicized. When you use a movie to launder money, like Rust was being used for, that's political. When you make a movie to hide money from the Internal Revenue Service, that's political. When you screw the workers and the union and they quit to protest, which is what happened that day on the set of Rust, it's already political. Now, of course, Alec Baldwin, and my heart does go out to Alec Baldwin. I think he's a deeply troubled man, very talented, very gifted, a hypocrite, but my heart does go out to him. It does. Alec Baldwin and the producers don't want us to make this political because they say it's in bad taste. As I said, this tragedy is already in bad taste and it's already political. Worker safety, wage theft, and unions being escorted off the set by the police as they were that day before the shooting, that's political, and it's in bad taste. The ruling class, and Alec Baldwin is part of the ruling class, they always demand civility whenever it's in their best interests. Whenever they're exposed as being anything but civil, they demand civility. There was no civility that day. The police that day before the killing, the police were called in to remove the IATSE workers from the set. This is according to the Associated Press. This is according to the Los Angeles Times. And this is according to Dateline and the Hollywood Reporter. The police were called in Thursday before the shooting to remove the IATSE workers from the set. They were already packing up and leaving. I don't know why the police had to be called in. That's political. Alec Baldwin, like it or not, was a producer. And the producers called the police to escort the IATSE workers off the set. That's not civil. That's in bad taste. And it's political. And that's why the tragedy occurred. They screwed the union, and that's why that cinematographer is dead. That cinematographer would be alive today had the producers not called the police in and ordered the IATSE workers off the set. The protocols were in the chain of custody of that gun. They were in the hands of a non-union assistant director who was not supposed to tell a star whether a gun is hot or cold. That is the job of a prop master. We'll be speaking to one in about 45 minutes. It is the job of an IATSE prop master. Those guns were going off in the lead up to last Thursday, and the producers had been warned. This is a safety protocol. They were not paying attention to the union's demands on safety, on COVID safety and gun safety. IATSE complained. They weren't getting paid. They walked off the set, and the producers called the police on them. That's why that woman is dead. Guns on a set, the chain of custody belongs to the armorer, the prop master, not an assistant director. Union sets have protocols, and the day that set became a non-union set is the very same day that set became a murder scene. And you will not have that conversation on CNN or MSNBC because they're not union sets. They're half union sets. We can't even find out if Rachel Maddow has union writers yet. Alec Baldwin wouldn't be inconsolable right now had he walked off the set that day and showed solidarity with IATSE, but he didn't. He couldn't because while he's a union member, SAG-AFTRA, he was also a producer. He was management, and that's the problem with Hollywood unions. Producers, management are also writers, actors, and directors. You have Hollywood negotiating against itself. The Writers Guild was once run by John Wells, the producer of ER and The West Wing, and he took a writing credit. He's a multimillionaire, a writer, and a producer. So when the writers are getting screwed, like I was, when I needed help because Jon Stewart on The Daily Show is a union buster, also a member of the union when he finally signed, John Wells didn't return my calls because it's complicated. See, they convinced the unions it's in our best interest to have an insider, an industry insider negotiating on our behalf because I'm John Wells. I'm a writer and a producer. I know how to negotiate with the studios because I'm one of them. The studios trust me. That's how they sell themselves as union leaders. The studios trust me. I don't want the studios trusting the guy who's negotiating my minimum basic agreement. Alec Baldwin was wearing many hats that day, and one of them was a producer of Rust. Why? That's not an honorific. He wrote the movie. He starred in it. Why would he possibly want to degrade himself with a producer credit? Everybody in Hollywood knows what a producer is. They're scum. They're the money people. It's degrading to take a producer credit. You want to be recognized by your writing and your acting or your directing, not your ability to raise money. Producers, that's all they do. They produce money. Alec Baldwin took a producer credit because in case he got screwed, he needed that producer credit to show that he was entitled to what he was owed by the financiers. He helped with the financing. Trust me. He met with the backers. Trust me. Trust me, Alec Baldwin was making a lot of money on that little independent film that's going to show no profits. Successful or not successful, Rust will show zero profits, but Alec Baldwin is walking away with a lot of money while claiming he's just collecting after minimum, SAG-AFTRA minimum. According to Variety, there are 7 production companies investing in this little film, this little independent film, Rust. You know, when you go to a movie, you see like 20 icons before the movie starts. You think it's the movie actually starting, but it's some management company, some investor group with a golden horse walking into the sunset. And who's Global Asset Management? Those are the producers. They get top billing on a movie. According to Variety, there are 7 of those parasites investing in Rust. According to Variety, these 7 production companies raise capital. Now pay attention to this. Raise capital from wealthy investors who need various types of quote unquote tax breaks. Panama Papers, Pandora Papers, tax breaks. Tax breaks is a euphemism for hiding money in a shell corporation. You don't understand tax breaks, I don't, but those 7 production companies financing Rust do. And trust me when I say this, Alec Baldwin was the producer because he met with all those investors. He was what they call the rainmaker. He was the face. He was guaranteeing their investment would look legitimate. He was the front for this money laundering operation. He would make it look legitimate because he has an ego and he wanted to write and star in a film, but he also wanted to get his cut. And you get a cut raising money, period, full stop. It doesn't matter if the movie makes money or not. Alec Baldwin was going to get his cut, his share of the investment for being a rainmaker. The same way a political consultant gets a cut from all the money he spends on TV advertising. That's why presidential campaigns and congressional campaigns are so expensive. It's the political consultants who skim off the top. They get 15% of everything they buy, all the ad buys. That's how it works. So I guarantee you, the first day Alec Baldwin showed up on the set of Rust, he already got paid. Big time. He got the skim, just like all the other people who packaged the movie. They get a percentage of the money he helps to raise. Now, Streamline Global is one of the producers of Rust, one of the investors. It's not the producer, but that's what a producer is. One of the founders of Streamline Global is Emily Hunter Salveson. 4 years ago, she explained what movie financing for these small independent films is all about. These are not small independent films. They're money laundering operations that the studios are involved in, that the big agencies are involved in, that the big Hollywood lawyers are involved in. Now, Emily Hunter Salveson, one of the founders of Streamline Global, she's one of the investors in this little independent film that's made on a shoestring with 7 global financiers producing it. It's made on a shoestring. She said, quote, this is what she told Variety about 3 or 4 years ago. Now pay attention to this. She said, we have developed new financial models to attract capital that would otherwise be unavailable to the film industry. Films, this is what she said, are the byproduct of the comprehensive tax planning strategies we employ for our clients. Let me make sure you understand this. Stephanie Global, Emily Hunter Salveson is one of the founders of Streamline Global. They're one of the executive producers, the people who finance, one of 7 companies that financed Alec Baldwin's small, little, low-budget film, his little passion project that he just had to make in New Mexico. It was burning inside of him. I'm a storyteller, and I have a story that has to be told. Yeah, the story that you have to tell, Alec Baldwin, is the lie that you're not making any money off Rust. So the founder of Streamline Global said 3 or 4 years ago, she said to Variety, Google it, she said, films are the byproduct of the comprehensive tax planning strategies we employ for our clients. Her clients. This is a tax dodge. This is a money laundering operation. Films are a byproduct of comprehensive tax planning, strategies for the richest 1%. This isn't about making a movie. It's about hiding money from the government. It's the Pandora Papers. It's the Panama Papers. And Alec Baldwin is too smart not to know that. He's in his early 60s. He's smart. He knows exactly how this works. And he's getting richer doing this. He's going to try, of course, he's going to try, that's part of the agreement, to make the best movie he possibly can because it has to look legitimate. Of course. And he wants the acclaim. He has an ego. Of course, he wants this movie to succeed. But the people who are financing his little low budget passion project, they don't care if it succeeds or fails. It doesn't matter. He's assisting his investors while getting a cut off the top, because this is all about creating a limited liability company, an LLC, to shield money from the government, to shield money from investors, to shield money from ex-wives, or to charge that limited liability company massive amounts of money for services not provided so you can launder it, so you can deposit into a bank. Like your drug money, you can deposit your drug money and say it's from the LLC that produced Rust. By the way, it's called Rust Movie Productions, LLC. If I'm a drug dealer, I can charge Rust Movie Productions, LLC, $1 million for services rendered. They don't have to pay me the $1 million. I just deposit it in a bank and now it's legitimate. These LLCs are, for one reason, to hide money from the government and to clean dirty money from the government, so the government doesn't know where you got your money. An LLC, a limited liability corporation, can do all sorts of wonderful things for you. It can help you show a massive loss if you're hiding money from the government, or it can show a massive windfall if you're trying to clean drug money. Your LLC collects and charges free fees and services that are never provided, but you get to declare it. You can show it to the government, you can deposit it in a bank, and it's clean, legitimate money, or at least it looks clean and legitimate. And then you can take that clean, legitimate money and avoid paying taxes on it by handing it over to another LLC. So you clean dirty money with one LLC, but it's not like you want to pay taxes now on your clean money. So you take that money that's just been cleaned and give it to another LLC, and it shows that your investment took a total bath. You lost all your money, so you don't have to declare it on your taxes. The Rust Movie LLC is anything you need it to be. Now, Alec Baldwin didn't know the gun was hot. He should have. He would have, but it was a non-union crew that day. Unions, you see, are not just about wages. They're also about safety. There was a union crew, but the police escorted them off the set that day. As the union crew, as IATSE crew members were already packing up their stuff and leaving and quitting, the police, for some reason, showed up to escort the union workers off the set. Why are the police, with all the rising crime everywhere in this country, why are police being wasted? Why are our tax dollars being wasted escorting a union crew off the set of Rust? It's not like they were making any trouble. They were making demands. There's no report that the union had violated the law. The producers were violating the law. So why did the producers of Rust, Alec Baldwin, feel the need to call the police? That seems awfully heavy-handed. And if the New Mexico police were on a soon-to-be murder scene, why didn't they ask why the union crew was quitting? The police have a union, don't they? Yeah. They don't share our brother and sisterhood, the police union. You would think the police would be concerned about wage theft. Union crews just don't walk off a set. A legitimate union like IATSE just doesn't walk off a set. Shouldn't the police, if they're already there, ask questions about the extraordinarily long work days in violation of labor codes and ask the producers why they're making the New Mexico roads unsafe late at night by forcing these exhausted crew members to drive 50 miles back and forth at 3 a.m. after working a 14-hour day, even though their union contract stipulated they would have a hotel right near the set? It was a total switch and bait for the IATSE workers. They were promised hotels near the set. They show up and they go, oh, no, you're going to stay in Albuquerque. And of course, because it's such a privilege to work in movies, you don't want to make trouble. You don't want to call the union. You don't want to get a bad reputation. I've noticed the union members who talk to the Associated Press and the Los Angeles Times, they're doing it anonymously because they don't want to get a reputation as a troublemaker. But it seems to me if the police are called in on that movie set on the public dime, it's the taxpayers, by the way, who pay the police to show up. The movie, the producers, they're in New Mexico because they get tax credits from New Mexico. They're providing jobs, see? So they don't have to pay taxes in New Mexico. They're probably collecting money. The producers are probably getting money from the New Mexico Film Institute to attract them to shoot in New Mexico. So we're paying for the police. Not the producers. It's the taxpayers who pay for the police. The producers do not pay taxes. That's why they're producing that movie, so they don't have to pay taxes. And those union members, they pay dues and they pay taxes, and they were the ones made to feel like criminals that day. The police escorted the IATSE workers off that set, and the IATSE workers were made to feel like the criminals because they were demanding to get paid. That movie had already been in production for 3 weeks. Those union members still had not been paid. They were demanding that labor laws be obeyed like COVID protocols. They were working in tight quarters and they kept complaining, this is not COVID safe. They were not enforcing labor laws, especially when it came to guns. Those guns were going off days before the killing, and they were complaining. But the police were called in by the producers who don't pay their salaries because the producers don't pay taxes. That's why they're in New Mexico, not to pay taxes. The entire movie is a tax dodge. The police on our dime show up and make the IATSE workers criminals for demanding, for enforcing the law. And the New York Times is reporting on this. When they report on this killing, they report that there was labor, quote unquote, unrest. I love that term, labor unrest, as though the union was making trouble. Making trouble? The shoot started at the beginning of the month. The workers had not gotten paid yet. So Alec Baldwin didn't know the gun was hot, but he was one of the producers, and he knew he was working with a non-union crew that day. Alec Baldwin took to Twitter that night. He is a control freak. He knew the police. He's not an idiot. He knew the police were escorting IATSE off the lot. That producer title Alec Baldwin gets wasn't an honorific. He wrote the screenplay. He's the star. He got that producer credit because he's part of management. He's getting a skim off the investment, not the profits, the investment. He knew the budget, above the line and below the line. He's no idiot. He knows how this works. He may not have called the police on IATSE that day, but he knew they were called. He knew it was a new crew. He knew he was working with a non-union crew of scabs, and he knew he wasn't a friend of the working man. He didn't know the gun was hot, but he knew which side he was on, and it wasn't the unions. There are no safety protocols unless there is a union. Unions are not just making sure you get paid, which the crew was clearly not. It's about safety on the set and off the set, health insurance. A non-union crew does not get money paid into their health insurance or their pension. And Alec Baldwin knew that. When you bring in a non-union crew, you're not paying into their health care, their pensions. So if you don't care about their health and safety, why should they care about your health and safety? If I'm part of a non-union crew and you don't care about my health and safety and you're not going to pay into my health care, I'm going to tell you the gun's cold. But again, this movie set wasn't about the crew or the movie. It was an accidental byproduct of a tax dodge. The police didn't ask about the working conditions. They showed up. You would think the police would know this is a working set in New Mexico, that these crews are notorious for abusing labor. That's why they're in New Mexico. They can't get away with that shit in Hollywood. What, do you think they need the exteriors? They can't get that in California? Those exteriors. The only place we can get that magic light is in New Mexico. Give me a break. They're in New Mexico because Hollywood demands more from producers. And the police know that. And when they showed up on the set to escort IATSE off that set, they should have asked the right questions. But they don't. The same way the sheriff drags you out of your home without asking any questions when the landlord or the bank insists without any evidence that you're behind on your mortgage or you're behind on your rent. The sheriff shows up in the service of capital and does as he's told by the people who don't pay taxes. They don't pay taxes, owning property. That's so you don't pay taxes. The sheriff is literally evicting the people who pay their salaries. We're the schmucks who pay our taxes. Steve Mnuchin, the former Treasury Secretary, he should have been prosecuted by Kamala Harris when she was California's Attorney General, because after the financial collapse in 2008, his bank, One West Bank, was guilty of foreclosure violations. Steve Mnuchin was foreclosing on people who shouldn't have been foreclosed on. He was calling the sheriff in to throw people out of homes that they still owned. But the sheriff didn't ask any questions because he was Steve Mnuchin, who went from Goldman Sachs, because his father worked at Goldman Sachs, to starting his own bank. And of course, Steve Mnuchin is a power player in Hollywood. He's a producer. Steve Mnuchin is a producer because when he was at Goldman Sachs, he was told that one of the greatest places to launder dirty money from the government is producing a movie. This piece of shit, Steve Mnuchin, in 2014, alone, in 2014, Steve Mnuchin executive produced these movies. He had a great year. He was the executive producer of the Lego Movie, Winter's Tale, Edge of Tomorrow, The Jersey Boys, Clint Eastwood, This Is Where I Leave You, The Judge, Annabelle, Inherent Vice, Blended, and American Sniper, which I think won an Academy Award. I think that's a lot of movies that Steve Mnuchin executive produced in 2014 alone. Now, you think he got that executive producer credit because of his brilliant sense of showmanship? I mean, if you've ever seen him testify before Congress, you know this guy exudes impresario. I mean, you would turn Steve, like, I would give anything to have Steve Mnuchin give me show business advice. Give me a break. Steve Mnuchin executive producing movies. Because that's the only way Louise Litton, whatever her name is, will get into bed with him. He's laundering money and trying to get laid. And the only way he's going to get somebody like Louise Litton, if that's her name, to even approach his bed so she can stand while he masturbates to her. She's not getting into his bed. She just stands there while he jerks off to her because he's an executive producer. Alec Baldwin, he knew what was going on. He's been around Hollywood and New York and Wall Street for decades. He knows exactly how this works. The union crew, IATSE, according to the Associated Press, the Los Angeles Times, they quit. They weren't getting their paychecks. They were promised hotels that never materialized. COVID protections were not being implemented. The guns were going off. Alex's stunt double on Sunday, 2 times that gun was hot and it went off. People were complaining, but nobody cared because it wasn't about the crew and it wasn't about the movie. It was only about one thing: hiding money from the government. That's it. This is a page right out of the Pandora Papers. This is not a story about prop guns. This is a story about limited liability corporations and how the movie industry uses LLCs to destroy unions, hide money, and protect profits. Rust Movie Productions, LLC. That's the name of the producer of Rust, the movie. Rust Movie Productions, LLC. Rust Movie Productions, Limited Liability Corporation. It's a phony corporation. Rust Movie, LLC. They're making one movie and that's it. It's an LLC. It's a one-off, so that any civil law suits regarding manslaughter on the set can only be filed against Rust Movie Productions, LLC, a limited liability corporation. The liability is limited. That means the assets of every asshole is protected because there are no assets. That's what an LLC is. Money passes through an LLC. It's a shell corporation because it's an empty shell. That's the company you have to sue for wage theft. That's the company you sue if somebody gets murdered on your set. The assets of the producers, Alec Baldwin's assets, the assets of the investors, they're protected. So Rust Movies, LLC, Rust Movie Productions, LLC, I guarantee you, will declare a loss. This movie could lose $50 million. It can make $1 billion. When it comes time to pay your taxes, Rust Movie Productions, LLC, will show a loss. Rust Movies Productions, LLC. They form another LLC and make another movie, and they name it after their dog, their cat, or to get even with the woman who wouldn't sleep with them in high school. So when you watch an independent film, there's a story they're telling you, and that story is it's independent, it's low budget, it's a first-time director, a first-time producer. Let's take it to all these festivals. We want to be discovered. We're just a boutique film that we hope will be discovered at Sundance. Bullshit. An independent film means, all that means is we have no idea who the investors are. It's probably one of the big studios who put an investment into Rust. I guarantee you, through an LLC, Paramount, somebody, through one of their LLCs, had a piece of Rust. So if it's profitable, they make money. And if it loses money, they can claim that it lost a lot more money than it actually did. This tax code stuff is complicated for a reason. It's three-card Monty. An LLC has many purposes: to save you from a lawsuit, to save you from the tax man, your investors. You can hide money from investors by creating an LLC. Everyone was using Rust Movie Productions, LLC, for all sorts of nefarious but perfectly legal and perfectly immoral reasons. It's legal, but it's immoral. It's legal because the tax code is written by the tax firms that protect these money launderers. The New York Times reported about all these high finance tax firms that make their lawyers and accountants go in country, to go into the IRS for a couple of years and sneak in little codes to protect their investors. And then they come back to the firm that they were working for, and they're made partner, and they get seven-figure salaries. So Alec Baldwin, he's a troubled, brilliant artist. He's very brilliant. He knows how this works, but he's also able to compartmentalize. He kind of, it's like, I look the other way. I don't want to know. It's like childbirth. He's been through 5 with Hilaria. He'll be in the room every time Hilaria farts out another kid. But he's not really looking. He's just there to show, because he's supposed to. And that's how he views being on the set. He's there, but he's pretending he doesn't know what's going on. He can claim right now, without lying, that I just wrote the movie. This was a passion project. I'm taking the after minimum. And if he took a lie detector test, he'd pass because he thinks he's telling the truth. But the truth is, he had a piece of the movie regardless of whether or not it turned a profit, which it never would. It would never turn a profit. Hollywood accounting, like all corporate accounting, is notorious for never showing a profit. Baldwin was getting his. He helped put this movie's financing together just by being Alec Baldwin and showing up for a dinner. He's entitled to his cut. He got his cut. Wealthy people love hanging out with Alec Baldwin in the Hamptons. Hey, here's $1 million. Come to my daughter's wedding for an hour. All you have to do is come to my daughter's wedding so I look more important than I actually am. There are many ways Alex gets a cut. And he has a huge nut. 500 kids, boats, home in New York, home in the Hamptons. He's got impulse issues. He's got nannies, limousines, lawsuits. He's not spending a month in New Mexico unless it's worth his time. Now, I suspect Alec Baldwin, like all of us, is horrible with money, but he has a guy. He's got a guy that set up an LLC for Baldwin, and Baldwin will claim, and like all of us, that he doesn't know what the LLC is or how it works, but he has a guy, and he named the LLC after the street that Alec Baldwin grew up in on Long Island, and it's his little inside joke. And that little LLC that Alec doesn't understand, it's legally siphoning money off the budget of Rust and going directly into Alec Baldwin's LLC for some sort of service his LLC claims to have performed for that LLC behind Rust Movies Productions. And Alec has plausible deniability. I don't understand how this works. I just have a guy. But he knows that the money somehow shows up in his LLC for work, for something he doesn't really understand. Nobody understands it. The people who set up the LLCs don't understand it, because if they really understood it, they could be sent to jail. They know just enough to make sure the money shows up. But if they know too much, they leave a trail of evidence. I have a guy for that. Ask him. Alec Baldwin is not an idiot. He knows that despite getting after scale on the movie, an incredible amount of money from that movie's budget somehow made it into his bank account. Because this movie is a byproduct of a tax dodge. Streamline Global's founder, one of the 7 executive producers, Emily Hunter, from Streamline Global. You think she's giving notes on the script? You think she's giving input on line readings or the cut? She's there for one reason. She knows where the money is. Streamline Global's founder, Emily Hunter Salveson, told Variety about 3 years ago that these movies are a quote-unquote byproduct, unquote, of a tax dodge. She calls it a tax haven, which is a euphemism for rich people don't have to pay taxes. It's not about the movie. It's about moving the movie's money around. The same way a congressional campaign isn't about winning, it's about paying the consultants. Anytime money is passing hands, someone is getting a cut. That's how corporate America works. That's how the CEOs rob the investors. They keep the money moving. Money must stay in motion. That way, the CEOs and the banks and the executives can collect their fees while the shareholders get screwed. It's about the velocity of money. The more it moves around, the more money there is to be made. Money that just sits there doesn't make money. Money that moves makes money for the people who skim off the top. It doesn't have to make a profit. It just has to move. And the government understands that. You put $1 into circulation with fiscal stimulus, it starts circulating. And each time it changes hands, that $1, each time somebody touches that dollar, the government gets a cut, right? Sales tax, income tax. It's just $1, but it's got to keep moving. You skim off the top. The money is in skimming off the top. And that's what Alec Baldwin was doing on the set of Rust. He was collecting a fee. I guarantee you he was collecting a finder's fee for the money that got invested. That's why that's why Rust Movie Productions LLC exists, to hide money from the government, not just to hide money from the government, but from the investors, from the ex-wives, the creditors, and most importantly for me, the unions. The purpose of an LLC is so rich people can claim poverty. It's not in the budget. How many times have you heard that from a rich person? It's not in the budget. The budget is this artificial barrier between you and the ruling class. It's the budget. My hands are tied. Yes, the company had record profits. I'd like to give you a raise, but my hands are tied. It's not in the budget. How many times have you been told, I know you think this company's making a lot of money and you deserve a raise. It's not in the budget. And I love CNN's reporting on this. CNN reported over the weekend, Rust Movies LLC said in a statement, quote, "The safety of our cast and crew is the top priority of Rust Productions." Like it's a real thing. Like they made an issue, like they made an official statement. The top priority of Rust Productions, the movie's name is Rust. They set up an LLC called Rust Productions LLC. The statement goes on to say, everyone associated with Rust Productions LLC believes that the safety of our cast and crew is the top priority. Well, then CNN says it made multiple attempts to reach Rust Movie Productions LLC for comment, but they haven't gotten any response because there is no Rust Movie Productions LLC. It doesn't exist. And they do not care about the safety of the cast and the crew. They care about hiding money. That's how it works. Now, I don't know how it works. I'm a bottom feeder, but I read. And I think Alec Baldwin, his good probably outweighs his bad. I think he's a deep thinker and he has wisdom. He's a force of nature. He's able to synthesize all this information. He's brilliant, and I hope he comes out of this okay. I hope the family, who's, I mean, it's just. But life comes down to a few moments. I keep saying this. Everything in life is leading up to 3 or 4 moments upon which you must judge yourself. And last Thursday was that moment for Alec Baldwin. Should he have been on the set that day? Why didn't he walk off with the IATSE crew members? What does he owe his fellow union members? Why was the film being shot on location in New Mexico? You can get all that on a Hollywood backlot, maybe a few exteriors. No, it's in New Mexico because it's cheaper. It's shot on location because New Mexico offers tax breaks to independent filmmakers, hedge funds, and unions don't have the same stranglehold on a movie set in New Mexico as they do in Hollywood. It wouldn't have happened in Hollywood. So who benefits from all this? As always, it's just the people who are hiding money. They'll tell you that shooting in New Mexico is good for business. That's why we give tax breaks to the companies, because it produces jobs. They don't produce good jobs. The people who get paid the real money are the investors. The jobs on the set, they go to, if they're lucky, IATSE members and a caterer. And they're screwed. They're screwed because you're away from your union bosses. So you're not going to make any trouble over the contract, over safety issues. So just remember that independent films are not independent. They are shell corporations set up by powerful investors who make it look like the film isn't part of the system, but it is part of the system. They've just figured out a way to make movies on the cheap. All right, we're going to wrap it up. Yeah, this is very infuriating, and it pains me to watch the way this is being covered in the media. It pains me to see the way this is being covered. It's all about everything but wage theft. This is about wage theft, and it's about hiding money. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. It is Monday, October 25th. When we come back, we will talk to Dutch Merrick from IATSE about all this. We'll be right back.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming.
Somebody just said, welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Follow me on Twitter. We post highlights of the show on Twitter. Follow me on Facebook. We also post highlights of the show on Twitter. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. And if you would like to sit in our virtual studio audience, we have one right now. We have a virtual studio audience attending the show on Zoom. If you would like to join us, please go to my website and hit attend a live taping, and I will send you an invitation, please. And while you're on my website, please sign up for my newsletter. Somebody I know just texted me, and she was saying about the coverage of the shooting in New Mexico on the set of Rust. Not a single mention in the Washington Post of the union crew getting escorted off the set by the police, and that they brought in a non-union replacement the day Alec Baldwin, his gun went off. Well, here to discuss all this is somebody I haven't seen since my KPFK days in Los Angeles, and Kelly Carlin. Last time I saw you and I were at Kelly Carlin's house in Los Angeles. Hello, my old friend Dutch Merrick. Is it pronounced armorer?
Yeah, armorer. Or the piece of furniture in your house would be an armoire.
An armorer. Yes. You're a prop master. You're a union. You're a pain in the ass with IATSE. You're good. And you were president of, is it Local 40?
44.
I screwed up. I missed it by 4. You
perfectly
were
fine.
President of IATSE Local 44. Is John Hayes here? Maybe he has a question for you.
Good man.
I saw you on CNN. I said, I know that guy.
Small world, isn't it? When your face gets all over TV, you start to reconnect with all your old friends.
So I saw that you just arrived and you didn't have to sit through my tirade for an hour. IATSE, let's very quickly, let's spend 2 minutes explaining what IATSE is. Very quickly. What is IATSE? Very quickly.
Absolutely. The International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees is basically the entertainment industry. It's the union side of the entertainment industry. So we encompass everything from Hollywood blockbuster films, TV shows, music videos, theatrical and stage productions, music and rock concerts, daytime dramas, theater. And we started in theater. 1893, we started in theater. We got into motion pictures in 1910 when we organized the projectionists. And I have some.
Okay. So in the lead up to the shooting that happened in New Mexico last Thursday, where does it stand with IATSE? In the lead up to the shooting, we were being told that IATSE was going to shut down Hollywood. What did you guys vote to do?
Well, this contract negotiation has been heated, to say the least. We go up against the AMPTP, which is the producers. And the offer that they started out with was just a flat out insult. I mean, it was I can say a genuine slap in the
Very quickly, just because I want to talk about Alec Baldwin and what happened, what we know, what happened vis-a-vis IATSE on the day of the killing. So, what the day of the killing of the cinematographer, where did it stand with IATSE? Were they about to go on strike, or did they have a contract?
Well, there's two parallel things there, because you're talking about one show that's an acute case, and you're talking about the entire IA contract for motion picture. Now, the IA has several different contracts. They have some that are motion picture, TV, etc. This was just dealing, and I'm going to turn my ringer off because I didn't prepare. There we go. This overarching contract affected 60,000 people, and that's
In Hollywood.
In Hollywood, the big studios, film and TV.
If you were to shoot in New Mexico, would you have to obey a IATSE contract that, say, 44, the local 44 has to obey?
So we are part of the Hollywood Basic Agreement, the HBA, and that is motion picture in LA and New York, essentially. Other locals like Atlanta, other hubs, Atlanta and New Mexico, are under the Area Standards Agreement, the ASA, which is a separate contract, a separate healthcare plan. It's just a separate deal altogether. And producers, it's cheaper rates for the workers, and I think that producers excuse that because, hey, you're living out in the sticks, and it's cheaper to live, so we didn't need to pay you as much as LA and New York. So I believe. So
just so we're clear here, Local 44 covers Hollywood proper, the actual where the studios and the it's called Local 44, but you're the shit. Your union is where the movies and television shows are being made, and that the producers go to New Mexico. I know you have to be polite here. So how wrong am I when I say the producers are shooting in New Mexico because your union, Local 44, would never put up with that shit?
In a way, yeah. And let me offer you an important bit of context. The IATSC is 150,000+ members in the US and Canada. And out of those 153,000, 47,000 of those are right here in Los Angeles. That's almost a third of the entire IA.
So they don't need the exteriors in New Mexico. Well, that's not why they're in New Mexico. New Mexico is beautiful, but they can get those exteriors through CGI. They don't need to be in New Mexico.
It's a heck of a lot. I got to say, it's got to be a heck of a lot cheaper to shoot exteriors out there than CGI, because you can CGI in a coffee cup, but doing an entire exterior would be a lot harder. There is benefit to those locations, absolutely, to shooting in other places, but they do certainly save money, and New Mexico has a tax incentive. So it is definitely chasing the dollars. If you're going to shoot in Old West, you can shoot it up here in Vasquez Rocks in sunny California, or you can go to New Mexico or Arizona, and New Mexico is going to give you the biggest tax break and panoramic New Mexico vistas. And they do have a talented crew base.
And who benefits in New Mexico? The jobs that that Hollywood, by transplanting temporarily to New Mexico, who makes money off that?
Well,
who in New Mexico makes money off that?
Understand that there are crew members there that are being hired. So that's the first line. And the producers are saving money on their overhead. So they're making.
No, but who in New Mexico? The people of New Mexico are sold on the New Mexico Film Commission, a government-sanctioned organization that tries to lure filmmakers to come to New Mexico. Who benefits from that?
Well, the California Film...
No, in New Mexico, who benefits from it?
I'm going to get to that. The California Film Commission did an extensive study to show the impact of filmmaking, and maybe New Mexico has done the same type of survey, but it shows that not only do you hire the below the line rank and file workers that are the cameramen and the armorers and the stunt guys, but you're also putting work for the sandwich shops and the caterers and transportation. You're selling gasoline. So understand that filmmaking consumes a tremendous amount. And so they're going to, if they're shooting on film, they're selling film stock or data cards for the cameras. All the materials that we go through, costumes, props. We're going to shop in local businesses to try to find antiques for that Western, for example. So there is an impact to having a film shoot in your town. It brings dollars into your town, jobs and tax dollars.
But not a lot. Not the kind of money that it's the same thing with a stadium. It's like the tax breaks for a sports team. Nobody's making six figures in New Mexico. Nobody's making a livable wage off a film shoot.
I have family in Albuquerque, and I know that the costs are less there overall, but I can't speak to who's making over six figures. It's hard for me to really quantify that an answer to that question.
Yeah, you're being diplomatic. It's a race to the bottom. It's a race to the bottom. They're shooting in New Mexico because it's a race to the bottom.
Well,
the same way Detroit.
I agree with you, and let me offer you some fuel for your fire here, because while I do,
you're going to put it out. Quite frankly,
no, not at all. Not at all. I embrace tax credit, tax breaks in California to bring filmmaking here as a competitive tool, because we have to compete with states like Georgia and New Mexico. However, on the whole, I think we should not have tax incentives. We should let the better facilities and crew get the work without tax incentives. And I think then it would be a level playing field across the country. Now, that's quite a controversial stance within our union. A lot of our union people want that tax incentive to get the work, even here or New York, whatever tax incentives they can have. But honestly, that tax incentive isn't necessarily going in my pocket, but it's coming out of my pocket in my taxes. So I think if we got rid of all the tax incentives in the US for filming and just called it filming for profit, then it can't be seen as corporate welfare when a $1 billion company is able to save, $5 million off a $100 million project, and it basically comes out of our taxes.
Medea has a studio in Atlanta. Is that a union shop?
I don't know for sure. I have to assume that it is, but it's a one-stop shop where they tried to be all-inclusive. And during the pandemic, they brought in crews and they kind of buttoned them up and kept them in their own pod.
They have it, but Tyler Perry is no fan of the Writers Guild. So
I don't know about that.
So let's talk about what happened in New Mexico on the set of Rust, this movie that Alec Baldwin wrote, starred in, and helped produce. It started off as a union crew, correct?
That's my understanding.
Mm-hmm. And what happened that day of the killing? What happened with IATSE that day? What do you know?
And I'll step back one moment, because what I don't believe that the armorer and possibly the prop crew were union, and I don't know if they started the film or if they came on after a change, but I can't testify that they were union for sure. But the camera department was union. The camera department had complained on two or three instances about safety issues. They'd also complained about the turnaround and the lack of sleep and the long days and the lack of a quality hotel within reach of the set. There were a lot of grievances that they're dealing with.
COVID?
And COVID safety protocols that complained that they weren't in place and fully implemented. And I think, there's a good chance that the first assistant director leads to charge to all that malarkey too. So they walked off.
I'm sorry, the first assistant director who handed Alec the gun.
One and the same, yes. The first assistant director is sort of the driving force, the conductor that moves the whole operation along. But 4 or 5 camera people.
He was non-union? Was he union or non-union?
I've read in an article he was non-union, but I can't verify that if he was.
And he had a history, and there was a history of sexual harassment complaints against him.
That I hadn't heard. I have heard first person a history of challenges to the prop department where he had to go apologize because he was so rude and abrasive. I've seen it in print where he was not giving special effects department proper time and clearance to do special effects things on previous productions.
So he was the reason people, that IATSE walked off the set that day?
I can't pin that on him that he was the reason, but think about this, David. We're gig workers. We're in what they used to call casual labor. Now they call it a gig economy. And what that means is that if I work for you on a Monday, I got to get called back on Tuesday. And if I cross the line or upset you, I may not get called back for your next gig or to finish out the film, because we're at will hires. So being in that precarious position, a lot of us don't want to stir up any shit.
Even if you're a member of a union.
Even if you're a member of a union, because there's no reprisal. If you come in and you work on this feature and they keep you for the duration of it, but you've been a complainer because you were tired of cold food and pizza for second meal, they don't hire you on the next job. You have no repercussion, no pushback. You can tell the union, hey, they didn't hire me on the next job, but that's their right. They just went with another guy or another gal. So we're in a position where it's very difficult. So think about this. If conditions got bad enough for the camera crew to actually walk off and come pack up their gear, that means that show was absolutely a horror show.
Say that again, please.
Well, I'll tell you straight. If the conditions...
Just say that again, because this is not being reported in the press. It's been buried in the Los Angeles... Well, the Los Angeles Times led on this because it's a company town that they're reporting on. And a couple of local trades have reported on this, but the Times refers to labor unrest. The Washington Post, which is owned by Jeff Bezos, you have to look under an electronic microscope to find out the way the workers were treated on the day of the murder. So tell me again, as the former president of IATSE Local 44, the union in Hollywood, if union members in New Mexico find the courage to walk off a set, what does that tell you?
And I need to just correct you. We're not the union. We're one of many craft unions. We happen to be the largest craft union in Hollywood. For the conditions to be that bad for our workers who are gig workers to walk off, that means that cumulatively there must have been many, many problems, and it must have been a bit of a horror show.
Right. What we know so far, the COVID protocols were not being followed. They were victims of a bait and switch where they were promised a hotel, a Marriott, I believe, near the location. When they showed up to shoot, they were told, no, you're being put up in Albuquerque, which is 50 miles away. And they were working 14-hour days and not getting paid. The checks were not... I'm sorry?
This checks stopped coming for 3 weeks.
3 weeks they were expected to go without pay. And there were problems. Now, you're an armorer.
Yeah, I work as both a prop master and an armorer.
There were problems. IATSE was complaining a week before the murder, the killing, the shooting. They were complaining about the guns, that it wasn't safe, correct?
What I have read from the Associated Press, I haven't heard this first person, but what I read from the Associated Press was that there were a total of 3 misfires, moments where a round went off unexpectedly. Now there's a couple of things that can lead to that, but one of those instances, I'm told, was a stuntman who should be an authority on guns as well. I'm told that stuntman had dropped the hammer on a revolver on an empty chamber, but it turns out the gun was hot. So he was under the impression it was a cold or unloaded gun, and that when he pulled the trigger, it was hot and it went off. So that, the way I've heard it reported in the Associated Press, is that happened twice, and that was one of the complaints. And then there was another, what they call an accidental discharge. So an accidental discharge can be a number of things. It can be a gun loaded with blanks and the actor's ready to go and everything's safe, and then the actor accidentally hits the trigger. That can be an accidental discharge. So I don't know what the second instant was, but there was things involving guns that had happened at least 2 or 3 times.
Okay. My work in television, in a studio in Los Angeles or New York, there's a red phone that nobody's allowed to touch. What is the red phone?
Well, we don't have a red phone on sound stages anymore. There used to be a phone that went to security, but now
The one I always remember is, I always see it, it's a red phone that says nobody's allowed to touch it. It's a direct line to IATSE to report safety.
I've never heard of anything like that, of IATSE having a safety direct line. I know that
Maybe the sets I work on were so bad it was red from the blood, and no safety precautions were being taken. Just blood was spraying everywhere. I know for a fact that if you're a member of IATSE in Los Angeles and you don't feel safe, what happens when you don't feel safe?
We have a safety hotline. Well, there's two avenues that you can, well, there's several avenues, actually. Let me be clear. There is an 800 safety hotline from IATSE for anonymous reporting. Each studio has its own anonymous safety hotline. So if I'm working over at Paramount this week, they have a safety hotline. Same thing at Sony or Warner Brothers. Also, you can call your local. So if it's just a general recurring thing, like I think that bookcase up there might fall because it's not secure, you may call the safety hotline. Ideally, you would tell your supervisor and you get it dealt with right away, or you tell the first assistant director because he's in charge of safety overall, or you call your business agent at your local. In Hollywood, we have 13 backlot locals. So if you grip, you call the grip local. And I'm a prop master, so I would call my local 44 and say, hey, here is this acute problem that I'm dealing with. Would you take measures to fix it? Will you come down here? Will you make a phone call? So that we have various layers of safety mechanism. I'm proud to say, and I'm not saying I'm proud to say because I'm not a representative of the IA. I want to be clear. I'm a working prop master. That's where it ends. But I'm proud of my membership, and I'm proud of the safety procedures that we've put in place.
There was a time in Hollywood, or at least I only know television. There was a time in Hollywood where you were not allowed to touch anything that was on the set. You couldn't move a chair without the wrath of the union coming down on you.
It's not so much the wrath of the union, but it would be the wrath of the person whose stuff you were touching. And that's the prop master back in days of old was one of the three sort of leaders of the set. There was the director of photography, and the prop master, sort of the triad of power. And the director was in charge of the acting and the dialogue and the emotions. The director of photography was in charge of where the camera goes and the shaping of the lighting. And then the prop master was in charge of the set, and that's the environment in which they are filming. Now, the production designer designs it in advance. The set decorator decides how to, pick the drapes and put the wallpaper and put the furnishings. But the minute that camera rolls on a scene, set decorator walks away. There's never a production designer there, and that's practice. That's okay. But at that point, the prop master is the senior person for the art department. So if something needs to change drastically, I've heard stories of a director that came into a set and they said, this just isn't working for us. Where's the decorator? Well, she's on to the next set doing what she's supposed to. All right, where's the prop master? Great, we're going to change this. Do you have any more chairs? Okay, right away. It was not uncommon for the prop master to handle that. And God forbid you touch their stuff, our stuff. Anything could be, I could have something setting where glue is drying on it, and someone walks by and picks it up as a curiosity. That's an interesting pen. Oh God, what did you just do? That was the rigged pen. What do you mean the rigged pen?
Continuity. It screws up continuity.
Continuity with things moving on camera will totally blow the audience and get them disinvested from the story. So continuity is number one. But just the idea that the grips have their gear over here, I don't touch it. I'm going to ask a grip, would you please set up a C-stand for me?
And here's what, because I am not a member of IATSE, and
you're a bad person, David.
I know. This is what I was told. I was told when you walked into the control room, and if you even put your hand over the Grass Valley switcher that's in a TV studio, you can't do. There was a time when you couldn't do that. If you so much as on a variety show where the sets are not that complicated, and it's pretty obvious that a chair is on the set for the use of somebody. It's not going to be shown in the show. Yeah. People would say, management would say, yeah, they don't want they want to be the ones moving it. They want to protect their jobs. This is an example of, this is bullshit, but this is what the producers would say. Can you believe the unions? We can't move a chair without the unions.
I've heard producers tell me that story, and I know where it's coming from, and it's not true. They try to deflect the blame.
If a chair is touched on the set and somebody sits in it and it's broken, and then there's a lawsuit, there's a chain of custody to that chair. And the prop master, if somebody gets injured sitting in a chair or slips, the chain of custody goes right to the prop master. Don't touch anything on the set. Plus, their job is to keep you safe. That's why. And so this assistant director is the one who said, "Cold gun," and handed it to Alex, right?
Yes, he did. That's the testimony I've seen. That's the affidavits say that. So I'm under the impression he did something way out of character with that role, is not only touching the gun, but grabbing the gun and further handing it to an actor without inspecting it. Whether he did or not is irrelevant. And then going so far as to declaring it cold and safe so they can go ahead and rehearse with it. I'm dying to know where the armorer was during this exchange. Was she off at the bathroom? Was she told to walk out of the set during a blocking? It's a private rehearsal. Don't worry, we won't touch any of your guns. So get out of here, sweetheart. I don't know what occurred, but any of those scenarios are possible. But that first AD has zero business touching a gun, zero business handing it to an actor. And that caused that is just the worst thing you can do.
Okay, so I've held off. We're talking with Dutch Merrick. He is the former president of Local 44, IATSE 44. He is an armorer and a prop master, and it's good to see you again, Dutch.
Good to see you, David.
I did not want to talk about gun safety with you. I wanted to talk about unions and exploitation. But let's turn to gun safety on a set. Had this been in Los Angeles, would Rust Movie Productions LLC, that's the producer, could they throw the crew off and replace them with scabs? In the 44, in your old it is your jury, when you were president of Local 44, the studio couldn't just say,
well, my understanding is if it's a union show that started here and they have a union crew, and for some reason they decided to replace the crew with a non-union crew, that would be a reason that we could strike. We could strike that show. It doesn't mean it's an industry strike. It means we could picket that show and try to shut it down. But a union show, it always works the opposite way. There will be a non-union show in town that they skirt the unions and they try to do everything low budget. And if someone can demonstrate that they do have the money to afford one of our lower tier contracts, the union will go and negotiate with them and organize. And honestly, most producers have a fund set aside for when the union inevitably comes around and organizes this little feature of ours. Usually that money is ready to go, and they sit at a table for about half a day. They shut down for that time, and then they say, okay, we're going to sign. Now everyone on that show that was non-union now gets union days towards joining the union, because it's what we call an organized show. Never have I seen it go backwards where here is a union show and we're going to hire non-union people. I'm not aware of that ever happening.
So what would have happened? I mean, you're getting me, I'm sorry, it's not, you're making me angry because you're so calm and you understand this, and what would have happened? Here's the question. Alec Baldwin should have walked off the set. The minute the police arrived to escort IATSE off the set, he's not Kelsey Grammer, he's not Gary Sinise, he is supposedly one of us, left of center, pro-union. Didn't he support IATSE in the lead up? Isn't he?
Well, let me offer you this. I mean, as you know, I wasn't there. As you know, I don't have a crystal ball to know what everybody was thinking, but I will offer you what I think is an important consideration, important context. When an actor is on a show, we keep them in a bit of a bubble. They're isolated from the hassles of traffic and is catering cold. We cater to them so that they can be focusing on one thing, and that's being the best character, whatever it is.
Not Alec Baldwin. I worked with Alec Baldwin.
So I'm giving you a context.
He knows he's up in everybody's business. He's a politician. When I met him, I thought this guy should run for mayor of New York City. He's up in everybody's business. He wants to know who you are. He's gregarious. He knows everything that's going on. He's a control freak.
So again, I can't speak to what happened on that set. But I've seen it several times where a show was in the middle of being organized or organizing non-union, and people have walked off. Excuse me. And people have walked off. But I've never seen cast walk off in solidarity, honestly. So that I'm sad to think about it. I actually have not seen cast walk off when the crew walked off, because usually the cast has a SAG contract, Screen Actors Guild. And as long as they're under their contract and their work being taken care of, they don't have that level of solidarity generally and say, oh, our IATSE brothers and sisters have just walked off. We're going to walk off too.
But he was also a producer. And you
also a producer,
honestly believe that's an honorific? He's a producer. Who would want a producer?
I don't know. Well, here's the thing. When many times in the past, I can only give you my personal experience. Many times in the past, when I've seen an actor who is an executive producer on a show, it is for the reasons of helping getting it funded and using their name to get the show. And then they also get some profit participation. But in very few instances has that star, in my experience, been hands-on and been dealing with the day-to-day operations of the show. I've seen it a couple times. I've seen very hands-on executive producers that were cast. But in most instances, they put their name out in the beginning, the show's happening, now I'm an actor, don't bother me, let the unit production manager and production manager deal with those things. It's none of my concern. You guys get paid the big bucks to figure it out. Now go figure it out. I'm in character, leave me be. That's my experience.
So Alec Baldwin wasn't just getting after minimum, correct? He's making money off Rust, whether it makes money or not. Right? He's in on the financing, correct?
I can't speak to his deal. I've never seen the contracts. I haven't seen anything reported about it, truly. So,
and you never will, because it's a limited liability company. So you'd have to hire lawyers who would make it prohibitive for you to see his contract. You don't know. It's impossible to find out what Alec Baldwin is making from Rust.
Yeah, it's honestly a little bit beyond my pay grade. If you ask me about color timing or overseas distribution, I would just stare at you blankly. And that's one of those things that my firsthand experience is the production process. And
so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about these limited liability these LLCs. Like Comedy Central is a Writers Guild signatory. But The Daily Show, when Jon Stewart was there, was not a Writers Guild signatory. And so Jon Stewart fought the Writers Guild. He didn't want his writers to have health insurance.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Of course you wouldn't know that. The same way you don't look at the reporting on Rust. Look at the way the New York Times reports on Rust. They call it union unrest, labor unrest, as opposed to the producers screwing a union crew. Of course you don't know about Jon Stewart. I'm sorry, I'm not mad at you. This is the way this stuff gets reported. And this story about Alec Baldwin is about IATSE fighting for what's in the contract. And of course, the mainstream media isn't going to report that, because the mainstream media, including Rachel Maddow, at the very best, pays lip service to labor. We don't even know if Rachel Maddow finally signed a contract with her writers for it to be union? We don't know. They won't.
I can offer you the context that I can offer.
God damn it! This country is so, and everybody's talking about poor Alec Baldwin. He should have walked off that set.
The only context that I can offer you is from what I've read, obviously secondhand. And to think of, if I picture that day unfolding in my head, from the morning when the camera crew got there, they're usually one of the earliest calls, and within an hour they were packing up their gear. And then the producer is making phone calls to replace them. So we know these are facts that happened. And then what I read was that security escorted them off, not the police, but they were escorted off nonetheless. You guys need to leave. And I get it. I've seen that happen. Whether I agree with it or not, I've seen it happen. And then this accident happens at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's feasible to me that enough time lapsed between their call time and the accident. Plus it was Thursday, it was late in the week. So it's very likely that their call got pushed back each day. They might've started at 10 or 11 in the morning. So this might've been right after that happened. To me, that's not a lot of time for that to sort of saturate and germinate. Oh God, and here's Alec that shows up, and here's new faces in the camera, but I still got the DP and I still got the camera operator that I know, and here's the armor. Okay, let's go. He may not have been aware, I don't know. He may have been aware. But
how about a statement right now? How about a statement? How about a statement in support of IATSE right now? He's very quick to go on Twitter the day after and defend himself. We knew he didn't do it on purpose. Nobody for a second thought Alec Baldwin murdered anybody. Why isn't he getting ahead of this labor story and saying this is an example of what happens when you do things on the cheap? Why isn't he getting? He's such an outspoken critic of Republicans and Donald Trump. Why isn't he getting ahead of this story and saying that this woman, the cinematographer, is dead because we didn't follow safety protocols because we were doing things on the cheap? That's his obligation, and he's not doing it.
I think that I do know that I would not want to be in his shoes. I don't envy him, and I don't know how I would handle it.
He's not going to, listen, he's going to make amends with the family. But to make sure this never happens again, he needs to speak out against making these movies on the cheap. The reason that cinematographer is dead is because they were doing the movie on the cheap. An AD, a bully, the AD, who is allegedly a notorious bully, an arrogant, handed the gun to Baldwin, said, cold gun, no armorer on the set. So let's talk about gun safety. What should have been the protocol? You deal with guns, right?
I do. I work with guns explicitly. When a gun is brought into a production, it is kept in the prop department in a safe, under lock and key. And a prop master with a weapons permit can handle weapons and can bring them to the set and do the functions of an armorer. Once you have more complicated guns or more quantity of guns, you definitely want to have an armorer there that is their only focus, so that it's not a prop master dealing with other continuity issues and guns. It's just an armorer and just the guns. We will transport the guns from the safe to the set, usually using a cart, as has been talked about in this instance at Rust. The guns on a cart, it's entirely common. And we constantly check the guns, David. We check them coming out of the safe. We check them on the cart regularly to make sure that they're empty and what we call a cold gun, as you've heard. And then we'll talk about blocking out the scene. They'll do a mini rehearsal where they'll talk about the dialogue and find their positions, and then we'll really rough it in better, where we see where everybody's standing. We'll see where the camera's at. We'll see where every gun is pointed. We'll see when they've put their finger on the trigger during the scene, because I don't want an actor walking into a set on a scene and putting his finger on the trigger immediately. The scene might take 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and then the action happens. That's the point where we train the actor to put their finger on the trigger. And we always point in a safe direction. The 3 cardinal rules of gun safety: Your finger stays off the trigger until you're ready to fire. The gun always stays pointed in a safe direction, never at a person. And you always treat the gun as if it is loaded. And that is the armorer's responsibility to remind the actor regularly. And we're the safety mechanism, so the actor can be fully in the scene and fully fleshing out that character. And we're there to say, that's where you're going to point the gun. Okay, when we do the scene, you're going to stand here and you're going to point there. Are we capiche? So then we'll do the rehearsal without any rounds in the gun, or with a dummy gun or a rehearsal gun. Once everybody's comfortable and they've gone in and lit it, and they put the sound, they know where the mic's going to be, the lights and the grip stands. Last thing is going to be to make those guns go hot. So, all right, the armorer has the set, make the guns go hot, and I'll go out and then I'll put blank rounds in each of the guns that are going to fire, and confirm with the actor. You remember where you're going to shoot? Yes. You remember when you're going to shoot? Yes. Great. 2 thumbs up. All guns are hot. Go. I walk out, or if there's a special effect, we walk out together, because you're going to rig those explosions at the very last minute with the guns. And then they act out the scene. They call action, camera's rolling, they act out the scene. When it finishes, everything stops and freezes. The actors stand in place. The armorer comes back out and collects the guns. We clear each gun right then and there, empty, empty, empty. 2 thumbs up. Okay, all the guns are cold. The crew has the set, is what they call out. Then the crew has the set. Then the grips can come in. People can make adjustments. Costumes can come in and adjust the costume. But we maintain control of set of those crucial moments just before we roll and just after they cut. And we are the final determiner of safety at that point. Nothing's going to happen unless we give it the A-OK. And I've told plenty of directors, no, sir, I'm sorry, you cannot do that shot that you're trying to do. But let's try to work it out from another angle. How about we try this?
And so the angle was wrong. The wrong people were touching the gun. We don't know where the armorer was. What is in a hot gun on a movie set? Not a bullet.
It's a blank cartridge. So
what does that mean? I don't know anything about guns. So what does that mean?
I don't have a diagram to show you, but you can imagine a round, a bullet, as a brass casing. That's the casing. And in one end is a primer. When the hammer on a gun is dropped on that primer, it causes a tiny explosion. Inside that brass casing is gunpowder that then burns very fast. So the explosion triggers the burn. And at the other end of the cartridge is a lead bullet, generally. And that creates enough pressure to cause that cartridge and bullet to expand, and it forces the bullet out. The only way to go is the exit door, which is the barrel. That's how a bullet works. Now, a blank is different in the sense that there's no bullet on the cartridge. It is a cartridge that's been sealed on the end. If you imagine the end of a hot dog, how it's pinched together, that's what the end of a blank looks. And I have one I can put up to my camera here.
Yeah. So a hot dog is more dangerous than a bullet. That's not fair.
Can be, yeah, in the long term.
Yeah.
So that is a blank round. It's been crimped. There's another type of blank round that has what they call a wadding, where it's an open shell and they have a circular wadding of paper that holds the powder until it fires. When it fires, that wadding burns off as it goes out the barrel. So, and there's there's a couple of different ways to deal with blanks. There's some guns that need no modification, and there's other guns that do need modification. In the Old West, they had lever action rifles that cycle the round manually, and they have a revolver that, again, cycles the round manually. So when you pull the hammer back, it causes the cylinder to put the next chamber in line with the barrel, and it'll fire that one. So it's a mechanical action. Semi-automatics, which came around later, as you see in all the action movies, it's a 45 or a Glock or a machine gun. When that round fires, it forces the action to eject the shell on its own and put the next one in. It was called automatic. You got a 45 automatic. Doesn't mean fully automatic like we think of machine guns, but it means it automatically cycles the thing. You don't need to cock a hammer. You don't need to pump a shotgun. You don't need to pull a lever. You pull the trigger once and it's ready to pull the trigger again. So you can take a semi-auto Glock pistol, as you see in these police dramas, and go bing, 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 bing. As fast as you can pull the trigger, it will fire. So these Old West firearms, the rifles, the shotguns, and the pistols, because they're mechanical, you can put a blank in them or you can put a real round. There's no modifications. Semi-automatic weapons, you have to put a plug in the barrel to some degree that'll let some flaming gas out the front and cause the fire effect. and give enough resistance to force the action to open and eject a cartridge and feed the next one in. So this Old West, the Old West.
Can I just comment on that, please?
Please do.
In the lead up to your segment, I was talking about LLCs, Rust Movie Productions, LLCs, right? How LLCs work.
Sure.
If the people who set up the LLC try to explain how an LLC works, your eyes would glaze over. The same way their eyes would glaze over if you tried to explain gun safety. They don't care about guns. What you just said, if lawyers and the people, the accountants, they don't care about gun safety. They know that you know gun safety. That's all they need to know. And so this is, to me, what happened on Thursday, last Thursday, is not about gun safety, because it's like seatbelts. I don't need to know how my seatbelts work. I just have to wear my seatbelts. And I don't need to know how gun safety on a set works. I have to make sure that Dutch Merrick is on the set handling the weapons, not an assistant director. That's all I need to know.
Just as you wouldn't ask the guy in the parking lot of Pep Boys to tune up your car, you're going to get a certified mechanic who's got a brick and mortar store. A producer or a production company or a major studio wants an armorer or a certified prop master to handle those guns. When they know they have a certified union prop master or armorer, they now know that the job is handled. This young lady on that set, my understanding at this point is that she was not a member of the union. She was just on her second feature film. Although she had grown up with guns, apparently, this was an early project in her career. So,
but her parents were, somebody in the family was, she grew up, I think somebody in the family was an armorer.
Her father is a fellow named Thel Reed. Thel Reed was a legendary trick shooter, and he worked in props. He would teach actors how to what we call leather slapping. So the Old West, where they'd reach and they'd draw really quickly and fire, that was Thel Reed's specialty and expertise. Now that's her father. So she grew up under a great lineage. So I would guess that she was exposed.
I think she expressed concern about this shoot. She didn't feel she was ready.
Well, that's my understanding, is that that was from an interview that she did after her last show, or during her last show. She had admitted onto a podcast that she was very nervous that she took that other show, and it was the biggest thing she had done to that point, and that she did the show, and it I guess it went along smoothly, and then she ended up with this as her second ever film.
So what did the assistant director, Souza is the director, I believe?
Yeah, Joel Souza.
Yeah, this wasn't his first movie. What did he owe that armorer? If you know you're the director and you know you have an armorer with a pedigree, but she's starting out, you owe her at the very least to make sure the AD is not handling her guns, correct?
I wouldn't put it at the feet of the director to owe the armorer what the first AD does. The first assistant director is an autonomous person on sets. They are in the directing department. There is a director and a first AD, but that first assistant director is the orchestrator that brings all the elements of the band together. And it says, okay, everyone on one, we're going to play this song. So they go to the call sheet, scene number 2. We're going to play this song, John Philip Sousa. Strike up the band, start the brass, and he gets the timing going, and then gets everything going, and then the director can call action, and the director deals with that. The director is also subject to the first AD's control to a degree, because the first AD sets the schedule and says, this is what we're going to do next, and okay, go, get all the elements together. Now, Mr. Director, it's yours. And they hand it off to them when it's ready to roll the camera. I wouldn't put it at the feet of the director to be responsible for what the first AD did at all.
Yeah. Let's continue this conversation. Sorry for the anger. It's just that
I feel your anger. I'm beside myself. And I'll tell you what, Friday, when we heard the news and the calls started coming in from reporters and friends to ask if we're okay, was it you on the set? Do you know who it was? It shattered the entertainment industry. So many people were worried about who was affected and what happened. And we found out one of ours didn't go home that day. It was crushing. And in the armor community, especially, because that's our craft and we take pride in doing it safely. When I walked on set Friday morning, the first AD of our show came up to me, hugged me, and she said, "I'm so sorry for you. Are you okay?" And I said, "I'm okay." She said, "Thank you so much for being our armor and being so safe." And the director came up to me and he did the same thing. He gave me a big hug and he said, "We are lucky to have you." And then the crew circled up and we all went into little circles at different times over the day and we discussed how this event affected us. And people were really hurt by this. So we're hurt and we're angry and we all want to find someone to blame. We want to find some way to justify what happened.
And I'll tell you, it's very simple who to blame and where the anger should be directed. It should have been a union crew. And when IATSE is walking off a location, the shoot, if you'll pardon the pun, should be over. When the union quits, everybody quits, because it's not just about wages, it's about safety. And Alec Baldwin and the director should have walked off that set the minute IATSE walked off that set. Which side are you on? Are you on the side of management or are you on the side of the unions? Pick a side. There's no gray areas. That's where the anger is.
Hollywood has been built around that gray area, and that may be part of what has diluted union power in Hollywood, in the entertainment industry. We do not have the most labor-oriented unions, and that may be
because of these effing LLCs. So what happens is Paramount can be a union signatory, but then they set up an LLC that isn't.
And
it's a shell game. These limited liability companies get people killed.
I've got about 8 more minutes.
Yeah, well, I'm going to come back.
I'm backed into an interview right after this that I need to be ready for.
I'll let you go. I'm keeping you. I just want John Hayes is here. He's a fellow union member. John, you have a question? You want to say hello to Dutch?
Hi, Dutch.
Hi, John. Good to hear your voice, brother.
Yeah, it was a surprise to see you here tonight.
It's been a lot of years.
Yeah. I don't have a specific question, but I've certainly been on plenty of sets as a boom operator, standing near the camera and seeing the whole operation that you guys do. And this doesn't sound anything close to what I see on our union shoots here in LA. This sounds like utterly what what were they thinking?
The puns are writing themselves because it really was the Wild West on this show.
Right. Yeah.
Totally,
yeah. I will.
I will say this reminds me of The Crow, which was also a non-union shoot in a right to jerk state, North Carolina, 28 years ago when Brandon Lee was killed under not exactly the same circumstances, but there are some parallels to be made in there with the crew.
Yeah.
If there are a few more questions you guys want to squeeze in the last few minutes, that's fine. Just let you know.
Well, we're bleeding into Roger Nygaard, so please come back. I apologize for my anger, but people need to be held accountable for their inactions. When you call yourself a liberal, a left of center liberal Democrat, and all you do is pay lip service to unions, but find your way around unions through LLCs, you're not just part of the problem, you are the problem.
My heart goes out to everybody on that film set, particularly Helena's husband and son. It's the most wrenching thing to happen in Hollywood in ages. And the first gunfire death on a set in 28 years, and one of the only ones ever in filming history. So I just hope that we find some closure and that we redouble our safety efforts, that this doesn't happen again. I appreciate your having me on, David.
Thank you, Dutch.
Good to reconnect with you, and I'm glad to do it again.
Yeah, it's good to see you, buddy. We'll have you back when I'm a little, my head is a little cooler. Thank you, Dutch.
Thanks.
How do people contact you, Dutch?
I would try me on Facebook. Dutch Merrick, DUTCHMERRICK is actually the best way to get a hold of me these days.
Thank you. Thank you, Dutch. And thank you, John Hayes. Let's go back to Los Angeles, where Roger Nygaard is standing by. We have limited time. We're running late, Roger, and I think there was a scheduling conflict with you, so it's good to see you. You were on, I don't know, earlier this year with your documentary.
Yes, my last documentary, yeah, about relationships.
And marriage. You're a director, you're an editor, and you have a new book out. I believe it's called Is It Funny?
It's called Cut to the Monkey. But that's one of the questions I ask in the book,
Right.
is just what is funny and what isn't funny.
Right. I apologize. It's called Cut to the Monkey. I was reading it. So here's full disclosure. The book got sent to me last night. I start reading it, and I contacted her. I was rude to you. What did I say?
You said you had things to do. Damn it. Now I'm stuck reading this book because it's great.
I was trying to get this show ready, and I start reading it and go, this is really interesting. This is so much more interesting than anything I'm going to be talking about on the show, you bastard. And you said to me, why don't we? And I said, no, I want you on the show tomorrow.
Well, you're the first. You're first in line. You jumped on it immediately. I just started telling people, hey, I've got this book coming out November 15th. And you're like, ding, 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 first in line.
Yeah, well, let's do this. Your old friend John Ross is coming up in
Right,
about
I'm
8
opening
minutes.
for John. It's an honor.
I know. So what we'll do is we'll talk casually, and then hopefully you'll find time for me on Thursday. But in my defense, you were a little late.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was 7 minutes late. My fault entirely. And I thought it was Skype, and it's not Skype, it's Zoom. So I'm here.
Do you like my little Hollywood jujitsu there, where I'm to blame, but I throw it back at you?
I'm willing to absorb blame. I'm like the sin eater of the Night Gallery episode. I'll take all of your blame.
I remember that. Yeah. So the name of the book, which I love,
Cut to the Monkey.
and this is
And because it's called that, because in editing, you can always cut to a monkey at any time to save yourself for continuity, because no matter when you cut to a monkey, it's always funny, because whatever they do is funny.
Right. What's interesting about the book is you are revisiting your career as both a director and an editor, and you edit and or direct, like Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I've been working on Curb, for 5 seasons. I just finished editing season 11, which premiered yesterday, actually.
Congratulations. And what you've done is you've gone back and spoken to all the people who you've worked with, Larry David.
Yeah, interrogation is a better word. I finally got Larry into the seat and then badgered him and interrogated him about comedy. You know,
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yes.
And the 3 Harvard assholes from Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Alec Berg,
Harvard
Dave
assholes.
Mandel, and Jeff Schaefer.
I was very disappointed to find out that all 3 of them went to Harvard, because I'm big fans of their work, but I didn't know they were part of the problem.
I did not, so that may be helpful to you. I went to the University of Minnesota, so that might be good.
That's why you're talented.
Yeah.
That's why. And so you talk to Brad Hall, you talk to Julia Louis-Dreyfus, who is probably the greatest comedy actor since Lucy. Is that fair to say?
Her instincts are incredible. Yeah, I mean, as an editor, I see all of her takes, and she's always just, some actors, you really have to piece it together, and others, they give you something every take, and she's one of those amazing talents that gives you something every single time. It's funny. Oh, I never thought someone could do a line that way, and that works every time you say that.
Right. Editing is everything.
You know, this is the argument I make in the book, is that the 3 most important people on a production after the crew, after the cast. The studio will say the cast, and they're right for marketing. But after the cast is number one, the writer, because without the script, you got nothing, right? That's where everything comes from. A good script, bad script, that determines the trajectory of the entire production. Second is either the director or the showrunner for television, because they control everything, directors in films, because that person makes all the creative decisions in every category. The third most important person, I argue, is the editor, because an editor is a rewriter. You're writing and rewriting what they've given you. And, a lot of times they just say, get who's available to edit the show. But you wouldn't say that about a writer. You wouldn't say, get who's available. You get the one who's the best writer. And so it's really hard to determine who's a good editor, because there's no way to know unless you've looked at all the options they had before they chose what they chose.
When there was union trouble with the Writers Guild years ago, there was talk of folding editors into the Writers Guild, which I was for. I believe editors are writers. There's no question. Ralph, who was Woody Allen's editor on Take the Money and Run?
I think you're thinking of Ralph Winter, right? Isn't that who you're thinking of?
No. My God, I'm making a big point.
I'm not Google. Google. That's what Google's for. We'll have to look that up.
Ralph something, I should know. He wrote Take the Money and Run because
the Coen brothers came up through editing. The Coen brothers started as editors.
Woody Allen didn't know what his movie was until, I think it's Ralph Rosenblum. Somebody please look it up. But Woody Allen...
Get your staff on this.
Yeah, get my staff on this. I think it's Ralph Rosenblum or Ralph Rosen something. He said, no, this is what your movie is. The baptism scene in The Godfather. Nobody wrote that, right?
Yeah, you do. You manufacture a lot in the editing room that they never thought of.
Francis Ford Coppola went off and came back 3 weeks later, and the editor said, let me show you something. That whole scene, the baptism, that is the movie, that montage, was the editor. Not Mario Puzo, not Francis Ford Coppola. It was the editor. So isn't that what... So when you say cut to the monkey, you cannot make a movie, especially a comedy, without a world-class editor. So you said the Coen brothers started as editors? What does that mean?
Yeah, they worked for Sam Raimi on Evil Dead, I think Evil Dead 1. And then they together made a film called The XYZ Murders, which didn't get very much response. But then the Coen brothers made Raising Arizona, and then their careers were launched. But they started out in the editing room for Sam Raimi, and a lot of people do. A lot of editors, a lot of directors do. Not all. I mean, a few do. And the thing is, when I am trying to teach other editors who, like my assistants or people that I have been teaching editing to, is you need to be a writer as well as an editor. You need to understand story structure. You need to understand joke structure. And on Curb Your Enthusiasm, we spend more time fixing setups than we do on trying to improve punchlines. The setup is more important in many ways, if not, it's as important as the punchline, if not more important, because this is Jeff Schaefer's, his mathematical thinking about comedy. It's like math. You don't want the audience thinking when they should be laughing. So therefore, they have to know what the game is. That means your setup has to have been fully laid down so they know exactly what's at stake. Larry needs to steal the coffee beans. Once they've got that, now you can lay down the jokes one after another.
I love hearing that. The same thing applies to just a standard joke. If you don't have a good setup...
And you can't blow it. You can't bobble it. You can't swallow it. It's got to be enunciated. It's got to be clear. It's got to be understandable. And the shortest number of words possible, so you can get to the punchline as quickly as possible. So the distance between setup and punchline is a straight line that's as short as possible.
Yes. Oh, this is music to my ears. I love you for saying what you just said.
You're welcome.
The setup, it has to be concise and clear. And it really is 1 and 1. That's it. 1 and 1. And then whatever comes next is 2. That's
and
it.
Curb, oftentimes when they're shooting Curb and preparing and writing it, they will lay in 3 setups for the same payoff. And then we will decide which one to use and throw out 2 of the others because they don't know when they're shooting necessarily what's going to work best. And so I get to choose, and then I get to choose which jokes I think are funniest. You're watching an episode of Curb, which is all the stuff I thought was funniest. I'm filtering. It's what I get to choose because it's my sense of humor that you are all. And then Larry comes in and he changes a few things.
Cut. It's called the line cut, right?
Yes.
The line cut is what the editors, they sift through all the shots and you throw out stuff that you don't want the director to see because you're saving him time. So you give him 4 takes instead of the 40 and he picks from that. So if there's something,
I believe things are more funny when they're grounded in reality also. So I tend to cut out the more broad jokes and try to bring it down to reality. Jeff Schaefer goes a little more broad. Larry doesn't like to go quite as broad. And so I kind of find a place in the middle.
right. John Ross joins us. I'm going to call an audible here.
He's a well-known comedy expert.
You might remember John Ross from a movie. I believe I'm going to get the name. Was it Trekkies? What is the There was a documentary you directed about
Yes.
people who are obsessed with Star Trek. Is that
Our paths
correct?
cross again, John. Yes,
Yes.
Trekkies.
And I believe John Ross is in your documentary. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes. At the end of the show, at the end of the movie, when the credits are rolling, there's 4 or 5 comics that were all doing jokes about Star Trek, which seemed to me a fun way to end the documentary because to me, the documentary was a comedy. So it was just like tipping my hand to everyone. Hey, I think this is funny.
Right. Now, you know that Robert Smigel wrote the Get a Life.
Yeah, I've got a quote from him in my book also from his time working with Larry on Curb. But just to finish flattering John, I had to pick the 5 funniest comedians I knew in existence.
We're done flattering John.
And he made the list.
I can hear you. Go ahead, flatter John. Break my heart.
He made the list, the 5 funniest Star Trek comedians in existence.
That you could get at the
Available
Ice House on a
for
Wednesday.
free.
For free. Yeah, I'm on that list.
I sent
You're
Robert,
still on that list.
Yeah, I know. I've tried to get off it.
I sent Smigel a clip. I think like 2 months ago, Shatner gave an interview saying one of his regrets was doing that sketch where he told Trekkies to get a life. And that was.
Well, Shatner will do anything for money, basically, and they paid him to do it. So they said, okay, I'll do it. I mean, afterwards, yeah, sure, second thoughts.
Roger Nygaard, will you come back Thursday?
Yeah, of course.
And we'll
Anytime.
discuss Cut to the Monkey and all your movies. And I'm going to take some of the blame for cutting this short.
All right. No problem. You know, that's
And by then I will have completely finished the book. Here's the thing I've noticed.
that's the plus.
Every Oderkirk, Sacha Baron Cohen, Larry David, the 3 fucking Harvard geniuses. It kills me.
Judd Apatow, Jake Johansson.
Yeah. They all were heavily influenced by Monty Python. And
Yes.
and it amazes me that so many people don't know who Monty Python.
Well, that just came up when I began asking them all, what was your most important comedy influence when you were a kid, when you were young, growing up? What do you remember the most? And Monty Python came up more than anything else. I'd say the Marx Brothers were second in line. And they have a lot in common. What they both do is that they punch upward. They make fun of the upper people who are above them, the Queen, the judges, the police, not people, losers or misfits. It was more about punching upward. And that's what a lot of people, Judd Apatow said, he really empathized with that. That's me. I felt out. I was the misfit and I wanted to get back at those people who didn't pick me first in battle ball in high school. And so, yeah, there was a lot of consistency I don't know. Maybe we could ask John and see if he's what his earliest.
You're
comedic
making my head
influence was.
explode. I can't. You're like I need to move in with you, Roger. You're saying something. You indulge me. I apologize. I'm sleep deprived, and I'm going from hatred for what happened on that Alec Baldwin set to I'm a little all over. I apologize, but somebody cornered me. I was walking 3 days ago about Dave Chappelle and Punching Down, and it involves Monty Python. And then I'll let you talk, John. Okay?
Gee, thanks.
I know, but I just want to. This is so important to me.
Go.
About Punching Down, and I said, Punching Down is way funnier than Punching Up. Punching Down is so much funnier than Punching Up, but you need to know how to do it. And what I said about Monty Python, that my seminal moment was sitting with my father watching Monty Python on the bed. John, anybody? I was on the bed with my father watching Monty Python. Anybody want to touch that?
No, thanks. Go ahead.
My father. Anybody want to touch that? No. We were watching
No,
Monty
it's
Python.
touching.
Yeah, it was a very touching moment. I was on the bed with my father watching Monty Python. It was on Channel 13, 10:30 Sunday night.
Always very bad reception.
Yes. And John Cleese was playing a boxer who was punch drunk, shall we say. And he would train for a fight by rubbing gravel in his head, and he was an idiot. He was mentally deficient. And his big fight, he's training for, and he gets into a ring with an old woman. And, do you remember this?
Yes.
And up until that moment, I had my expectations, and John Cleese and Monty Python had their own. And he gets into the ring with the old woman, and he kicks her fucking ass. He beats the old woman to a pulp. And my father and I mean, that was the funniest thing. And I went, wow, this is a whole other level of comedy. Not just because it defied expectations, because it would have been funny to see the old woman beat John Cleese up, right? That's funny to see an old woman beat up John Cleese, but it is so much funnier to see John Cleese beating the shit out of an old woman. An old woman falling down the steps is funny.
Anybody falling down is funny.
If she's in a wheelchair, even funnier. And if she has a cold, it's funnier.
Well, misery is funny, right? Somebody else's tragedy is your comedy.
Go ahead. I was a giant Monty Python fan, but for some reason I'm not remembering that particular sketch. Tell me, was one of the other Pythoners playing the old woman?
Nope.
It was an actual old woman? And she was like a stunt
person? An actress playing an old woman.
An actress playing an old woman. Okay. Yeah.
Why? You're thinking had it been like Terry Gilliam or something, it would have been okay?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. I'm just picturing it. And why is it funny? And is it funny because we're really making fun of the boxer because he's such an idiot that he knows? You know what I mean? Like, what is funny about it? I'm wondering. I don't remember it.
It's funny that he's such an idiot, but it's also funny, and anybody who says otherwise is a liar. It's funny. It's like, Life Alert. You know those commercials? If you're a kid.
But let me ask you this. Funny. But if I'm watching a drama and some old woman interrupts a drug deal and they turn on the street and they, slice her face open and push. Am I laughing at that? Some people are.
Do you laugh at horror movies?
I mean, I certainly will. I told you this story once on the show. I was in a theater in New York City and I was watching Cape Fear. And Ileana Douglas had gotten the shit kicked out of her by, I think it was the De Niro
Max
character,
Cady.
Max Cady, and she's lying in bed with her back to the camera, and when she rolls over and reveals her face to the camera, she's been beaten badly, and she's got a black eye, and there were some people in the theater when they saw her, they're like, "Oh shit, bitch got you," and I was like, that was scary to me. I wasn't like ha ha ha. I was, these are mentally ill people. So I don't know. It's not like automatically funny to see a woman being beaten up. I'm not sure what your math is.
Richard Dreyfuss played Iago in Othello, and he played it for laughs. And I remember thinking, yeah, you could play Iago is the epitome of evil. He arranges for Desdemona to be smothered by Othello. But there's evil can be funny. And a lot of people in the audience were upset that some people were laughing at Iago, but it all depends. Horror films are funny. And
Can be.
And De Niro was funny. If you go back and watch Cape Fear, Max Cady was funny.
In moments, it's all about context. I maintain that seeing a woman having been raped and beaten up, and just that, if you think that's funny, okay, that's you. I don't see, like, just with no context, seeing a beaten up woman as funny.
It's an expert level approach. Not everyone can pull that off and make it funny the way that the Pythons did. And there's an episode of Curb coming up where Larry gets into a thing with his female limo driver. Very difficult to make that funny, but he does. I mean, they get into a physical altercation. So yeah, that's not the easy joke to land successfly by any means. But you can.
Isn't that Larry David's genius, is to take something that is incredibly painful, like the Holocaust?
There's a Holocaust moment in this season of Curb. Yes, he doesn't shy away from anything. Nothing's sacred, but it's also, he's got to deliver it.
One of the early episodes is he's in a bathroom with a girl, and it looks like he molested her, right?
Yes.
Right.
Right.
So it's, I didn't know, I'm embarrassed to say that I didn't know The Sopranos was a comedy.
Well, it can be both. It's both. Great drama has comedy within it, layered within it. You ideal, like Terms of Endearment is one of my favorite movies, and it's a gut-wrenching drama, but it's hilariously funny as well.
When she's screaming, "Give her the shot! Give her the shot!" when the daughter's dying and she needs the morphine shot, and I was laughing hysterically. Give her the shot. I'm kidding.
To me, Squid Game is funny. I don't know if you've seen it. Everybody's seen it, but it's like it's life and death. But there's such funny moments because of the way it's presented.
Right.
Have you seen White Lotus?
Yes.
Yeah, very funny, but also super dramatic.
Pathetic and sad, but hilarious.
Yeah.
That's great writing when you can cross all those areas. I mean, you want people to laugh, cry, and get angry. If you can get all three of those, it's a home run. You want at least one of those in anything you're writing.
Yeah.
But with The Sopranos, I didn't know it was a comedy until I watched it with my mother. She used to watch it on A&E, and she's laughing hysterically in the other room. And I'm going, what? And I go, oh, it's the
guy's named Big Pussy.
I know.
And David, everything isn't like it's a comedy or it's a this. Like, you have this need to like make the world black and white. It's not a comedy. There are comedic elements for sure in The Sopranos. But again, when when they shoot Big Pussy, on the boat, that's not supposed to be funny. You need to be able to tease that out. But when what's his name, Paulie Walnuts goes, "Hey, you look a little down. You want me to go get some Baja Fresh?" That's supposed to be funny.
I talked to Big Pussy.
Well, we all worked with Steve. Remember?
Steve Shrippa. And I asked Big Pussy, I said, was it a comedy or a drama? He says it was a comedy. It was always a comedy. And you go back and watch The Sopranos, everything in it is funny. Like when he's being shot, not in the face, Skip. When he's about to be shot, not in the face, Skip.
Right. But I look, I don't want to argue with you, but it's
Argue
not,
with me.
everything isn't funny in The Sopranos.
I maintain it is.
Okay.
By the way, Dan Frankenberger, who runs the show, has a quote about Woody Allen. Allen initially filmed a downbeat ending in which he was shot to death, courtesy of special effects from A.D. Flowers. We're talking about Take the Money and Run. Reputedly, the lighter ending is due to the influence of Allen's director Ralph Rosenblum in his first collaboration with Allen. So that the point of Ralph Rosenblum, and I think Woody Allen pretty much says Ralph Rosenblum wrote, edited and told him what he had in, I think, Bananas and Take the Money and Run. Here's what I would like to do. You come back Thursday, Roger.
Okay, thumbs up.
I have to tell you, you said some things that are so fucking brilliant.
Well, I just asked the smart people, funny people around me, and I absorbed what they told me.
Roger's new book is Cut to the Monkey. Did I get it right?
That's correct. Yeah, you can pre-order it. It's not out. It'll be November 15th is when it drops. As usual, David Feldman is way ahead of the curve and getting the scoop.
And he talks. He did something really smart, which most people don't do. Went back. Well, you don't burn bridges, so you're able to go back and talk to all the people you work with. So you talked to Sacha Baron Cohen, Larry David, the 3 Harvard assholes who are brilliant. Like Ethan Hirschenfeld went to Harvard. It breaks my heart. And Julia Louis. I could talk about Julia Louis-Dreyfus for hours. So come back Thursday, Roger. And your latest documentary,
The Truth About Marriage, is a comedy. All my documentaries are comedies. But they're serious as well. So they do, as John Ross has pointed out, they step in both worlds.
Yes. Thank you, Roger Nygaard.
Okay, you're welcome. Looking forward to it. Good to see you.
Thank you. John Ross joins us. You might have seen his work in the movie Trekkies. He is aren't you a Writers Guild Award-winning writer?
I have a Writers Guild Award or 2. I can't remember.
Yes, and you're a great comedic mind, and it's good to see you. And we only have, I believe, 10 minutes.
Okay, so we'll do this in 10 minutes. I had a whole thing that I wanted to talk to you about your last week's show. I also have things to say about experiences with the gun situation, but with a show that you're familiar with. Comics Only.
Show.
Comics Only?
I was thinking about Comics Only last night. Go ahead.
You loved Comics Only.
It changed my life.
Changed
Seriously.
your life. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Non-union. We were young. Everything was guerrilla. Maybe that's part of what made it so great. We never got a permit to do anything. We were running around doing just crazy stuff, and it was fun. And we were like the Three Stooges with high technology. We were the first ones to start doing stuff like we wanted to put a gun to somebody's head and pull the trigger as, a joke, because we were like cartoon characters. We would come back in the next scene. And so it didn't mean anything. And,
early days of Comedy Central, Paul Provenza, Louis C.K., I believe, wrote on.
Nope. Fred Wolf and Mike Armstrong, Betsy Bournes, Tishon Shannon.
And I would say, with all due respect
Reed
to Conan,
Reed Harrison. What?
I would say that if you watch what Conan was doing, I would say Comics Only was there before Conan.
Oh, absolutely, we were. Oh, we saw. Well, Tishon went on to write for The Tonight Show, and Fred went on to write for SNL, and Mike. Everybody went to these different places to write, and they brought their sensibility, but also some of the bits, in total. The whole, we used to do a security camera thing where Paul would go, oh, let's see what's going on around the studio. And like, we'd go into different, you'd see the writer's room and you'd see different security things and weird things would be happening. And then those bits got taken whole cloth.
Yes. I was watching Bob Saget's Dirty Work, Norm Macdonald, and it reminded me of Comics Only, because when you get hit by a car,
yeah,
you can be hit by a car or you can be hit by a car.
Right.
And I remember the one scene, you were a little rough last night, and Paul, really, let's play a clip. And Paul was interviewing somebody and he was bored by him. He just rips into the person's chest and rips out their heart, and he's feeding.
Beating heart. Yes.
Yeah. A lot of blood splattering. So go ahead.
That was, oh, I think it was Dan Rosen's heart who got pulled out. I wrote that, but it was Dan Rosen, I think, whose heart got pulled out and eaten. But I did a bit where, so anyway, so we have guns on the set, blank, but our line producer was Eric Hexum's boyfriend, had been. Eric Hexum had died previously. He's the one who put the gun to his head and pulled the trigger, thinking that would just be a goof because it's a blank, but not knowing that there is actual projectiles that come out. And he had killed himself. And now so she read us the riot act. And, this is dead serious and you can't fuck around. But we didn't have an armorer, and I got hurt one time. We did a bit where, we had a guest on the show last night and he was a little bit arrogant. And I said that I believed I was playing the guest on the show. And I said, I believe in the great quote by the character actor, Edmund Gwynn, who said, dying is easy. Comedy is hard. And Paul goes, what? You really believe that? And I go, oh, I most certainly do. He goes, you arrogant prick. And he pulls out a gun and he shoots me.
Edmund Gwynn from The Trouble with Harry, the great Alfred Hitchcock movie.
So he pulls out this gun and he shoots me. And even though the way they do these blanks, and God knows your guest previously knows way more about it, they can make it so that there's more flash. They can make it so that there's more bang. They can they can change the composition of what they put in it for different reasons. Whatever we had, the composition, he shot me from, I don't know, it had to be about at least 5 feet away. My shirt went like boo, 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 boo. And I had, cuts and welts on my belly. But I was a kid and I was like, hey, it's for comedy. It's all good. It's amazing one of us didn't die. So,
Can I mention something? Because you're about to attack me.
I'm not attack you, but express.
I have a story very quickly. Yeah. And it's, so I had done the MTV Comedy Half Hour, and Paul Provenza was looking to put comics on Comics Only. This was like the early to mid 90s. And I give you the tape, and you said to me, I remember you were in, do you remember this?
No, go ahead. I've heard you say something. You're not ready yet or something?
You said this was, first of all, believe it or not, there was a time when MTV loved me. I know this is hard to believe. And I had a killer set on the MTV Comedy Half Hour or whatever it was. This was the mid 90s. And you said, you looked at the set and you go, all right, as a friend, I'm going to show it to Paul. But I don't think it's particularly good. And what did Paul say when he saw the tape?
Get me Feldman. I don't know. What did he say?
He liked it a lot.
I'm sure he did. I don't remember this.
He said it was the greatest set. I swear to you, Paul Provenza said that set on MTV is one of the greatest television sets he had ever seen in his life.
Hey,
I'm saying
I gave it to him, didn't I?
Yes, you did. But you also said to me, I don't know.
Maybe I was fucking with you. I don't know.
No. You gave me a line by line critique of all the inconsistencies in the set. Like first you say this and then you say that.
Why do you bother having me on the show? I don't know.
Because I love you and I know I'm about to get my ass ripped
No,
open.
you're not. I just had this epiphany sort of the other night. I mean, I was listening to your opening.
Thank you.
Your
Thank
opening.
you for listening.
Yes, I listened to your opening bloviation about the 20-year Goldilocks war and inflation and I'm not saying that any of it's wrong, but I mean, what do we do with this information? Here's the old joke that there's two kinds of people in the world: people who divide the world into two kinds of people and people who don't. And
Right.
and I believe you're of the former. You like to divide people into two different categories. And
Yes.
one category is people who believe that war is a permanent state of nature, and people who don't. And I think you would try to count yourself in the category that doesn't think that.
It's a Manichaean view of the world where you break things. A Manichaean is
Right.
somebody
Yes.
who sees this or that.
Do you
Which side
believe,
are you on, boy? You're either with labor or management.
do you believe that war is a permanent state of nature?
I believe. Well, go ahead. I don't want to eat into your time.
I think war is a permanent state of nature because I think we're at war right now, and I don't think we're grasping that. Because you have this conversation about war, and then we have this conversation about the horse race and about this bill, and is this going to get passed? And our big enemies seem to be Kristen Sinema and Manchin. And in the meantime, I feel like we're ignoring that there is a real war going on, and we're not acting that way. Because how can we not be at war? There are people, a lot of people, who don't believe that you are a vegan because you don't, not because they think you eat baby's blood. Okay, they
Me?
think you eat. Yeah, they think because you're
I
a Jew.
drink it. I don't eat it.
Right.
It's not
Right.
junk.
But
Because I'm Jewish.
because you're Jewish, people think you drink babies' blood. So and look, Marjorie Taylor Greene is certifiably insane, right? But there just seems to be this conventional wisdom that we all accept that the Republicans are going to take the House back in 2022. Like, that means that there are people voting for Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert and Paul Gosar, who wants to change the orbit of the moon. Like literally insane people. And there are people who believe this stuff and believe even worse and crazier things. And they're electing our officials. Like, what happens? I know we're going, oh, well, I mean, are people really paying attention to what's in this bill? Or what happens if the House goes to the Republicans and they make Donald Trump Speaker of the House? And the first thing he does is go, let's impeach Biden and Kamala Harris. And and then he's president. He's third in line, and they can just appoint him. What happened? We're at war. I think we're kind of asleep at the switch. So when you're at war, okay, you have to find the choke point where you try to find where do we attack? Who is our enemy? We can't attack the people who are voting because they're fellow Americans. But why do they believe this stuff? Because of Fox News. And because of Facebook. Maybe they're our enemy. Where are we going to go? We got to figure out where to direct our anger. And I'm just saying, the 20-year war and figuring out that the military industrial, that's not our enemy right now. We got a more immediate enemy. I mean, are they the ones controlling Facebook? Who is letting it be okay to vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene? Who is making it that a regular person could go, yeah, that makes sense? I mean, we got to figure that out. It's propaganda. That I know you can't compare things to the Nazis, but we have to compare things to the Nazis. It's propaganda, right? Isn't that what's controlling these people's brains? We have to go after that.
Yeah, and I've made it clear who the enemy is.
Who?
Our next guest.
Well, it is time. Hey, I'm happy to end it right here.
The schedule is a little screwy today, and I owe it to my guests to stay on.
Yes.
I did bring you in on time.
Yeah, and the first
Yeah.
half was Roger, mostly talking about Roger's book and stuff, which is
So I didn't
all
get
fine.
to. I'm just doing a. I believe that.
Children are our future.
Yeah, I think the enemy is the richest 1%. The 1% of the richest 1%. You can never go wrong in America
But
finding out what the most comfortable people in our country want and taking their comfort away.
right, but we got to figure out like where's the ball bearing factory that we got to bomb. That's the 1% seems kind of vague to me. I want to know what's the target? How are we going to train our meager tools that we have?
If you
Our
listen to
voices.
my opening, if you listen to the opening of today's show, I isolate who's to blame for the shooting on the set of Rust.
Right.
So go back and listen. It's very
Okay.
Go back and the war in Afghanistan and this country, I truly believe, I'll give you the last word. I truly believe, and I mean this, that as much as I loathe humanity, I believe the American people are basically good. I think Anne Frank pretty much said that people are basically good. And then she got to see just how good they are. But
Here's what people are clay. I mean, I think maybe there's 20% on one side that are good and 20% on the other side that are bad. And then in the middle, you got this 60% that could go either way. And it depends on what you do to that clay. And I think there's a lot of activity that is pushing a lot of people to be bad who maybe wouldn't be otherwise. But
I agree with you.
I don't know how we get in and interrupt that process. But the fact that we're sweating it out, and that people could vote for because I know it's Manchin and Sinema, but what about all of these Republicans who are just like, they won't even talk about what happened on January 6th, and they're saying insane things like that it was just a bunch of tourists. I mean, that's madness.
Yeah,
I don't know if I don't know if we have to hammer on the media. The media has to come out and just stop playing this both sidesism. And
the American people want what's in Build Back Better. When you look at the size of California, like the California, the population, it's like the fifth largest. It's like the fifth largest country. When you add up all the a-holes who make up America, they're all in New York. They're all in Illinois. They're all in California. When you add up all the people in America, they are left of center. But there are structural checks that prevent the American people from lurching as far to the left as we want to go. And that's the problem. There are they've implemented an electoral college, which I haven't before.
Okay. Let me
gerrymandering.
Let me have the last word, and you can get Mark in. It seems like all the talk is about the Build Back Better and the infrastructure deal, and we've dropped the whole voting rights thing. And that seems to me to be the more important thing. Maybe it's not. Maybe if people get the child, they'll get a $300 check in the mail and go, oh, I guess I'm voting for the Democrats. But the fact that they're rigging the system seems like that's the only way that the Republicans can win. But if they can win in 2022, then it's over. It's completely over. Isn't it?
To be continued.
Okay.
It already is over.
Yeah, maybe so.
I mean, this segment.
Well,
I'm kidding. Johnny Ross, follow this man on Twitter at Fun with Friction. You are a brilliant man, and Thank you for your time.
I apologize for 1993 or whatever it was that you say that I tried to torpedo your career.
No, you didn't. You handed him the tape, but you.
I think I might have thought that you had better sets, like you had other better sets on tape than that one. I don't know.
You highlighted my inconsistencies, and I tried to explain to you my characters. Anyway, I love you, John
I
Ross.
love you.
And I also love this next man. He is the founder and president. Do you know Mark Breslin?
We've met on this show in this fashion, fly by night. Hello, goodbye.
Yes.
Someday when we're all traveling again, we'll meet in New York and have a dinner, and that would be awesome.
Yes. And unfortunately, I have to pay for it. So I'm really rooting for COVID. Go COVID. Go. Joining us is the president and founder of Yuk Yuk's, the largest comedy chain in North America, if not the world. So, rumor has it you're Jewish. Oh, I have to unmute you, sir.
Who told you that?
I've gone with you.
Yes.
To get baby blood. We drink baby blood. Why are we, what is this thing? Why don't we just come clean?
First of all, I only like it on ice. I find it too thick and too heavy without it. So I like it diluted, frankly. One of the many things in my life I'm deluded about. So, the whole big blood thing is...
You're a world-class, when it comes to poisoning wells.
Yes.
You are a world-class well poisoner.
Well, I've poisoned many, many wells in my time, not just actual wells, but the wells of people's beliefs, which are really the wells you really want to poison. I've made it so difficult for people to enjoy their lives over the years that I feel I should get some kind of Nobel Prize for it. But what I wanted to say before we went any further is I'm feeling very lucky lately in the last couple of days, because I don't think I ever told you the story. A couple of years ago, I had an audition for a movie, and it was only one line, and I didn't get it. I didn't get the part, and it was only one line. It was a film with Alec Baldwin, and the line was, "Put that gun down." And I feel very lucky that I didn't get that part. And interestingly enough, I auditioned for another movie which had the same line almost, except it was, "Dad, put that gun down." It was the Marvin Gaye story. And they went with a black guy. I'm not sure why.
That's not fair.
But, listen, diversity.
Not fair.
Diversity.
Yeah, not fair.
So I'm feeling very lucky today, and I'm in a good mood. Thank you.
Why are you in a good mood?
Because I escaped death. Escaping death always makes me feel like I'm in a good mood. I think I told you before, I was watching this series. I've been watching this series called Mayday. It's a Canadian co-production. And it's 19 years. There's 19 years of this show going. I'd never heard of it before. And it's all about plane crashes. And each show is a different plane crash where they analyze a different plane crash. They recreate the plane crash. They recreate the people in the seats screaming their heads off. They recreate the actual crash. And then the second part of the show, they have people. Yeah, you want to jump in?
You told me about a play you once saw.
That's right. That's right. It was a fabulous play. It's called Charlie Victor Romeo, which was actually made into a movie, which I have not seen, and it's in 3D, which makes absolutely no sense to me why that movie had to be in 3D, but it's in 3D. It's on some obscure channel, so I haven't seen it, but I saw the play, loved the play, flew the next day. Real white knuckle experience for me, I'll tell you. But anyway, getting back to Mayday, I love watching that show, and I watch it every night before I go to sleep because
I'm writing this down. Mayday, and this is not about labor.
No,
Mayday.
It's definitely not about the maypole either. So there's 19 seasons of it, and some of them are
seasons or 19 episodes.
I know there's 10, I think, in each season.
So it's every plane crash being reenacted.
Yeah.
and they just
One
recreate the black box.
Yeah, they get the black boxes. They show you. They marry actual footage of the crash and the aftermath with stage scenes. And sometimes I know the actors in it, and I feel really badly for them because I know they're going to die.
And while you're watching it, you know the ending.
Sort of.
You know how it's going to end.
Some of them you do, and some of them you don't, because in some of them they interview survivors, and if you know that they're interviewing the survivors, then you know there was at least some survivors. But it's in the ones where they don't interview the survivors through the show. It's an hour show. Then you know that all the lives were lost. So you can figure that part out.
And do they show pilot error, or is it always just?
Sometimes it's pilot error. In one case, it was pilot craziness. They went back far enough in the guy's history to realize he downed the plane himself deliberately.
I remember there was an Egyptian airline.
That's right. And that one, for some reason, they haven't made that one yet. I remember that too. I think
it took place outside of Canada. It was like before 9/11, right?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when it was. I just remember I was in Palm Springs when it happened, and I remember it was in the papers, and it was a big, big deal. They haven't done that one yet, but they've done other ones that are similar, where the pilot went crackers. He locks the co-pilot out of the. You gotta laugh. He locks the co-pilot out of the cockpit, and the co-pilot's trying to get in. Everybody's trying to get in. No one can get in, and he's like this, and he's trying. Maybe I can hit my wife's house, my ex-wife's house.
Do you remember before 9/11? I know you thought this way, like when you were in a jet and you were like landing at JFK and passing over Wall Street. Don't you remember thinking, boy, there's a lot of trust. Like there are two guys in that cockpit who we are placing a lot of trust in, not just the passengers, the people. Like when you see planes flying over the city, it's a miracle that it doesn't happen every day.
I'll give you a simpler example, maybe. When you take off from an airport, the first thing you see all these highways, and you see them from above, and you see all these cars, and they're all in formation, and there are no crashes. It's astounding to me that there are no crashes.
Right.
It all somehow works.
Right.
That I find astounding. So when you take it to the level of an airplane, yeah, it's even more astounding. There are almost no record of any major crashes happening in cities themselves where there are more casualties on the ground than there are in the plane, which is kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Pilots are taught to, if they have to go down somewhere, where there aren't people.
But they're, as you just pointed out, they're human beings.
Yeah.
And they can snap.
Well, they don't snap. People don't snap. They snap. They bend slowly until they're bent out of shape, I think. So whatever happened in that cockpit with that guy, it didn't happen. He didn't just make that random choice that day. He was working on it.
Right.
It's like suicides. People don't just kill themselves. They contemplate. They think about it. Then they withdraw it. Then they think, well, maybe I should do it. Then they withdraw it. And finally, they decide to do it.
But airlines, they F with the pilots. They're constantly overworking pilots and screwing them on their union wages. There are stories of pilots who are living in trailers at the airport.
This is especially true of smaller airlines. It's probably not so true of the major airlines, but it's very true of smaller airlines. And yes, some of these you watch enough of these Mayday episodes and you start to see patterns. And one of the patterns is overworked pilots in smaller airlines. And smaller can still be 70 seats. We're not talking 12-seaters. We're talking about 70-seaters. And they had to do 5 legs that day.
Right.
They wound up sleeping in the where they change, in the change room. They caught a couple of winks before they went back up in the air.
Right.
But here's the good news. Here's the good news. After you watch all these Maydays, there are fewer and fewer crashes all the time, and the reason is that they take these crashes so seriously that they study them so carefully and then make mandatory changes in the protocols for the airlines to run. So it gets better. Plus,
it gets better because it gets better. We were doing a show about medical error.
Yeah.
Now, McGill University, in your hometown of Canada, I call it a town, says this stat is...
We've only got 30 million people in the whole country.
Yeah. The third leading cause of death in America is medical error. Now, McGill says that's not true. So it's the fourth, let's say. And I was talking to somebody who wrote a book about this, and I said, why don't they have a black box in every surgical theater to
You're not going far enough. You got to put the black box implanted in the person.
Mm-hmm.
All of us should have black boxes in ourselves that we walk around with that records everything. And then when something goes wrong, we have a complete dossier of information.
Yeah.
I have one. I put it on my ass. I'm going to tell you something.
By the way, that's also Ellen. The video camera up your ass. You can watch it every day at 3:00 nationwide. It's called Ellen.
Right, of course. No, what I found was when you put the black box up your ass, it really should be a black oval, not a box.
It's not black. If it's black, you should see your doctor. It should be brown.
They're actually red. These black boxes are actually red. They're red. They're like an orangey red, which scares me when I took it out. And look, well, you know.
At least body cams on doctors. I'm sorry, you're breaking up. What?
There's nothing like rectal bleeding.
I can't hear you.
There's nothing like rectal bleeding.
I think that's a song from South Pacific.
Yeah, it comes. I'm going to wash that man right out of my hair. Well, shame your ass then.
Larry Brown. Will you call Larry Brown for me? First of all, I wouldn't know you if it weren't for Larry Brown.
Yeah, that's why I'm not talking to him. But
I would never have played Vancouver had Larry not played there first and told you to book me. And so he's obsessed with plane crashes. He can tell you, let's do an episode where you look at he is memorized. He knows every plane crash. And he can not only, I'm not making this up. He can tell you, if you tell him the flight number, he will tell you how many people died that day and the day of the week.
Love it.
It's unbelievable, but he knows it.
I always loved him. And now you've given me even more reason to love him.
Call him, and he used to read to me the transcripts of plane crashes, and we would, I shouldn't admit this, but we were obsessed about the pilot's last words. And there's one where the pilot says, "You got it all. You got it all." Those were his last words. And so when Larry and I, when we went on the road together, we would end each set by saying, because we always bombed, "You got it all, folks. You got it all."
Well, you know, the other thing that's funny about Mayday is that none of the pilots swear in this. It's supposed to be recreations, right? But it's a family, sort of a family show it's on Discovery Network in Canada.
Good family entertainment.
Yeah, well, I can hardly wait till Jackson's just a little bit older so we can watch this. And none of them swear as they hurtle to their doom. They're all PG. It's all PG stuff.
What would you scream? What?
Oh, fiddlesticks! We're going down.
If you and I were pilot and co-pilot.
Oh, what a great time we'd have.
And we would be playing for the ages. If we knew the plane was going down, we knew that there would be a permanent record.
Yes.
What would you scream? So
I'd scream, "I need a new agent!"
you're being. This is a moment. This is a clip. Somebody's behind you.
Oh, yes.
This is that moment that we isolate. Oh, he just walked in. You are so lucky. You are. There's just they're just that beautiful son of yours. Just to walk in, the oxytocin that's coursing through your veins right now, the hormones that are produced having.
Yeah, I'm permanently on Machaya juice. You know
how great you have it, right?
I do know. Listen, I think I told you my father had a similar situation. I was born. My father was already 53, and he'd had 2 children before, but they were from 20 and 25 years before. And all of a sudden, he got to live that life again. For me, this is the first time, so it's a bit different. And I was 58, and every year is geometrically more when you reach that age to have a child. So it's not really 5 years more. It might be 5 times harder.
Now, because I torture my children. It's all about annoying them. I called my son 10 times on Saturday night, telling him I don't have time to talk. And I yelled at him for picking up the phone. I said, I don't have time for this. Stop picking up the phone. I don't have time to talk. Have you begun to torture the child yet?
No, and I'm unlikely to do so.
Why? That's the whole point of having a kid.
Nope. I want to give him the best possible start to his life because I know the rest of it is going to be really hard.
But what about, but you're...
Oh, no, David, I don't do that.
Teasing. Nope. What about teasing?
I don't tease him. He gets enough teasing already. He's a little kid. He's a short kid. He's a delicate kid. He's a sensitive kid. He's already getting enough teasing. He doesn't need anything from me.
You know what I do? This is a bit. I was thinking about this last night. I was just thinking, you call your kids up at my age and you go, guess who died? We have a tragedy. Guess. Somebody's dead. I'll give you 3 guesses. That would be bad to do that.
Yes. Not the worst thing.
Just to be that. Because I now when I call my kids.
The worst thing is to call them up and say, it's your mother. Just do that and then hang up. Like it's a bad connection. It's your mother. And then I don't know what to do.
This is how I know this has got really depressing. Last month, I called my son. He was at work, and he answered, and he went, "Is everything okay?" And I went, he got old. He asked if everything's like, I can't talk, but is everything okay? Like, I thought, he's old now. He is everything okay? I'm sorry?
You old or are you old?
Yeah, but I mean, I used to call them and they never asked, is everything okay? Like we do at our age. So
Listen, every time I meet somebody I haven't seen in a while that's my age, the first thing we do is we compare medications. That's the first thing we do. What do you want? Lipitor, metformin, Ativan. Not a bad cocktail. I'm on.
What is Ativan?
Sorry?
What is Ativan?
Oh, it's a relaxant. It's sort of like it's the new Valium. See, it's my belief that people are either benzo people or what do you call it? People heroin people.
What benzo is that lift you up?
Nope, it's a downer, but they're different kinds of downers. One puts you right out, but benzos are good because you can function. You could take an Ativan during the day. You could do your business. You float from things to things, but they're very addictive, and you have to be very careful with them. Like Valium was. You know, I was never addicted to any drug except possibly Valium. When I was teenager, I loved Valium. What kind of a teenager? That's a housewife drug. What kind of a teenager says, "Hey, let's get together. We'll do some Valium. I got some Valiums. I got some of these, man."
I loved Valium.
I loved Valium.
I loved it. I
Not much anymore. It's been replaced by Ativan.
Yeah, I haven't taken one. So I don't sleep. I've had horrible. I'm not. I got like 3 hours of sleep last night. I just cannot sleep. So my doctor said, "Well, I can give you something," and I said, "I'm going to try." I don't think it would help. I don't think getting knocked out. I think you go without sleep. There's something. If I'm not sleeping, there's a reason I'm not sleeping. You know.
Doing this show and listening to everybody's tales of woe and doom.
That's why I'm not sleep. I don't think that's it. I think I'm punishing myself, actually.
For what? Ask Dr.
I think there's a part of me that's pretty happy, and so I'm punishing myself by not sleeping. But I'm sabotaging my life subconsciously by not sleeping, because I think, I realize my life isn't so bad, so I'm screwing it up.
I get 8 hours every night, but it takes me 12 or 13 hours to get them.
How do you do that?
Well, I'm constantly waking up in the middle of the night, getting up, falling asleep. So I don't get 8 hours in a row, but I do get my 8 hours, but it takes me 12 to get them.
So you wake up in the middle of the night and what do you do?
I go downstairs, I make myself something to eat, I watch some TV, and then I fall asleep watching TV, then I wake up, then I go back upstairs. It's just a constant motion of sleep, non-sleep. But remember Jerzy Kosinski?
Yeah.
The novelist?
Bing there. Wrote Bing there.
Yeah. He had an actual...
From Jersey, by the way. He was from Poland.
Sorry?
He wasn't from Jersey. He was from Poland.
That's right. And he didn't wear a jersey either, which is notable.
But because he was from Poland, he thought he was from Jersey, and that's why he called himself Jersey.
Right. Did you ever see the movie of the Painted Bird?
Is that the Roman Polanski?
No. I don't know who made it. It's a foreign filmmaker. I think Hungarian. It came out about 3 years ago. It is devastating to watch. It is in black and white, 3 hours, and it is so gruesome and grim. You'll love it.
What's the Peter Coyote movie where he's crippled? Roman Polanski, Bitter Moon. Is it Bitter Moon?
That's right, Bitter Moon.
And is that based on a Jerzy Kosinski novel?
I think so.
What a great movie.
What a great movie.
We got greedy, baby. We got too greedy. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Big Mask is great. Sorry, we were talking about Kosinski. So Kosinski had this protocol where he would sleep 4 hours during the day and 4 hours at night. Because he didn't want to miss anything which he claimed was day culture, and he didn't want to miss anything which he claimed was night culture. So he got to do both by teaching himself how to split up his 8 hours. However, I do have a bit of a Jerzy Kosinski story for you. So Kosinski goes and does a daytime talk show in Toronto, and a friend of mine was the talent coordinator. But she was also a person who loved literature. So this was a big deal for her to meet Jerzy Kosinski. So after the show, she says to him, "Would you like to do something?" And it's in the middle of the day. He says, "Yes, I would like to go. Do you have a place where you can buy a live chicken?" He says, "Well, actually, yes, there's a Jewish market called Kensington Market. We could go down there now and we could get a chicken. I'm not sure why you want it, but can we just go get the chicken?" Yeah, okay. So they get in a cab. They go down to Kensington Market, which is in the middle of the city, and he picks out a chicken. They box up the chicken for him, and he takes it back to the hotel. And she said, "What are you going to do with the chicken? Are they going to make the chicken for you at the hotel?" He goes, "No, I'm going to fuck the chicken and choke it, because when it dies, you get amazing you get an amazing feeling, spasms inside the colon of the chicken.
Really?
And she said, okay, have a nice time. Nice to meet you. And she was the talent coordinator for Tom Waits. She asked the same question. What would you like to do, Tom? He went, I'd like to go meet Spike. I want to meet Spike. And she goes, okay, who's Spike? He goes, not who, what? Spike, Spike. Great job.
Yeah, I would have loved to, but he died too soon.
Who, Tom Waits?
No, Jerzy Kaczynski.
Yeah, he killed himself, right?
I don't think he killed himself.
Yeah, I think he killed himself.
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll find that out.
Find that out.
Somebody put it in chat in a second, probably.
Okay. We have to wrap it up. Mark Breslin, so great to have you back, is the president and founder of Yuk Yuk's, the largest comedy chain in North America. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week, I hope.
Sounds good.
Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Howie Klein is with us. You're there, right?
I'm here.
Right. I have to play a song because I have to find my jack to plug you in. I apologize. So it's a great opportunity to play some music from Professor Mike Steinel. Always a great opportunity. And then when we come back, we will be joined by the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, and he writes Down with Tyranny. We'll be back right after this.
I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. $15 an hour, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and 32,000 years. I know it's a long time, honey, to 34,020. But when I get there, babe, I'm gonna be in the money. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. All I really need is a second job or a third. Lift myself up my boots and join that elite herd of the 600 billionaires in the USA who make more in a second than I do in a day. I'm on my way, yes I am. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oh, yes I am. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there, yes I do, by and by. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel, and I found the jack. Howie, are you there? Howie Klein, are you there?
I'm here, and I think you should have played the AC/DC song for Jack while you were looking for the Jack.
That's true. That's true. You have no idea how close.
Don't ask me who, but a guy who's already in a high position and is running for the Senate is obsessed with AC/DC. And when he found out that I went to one of their first shows in 1977 that they played in America, he keeps asking me about the show. I keep telling him stuff about it that I can remember. And he all last week, he kept sending me very, very rare tapes from that show that I was in San Francisco. And one of the best song by far of that show was The Jack.
Now, I have a friend named Alan Chapman who hosts classical music in Los Angeles, and he teaches musical theory. He knows everything you can possibly know about music. And he, I can't remember the LA station that he's on, and we're close friends, and he says to me, "You don't like AC/DC?" And I said, I'm embarrassed to say that it was too loud. I don't listen to it. He said, "You don't know anything about music if you don't enjoy AC/DC." And so you're a fan, and I think I know who you're talking about, who's also a fan. Give me the essentials on AC/DC, because...
Okay, first of all, we're talking about 1977. So in 1977, punk rock and new wave were still being defined, and it wasn't clear yet who was in and who was out. And AC/DC were basically an unknown loud rock band from Australia, and they were on their first tour, which was a club tour. Then they played punk venues. They were considered a punk band. It didn't last long and didn't go beyond the first tour. But I'll give you an example of why they were considered punk, aside from the music itself being, loud and fairly simple. So here we are. We're all backstage at the old Waldorf. I think it might have had a different name then. And the backstage area was gigantic. It was just a huge room.
This is San Francisco, where the Punchline used to be.
Right. That's right. That's where the Punchline was.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the backstage was the Punchline.
Right.
So you could do people could be doing lots of different things in the backstage without interfering with each other or even being noticed by each other. But Bon Scott, who was then in the band, he isn't any longer, obviously, went into the men's room or the ladies' room, whatever it was, with a young lady, a groupie. And I don't know what the deal was, but he wasn't supposed to, exchange bodily fluids with her. And but he did, and she bit his penis. And he started screaming. And it was a problem for him because in those days he used to ride around on the shoulders of one of the other band members during the show, and he couldn't do that because of his sore genitals. In any case, people thought that was pretty punk.
Wow. So what are the songs, if you had to recommend, Jack, what are some songs?
Listen to the Jack. I mean, that whole first album is pretty good. It's a decent album. People who like AC/DC love other songs on other albums. I kind of, got over them after the first album. In those days, people were thinking, well, maybe Cheap Trick is going to be part of the alternative record music scene. Tom Petty was also, Tom Petty was a kid from Gainesville, Florida, and he came out with his band, and they were just like the punk bands, and they were going around and playing the same clubs. In fact, if I remember correctly, either he opened for Blondie or Blondie opened for him, but they were playing the punk clubs. They weren't in big stadiums, and they weren't big corporate rock bands at the time. Again, it's Tom Petty's first album. Now, Tom Petty has had many pretty awesome songs as time went on, but that first album you can definitely pass for a punk record or not a punk record, but a new wave record. Alternative record.
If a song is great, can it?
What song? The Jack?
No, just a song. in general.
Yeah.
Can a song become a hit by virtue only of its greatness?
It can. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen all the time, but it can happen.
Can somebody write, in other words, you ran Reprise and Warner Brothers, and you worked with all my favorites. Can somebody write a fantastic song and record it, and without anybody pushing it, can it be discovered?
Not without anybody pushing it. Someone has to push it on some level, or you know, and that can be someone. Well, it doesn't happen anymore, but in the old days, that could be someone going up to a DJ, an influential DJ in an influential station, particularly in New York or Cleveland, where this kind of thing would happen all the time, and just giving the DJ $50 or $20 and saying, "Can you play this?" And then if the DJ would then get good feedback, the DJ might play it again, or he might say, "Hey, give me some more money, I'll play it more." Now, on the other hand, if the DJ got bad feedback and no one liked it, he wouldn't play it again, no matter if he got paid off or not. But that's in the old days. That doesn't happen anymore. Now it's much more systematic.
Now it's
people
drugs
who get the money
and women
are big organizations. It doesn't go to DJs anymore. They don't get to pick the music that they play. It's even more corrupt than it used to be, but it's on a different level of corruption.
How is it more corrupt? How is it more corrupt?
It's institutional corruption.
And what is that?
You know, I don't want to talk too much about this because I don't want to get called into, a trial, as someone who has personal experience in this. So it's a little.
But nobody listens to this show.
Yeah, nobody listens. It's funny because the the case of Bobby Durst who killed Susan Berman.
Yes.
Yeah,
your friend.
He's in jail. Well, he's on a ventilator now with COVID. But Susan was a very close friend of mine at one point in her life.
And Lorraine Newman's.
Well, right, but I didn't really know Lorraine. I knew that she was close with Susan.
Right.
But Susan was very close with Bobby Durst, and I met Bobby through Susan, as a matter of fact, and didn't like him and didn't hang out with him or anything. But Susan told me the original crime, which was Bobby killing his wife. Everything sprouts from that, and she knew it. Now, Susan was a very, very rich woman when I knew her. Her parents had been in the mafia, and when they were killed, they left her a lot of money. And she had a mansion in Pacific Heights, and she had an incredible apartment on Sutton Place in New York. And she was very rich, and she was very generous. And I was very, very poor. I was literally, that was a time in my life when I couldn't always even eat. I had no money. And she was really generous to me. She bought me clothing, etc. But she told me the whole story about what happened between her and Bobby and Bobby's wife that he killed. And that never came out. That was never, Bobby killed the wife, and he just got charged with it for the first time last week, while he's like dying of COVID. So anyway, now he was convicted of killing Susan, but later in life, Susan, was hoodwinked out of all of her money. She wound up with nothing. So she went from being really, really rich to having nothing. And, sometimes some of her old friends would give her money, or I used to take her grocery shopping. Sometimes she would always say, "Can you get me some coffee?" Meaning like a bag of coffee, which was always like a signal that she needed to go to the grocery store. And I would take her to the grocery store. Or if she needed some kind of, I remember she needed dental care. There were a few people who would help her out. None of us felt like she was blackmailing us in any way, shape, or form. She was just asking for help, and we helped her, an old friend.
Right.
Bobby, on the other hand, who gave her much more money than any of us did, he did feel like he was getting blackmailed after a while. He would give her $25,000 checks, and she
knew the truth about his murder.
Didn't only know the truth. She was part of the truth. She wasn't part of the truth in terms of the murder. She was part of the truth in terms of the cover-up. So I wrote about this on my blog, thinking, oh, no one's gonna notice this. And then while I was getting cancer treatment, ABC News did a LexisNexis search, and they found my blog. And they insisted on that. What they insisted on was coming to the hospital while I was getting medicine dripped into me. I mean, and of course I said no, and my doctor said no, and I never did meet with them. And the reason, well, at least one of the reasons I didn't want to meet with them, is I didn't want to be a witness in a trial where of a murderer who has a history of getting off from his murders. Right. I mean, he killed someone else and cut his head off. And the jury didn't find him guilty, even though he was clearly guilty. The defense attorney said this guy was a really bad guy. Didn't he deserve what he got? And the Texas jury thought about it, and they said, yeah, he did. He deserved it. So they found Bobby guilty.
This was in Galveston, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That was in Galveston. And he killed as well, so I was not interested in testifying against him. And there was 3 people that Susan told the whole thing to, and one of the other ones did agree to testify. So I didn't know anything more than what he was already going to give them. I had no, I had no knowledge that was different from what he had. She told both of us and someone else.
Right. I would say
that's why I don't like talking about things where you could get yourself in jeopardy. And certainly anything about the way the music business, I saw a picture that really haunted me of a DJ, I think in Miami, who talked about it to the media and wound up with 2 broken arms and 2 broken legs. And there was a picture of him in traction in the hospital room. And I've never forgotten that picture.
Right. So a song doesn't.
Yes, you pay. You pay to get it on, but you can't pay for something that no one likes. In other words, but every song, whether it's Michael Jackson or Madonna or whoever or Beyonce, they all get paid for. But if someone has a stiff and no one's going to like it, they try to pay, and they do pay, but it doesn't become a hit.
There's a story. I want to tie this into Alec Baldwin in a roundabout way.
Also a friend of mine. We serve on a board together. I shouldn't say a friend, but an acquaintance.
Right. There was a TV show, and I won't tell you. Let's just say it was either in New York or LA, and there was a production manager.
So it wasn't one of those Chicago shows that all come on the same night.
Right. It wasn't Cups. Remember Cup? He used to be out of Herb Cup's in it, or play Hef's show out of Chicago. Anyway, there was a production manager, and the sets had to be loaded in and then taken out, and he had to be given cash to bribe the mafia so that they could load and unload the set every week. And this guy said, just give me some cash and I'll pay off who needs to be paid off. Well, he was insufferable, and after a couple of years, they had to fire him. And the concern was, well, who's going to pay off the mafia? And the executive producer said, well, we'll just see what happens. I'll do it. And you know how this ends, right?
No, I can imagine, but I don't know.
There was no mafia. He was just saying.
He was just taking the money.
He was
himself.
taking the money, and he was saying, I can make sure that the mafia doesn't get us. So everybody in any business.
Well, in the music business, by the way, there is the mafia. So
right. Which we won't talk about. But every adult who has to earn a living, no matter where you're working. You could be working in a deli, you could be a cab driver, a school teacher. We all are insulated and are given plausible deniability. We know that something dirty has to be done to keep this thing afloat, but as you know, don't tell me about it. And so this guy knew that everybody wanted insulation and they didn't want to know, so he just took cash. It was kind of brilliant. He just took cash from people who wanted plausible deniability about something that wasn't happening.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's kind of brilliant. But we all do that as adults. We know that there's we know we should speak up, but we don't
What do you mean
it.
we all do that? We don't all do that.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
We do?
Anybody who has a job and is earning a paycheck, if you're a delivery man or woman, if you're, if you're working at McDonald's, all the way up to running McDonald's, where the CEO was carrying on illicit affairs and hiding it and had to step down, you're turning a blind eye to something illegal.
Turning a blind eye. I thought you meant everyone is taking money.
No, but we're all guilty of the sin of omission by not speaking up.
Many people are. I don't know about all.
I think all of us are. I think to some degree or another, all of us.
Not everybody has the opportunity to speak up. I mean, in other words, they're not necessarily witnessing criminal activities.
Well, anybody who listens to this show is not speaking up and complain. No. And that's kind of like ties it into Alec Baldwin. I came down pretty hard on him earlier in the show for, he didn't speak up. He knew that IATSE, the crew walked off the set. He should have walked off the set. He knew it was an unsafe work condition. He didn't say anything. He knew that it should be an armorer, not an assistant director, handing him a gun. But he, had enough plausible deniability that we all do it. I can't cancel my Amazon Prime, that kind of stuff. Anyway.
I don't get that. I can't cancel my Amazon Prime. What's that about?
I don't use Amazon, but I have Amazon Prime, and they keep renewing it. And so I haven't called them up and canceled it. And I go, all right, I don't use Amazon, but as long as I have Amazon Prime, I will stream this episode of that kind of stuff.
You don't use Amazon anymore because they're putting small businesses out of business. Basically, is that what it is?
And their official policy, Christian Smalls is on
union. They're anti-union, also, right?
Officially anti-union. There was a piece in the New York Times last week. My friend Christian Smalls is organizing we've had him on the show. He's organizing out by JFK, trying to form a union. And Amazon's official policy is we do not support unions. That's the official policy of the second largest employer in America, Amazon. They are anti-union. Now, how do you support a company that is Hitler in Mein Kampf told you what he wanted to do. All you had to do was read Mein Kampf. Jeff Bezos, he's anti-union. He's been pretty clear about that. He's not a liar. He's anti-union.
Right. Well, most people in his position are anti-union. And do you boycott all of them?
Most people have the decency to lie and pay lip service to unions, like Joe Biden.
Yeah, but think of the car companies that are anti-union. Would that prevent you from buying one of their cars? I mean, maybe it would. But I'm asking.
Car company, the United Auto Workers, is an actual union that that they negotiate with. Amazon doesn't have.
But no, not the Japanese companies that have come over and set up shop in anti-union states in the South, for example. That's why they located their factories in states like Tennessee and South Carolina and Alabama. Those are anti-union states, and they set up factories there so they don't have to have a union.
Germany set up a Volkswagen in either Kentucky or Tennessee and wanted them to go union, and they voted not to go union. I don't know about Japan, but I know that Germany was surprised that the Volkswagen workers down south didn't want a union. Amazon doesn't have, in America at least, there are no unions. And Starbucks in America, no unions. And they're trying to unionize in Buffalo, Starbucks, and Starbucks is shutting down those stores for quote unquote remodeling. And yes, I do drink Starbucks and I shouldn't. So there's your answer. In our limited time, we only have 4 minutes left. We could keep talking about the record industry, which I can't get enough of, but we should probably talk about Virginia, McAuliffe, Obama, New Jersey, which is, 2 weeks away. We have 2 big elections in Virginia and New Jersey coming up.
And there are other scattered elections of some importance around the country as well. But, the one that everyone's going to be watching, of course, is the lesser of two evils election in Virginia. I mean, the idea of supporting McAuliffe is literally gut-wrenching for me. Not that I will support him or would, and if I lived there, I wouldn't vote for him. But he is clearly a lesser of two evils, and which makes him evil. And the other guy, Youngkin, is much worse.
Right.
So, and this is why we have, everyone is rending their clothes and pulling their hair out of their heads now because of Kyrsten Sinema. But that's what she was. She was supposedly the lesser evil. Well, look what the lesser evil is doing to America now. Look what the lesser evil is doing to climate change now. Look what the lesser evil is. I mean, you can call her the lesser evil all you want, but, Joe Biden accidentally called her the devil, and he was right. She is the devil.
Takes one to know one.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think he meant the devil.
You were the first one.
It's just an old phrase he used, like she's smart as a devil. Did you ever hear that phrase?
Not maybe.
I don't think I did. I never heard anyone use that, but it is an old phrase, smart as a devil. I think people usually say smart as a whip.
In our limited time, I have a general theory that unless you're thoroughly compromised as a human being, you can't succeed in America. Like Joe Biden is a thoroughly compromised human being. Top to bottom compromised. Like his plagiarism, it was horrific. In law school, and Neil Kinnock, his voting record, and what he's done with the credit card companies in Delaware. His son, you cannot succeed unless you're a thoroughly compromised person, that there has to be this transactional information that the power elite has on you so they can control you. And if you're pure, they won't play ball with you because they can't control you. You have to be compromised.
Did you vote for him?
Biden?
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm thoroughly compromised. Yes, I did.
Okay.
You didn't.
No.
You didn't. I know.
No, I didn't. Of course not.
But isn't that true that anybody who rises into the upper echelons of the corridors of power in politics, you have to be a compromise. There has to be compromise on you.
Well, maybe. There are always exceptions. I was just sitting and writing about Morgan Harper, the woman who is the progressive Democrat who's running for Senate in Ohio. And the Democrat that the Democratic establishment wants, that Schumer has picked, the same way he picked Kirsten Sinema, is a guy named Tim Ryan, who doesn't stand for anything at all. He's just a wishy-washy nothing. And she wants to have a debate. He won't do any debates. She challenged him to 6 forums in every different part of the state, one a month. He refuses. She then finds out that the Ohio Democratic Party has started a joint fundraising committee with him, what that means is that he can now take, I think it's $15,000 from any donor who wants to give him big money. And where she can't. She can only, her maximum is $5,800. And this is, he's not the candidate. He's one of 2 candidates, but yet they're doing this for him, but not for her. Is that part of the compromise you're talking about? The answer is yes, it's part of the compromise.
Right. I always think,
Biden, I'm sorry, I keep saying Biden, I don't mean it. Schumer will stick us again, or try at least, and probably succeed at sticking us again with another Kirsten Sinema, because people don't want to wake up to it and don't want to do anything about it, and they just let it slide.
is it fair to say, if it weren't Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, it would be somebody else in the Democratic Party in the Senate? Tester,
maybe
somebody.
And there are other, very, very conservative Democrats who are very happy that Sinema and Manchin are taking the positions that they are. And whether they would have the guts to do it themselves, would, for example, the most likely people would be Mark Warner of Virginia, or what's her name? I can't think of her name. Hassan, Maggie Hassan in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
They're the same exact piles of shit. Sorry, the same kind of garbage that Sinema and Manchin are, but they don't have to say it out loud and jeopardize their elections because Sinema and Manchin are saying it. So they can just sit back and be happy that those two are blocking everything that they would probably block themselves if they had the guts to block them.
And so we have to wrap it up. We've covered what's in, or we want to be in, Build Back Better. We're coming to the finish line here. Nancy Pelosi said there'll be a vote in a couple of days.
I doubt it.
Well, what are we looking at in terms of?
There's not going to be a vote in a couple of days. They're not going to be ready yet. They're getting there, but it's no longer Build Back Better. It's now, Build Back Less Than Better, or Build Back Worse, or whatever. But forget about Build Back Better. They've taken so much out of it that it doesn't count anymore. They've just removed whatever they can remove, and they're still removing good stuff, and they're not leaving much. Remember, this is a bill that started at $6 trillion, and even when it was at $6 trillion, a lot of people were saying it's way too little, and now it's going to be, now what is it? It's less than $2 trillion. How do you go from 6 to 2 and be able to say, hey, we got something really great for you?
And finally, I'm getting messages from the Democrats to donate money. They're saying, we're coming up on the most important election of your lifetime, the 2022.
Which one is that?
Huh?
Which one?
The midterms. Are the most...
the midterm. I thought you were going to say the Virginia gubernatorial election.
Right. The Democrats lose the House. They lose the Senate. I'm being told that's the end of democracy. Your thoughts? Is it the end? Or have we already gotten there?
I don't know. I was thinking about this when I was meditating this morning. What the hell is democracy if they can wind up electing Republicans to take over? What the hell is democracy if people vote for Donald Trump? Does America deserve democracy if people vote for Donald Trump? And I don't want to say if most people vote for Donald Trump, because of course most people didn't vote for Donald Trump. Most people didn't vote.
Right.
So do we deserve a democracy? Can we? I mean, one of the founding fathers said, "Here's your democracy if you can keep it."
Right.
And apparently we can't.
Right. Howie Klein, founder, treasurer, Blue America PAC. Read them every day over at Down with Tyranny. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week, I hope.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Thank you. Great.
Bye.
Bye. Let us now go to Humboldt County, where David Cobb is standing by. He was a candidate for president, ran on the Green Party ticket. He ran Ralph Nader's presidential campaign in Texas in 2000. So did Kyrsten Sinema in Arizona. Welcome, David Cobb. Good, David. Welcome. Did you know Kyrsten Sinema back then? Let me unmute you. You have to unmute.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. To be clear, I managed Ralph's entire campaign for the state of Texas, right? And then I managed Jill Stein and Ajama Baraka's campaign as the campaign manager in 2016. Sinema's Green Party bona fides are weak. Like, she was a member of the Green Party for a hot second. So like, to be clear, she left the Green Party for a reason, right? I also think that I had the privilege of hearing the tail end of Howie's comments. And so it's so rich. I want to point out that the word democracy comes from the Attic Greek. And so here's a pop quiz for you, David Feldman, and anybody listening to this program. Demos means?
People?
The people. Kratia, Kratia, and Attic Greek. That word, do you know what that means?
Kratia?
Kratia.
Kratia?
You're going to make a crotch joke. I'm going to stop you before you do it. I saw it in your face. You were about to go there.
No.
All right.
I don't know.
Right. It means power or rule, right? So literally the word democracy means the people have the power or the people rule. So pop quiz to all of you listening, whether you're listening live or after the fact, for a moment, ask yourself, do you really believe that the people are ruling in the United States of America? That what you're hearing is the groans and guffaws from the millions of listeners across this country. We, the people, have never ruled in this country. So Howie Klein, yes, we, the people, absolutely deserve democracy. We've never had it. And our struggle is to actually make it real. From the founding of this country, you had about 10% of the people actually who had the ability to even claim constitutional rights or to vote. Only rich, white landowning men were actually considered people under the very definition itself. So the problem is not democracy. The problem is we've never had it. I'm going to go one step further and say the most dangerous threat to democracy in the United States of America is the mistaken belief that we have one now or we've ever had it, right? And you know, David, I come on this program every week and I talk about the importance of engaging in electoral politics without becoming an electoral fetishist. The mistake that too many make is the belief that the voting and the opportunity to vote once every 2 or 4 years is the sum total of democracy. So I just really want to say, we have to be clear that if we want the people to rule, it is literally going to take restructuring the social, political, and economic institutions in which we live, because we have a political economy known as capitalism that actually only allows the rich who control the instruments and the mechanisms to make the decisions. And we have a legal system that protects property rights instead of human rights and can't even begin to fathom the idea of the rights of a community or the rights of Mother Earth.
I agree with you 100%. And once we know that, we're dealing with reality. It is, you're absolutely right. Let's talk about what's behind you, because we touched on it last week. You say there's 4 pieces to the puzzle, and the puzzle is power to the people.
So the puzzle for those of you who are not watching and listening, so the David Feldman is reflecting on what is behind me, which is an interlocking jigsaw puzzle that has patriarchy, imperialism, capitalism, and white supremacy. And the reason that is an interconnected jigsaw puzzle piece is that is my best effort to describe reality. A power over competitive dominator mindset that is part of our culture. It is part of our political economy. It is part of the legal system. And so that is what I am struggling against. And I am trying to create a genuine, decolonized solidarity economy that understands power with instead of power over, that incorporates and incentivizes collaboration and has ecological sustainability at its core. That's why I'm a peaceful revolutionary. It's also why, of course, I engage in electoral politics, but I do not fetishize electoral politics. I know that we have to build the movement from the bottom up and to meet people's needs and to meet people where they live, work, play, and pray, and build a narrative that says it's possible to create this new world.
Right. I wish you made a refrigerator magnet that I could stare at every morning as I'm making my coffee to start my day and see imperialism, capitalism, white supremacy, and patriarchy. Well, there you go. What are you showing me there?
Now what I'm showing you is instead of just those two, what I would do is make you a magnet. This is on the Cooperation Humboldt website that shows what the existence of what it is, right? And then I would say, but look, David, that's what we're going for, right? I would inspire people.
So let's do that. Let's treat it like a coin. What is on the flip side of patriarchy?
Inclusive gender equity.
What does that mean?
It means that instead of power, and it means that it's not just male and female, that gender is actually a wide spectrum, right? And it's not just sexual orientation, but it is actually an understanding of power, that heteropatriarchy is the idea not just of male domination, but of dominator culture itself. And so what we're striving for is to create a process by which we're sharing power with one another. And David, this is the problem. We're not ever taught that in this society. Like, we're only taught about power that you either have it and exercise it over others, or somebody else has power over you and you have to succumb to it. I'm inviting folks into a genuine thought experiment that says, what would it be like if we shared power together? I'm not scared of power. I want to exercise it properly. And what I'll say is this: that is not just a fantasy to be wished for. I make the argument that this is our birthright, that when human beings were living wherever your ancestors were indigenous, I know mine come from Scotland and Ireland, almost like before the power over worldview became dominant. There's a great book called The Chalice and the Blade by Riane Eisler that makes the compelling argument that this is how humans have lived and were able to survive as a species for about 90% of our existence as Homo sapiens sapiens, right? In a process more or less where we were collectively collaborating together within our small groups. I think it's not only possible, I think it's necessary that we retrain ourselves into a culture of gender inclusive equity and power with dynamics.
All right, so we live in a culture that's brainwashed us into believing life is a zero-sum game. I give up something, that means I lose something. Explain to men who are in power, does this mean giving up power? Because that's how, if you talk to most white men, and by the way, white women, I was reading last night, white men, white women, more white men and white women voted for for Trump than Hillary. White men, white women in America voted for Trump, not Biden. So what's that about? Well, white people, and this gets down to white supremacy and not the patriarchy. White supremacy, we are brainwashed into believing that if there's affirmative action, a pluralistic society, white people lose something. And to be fair, it sometimes the 1% uses inclusivity as a cudgel to split us apart.
The one playbook that the ruling elite, the one constant play that they have is divide and conquer, right? And it works, right? Because it's not even the 1%. Let's be clear, y'all. It's really the 0.001% that are actually running every damn thing. And they have really done a very effective job. So I'm going to actually take your challenge head on, David, and say this. There is a great essay by Bell Hooks called Understanding Patriarchy. And it starts by saying, patriarchy hurts everyone, most definitely including men. And I think that is an important sentence, because what I now know is that as much power as I may be given in this patriarchal society and the unearned privilege because of my male body, it actually requires something of me. It requires me to lose track of my feminine side. It requires me to have been to follow a rule and a role that is actually not my best self. I'm going to go further and tell you, white supremacy damages people of my pigment. And for those of you who are not looking at me, I am white. Yes, white supremacy absolutely privileges me in a way that people of color do not experience. And I can go into a grocery store, and I like the long list of ways that white skin privilege is real is absolutely true. And it requires of me that I lose track of my basic humanity.
I think Frederick Douglass said this about slaveholders.
He did indeed. And he was right. And this is the point, David. And I'm getting chills even saying this, because as the hard challenge is to help people understand that the privileges that are given to us, regardless of what they are, that the otherization is actually negating what we really want. And here's the thing, U.S. citizens are the single most tested group of human beings that have ever lived on planet Earth, David. And you know who's testing us, of course? Why? It's Wall Street America. It's the marketers and the advertisers. They know what we want. And you know what? Actually, the data shows what we want, or as my niece has taught me, what we really, really want. You know what we really, really want? What we really, really want is connection.
The Spice Girls. It's on from the Spice Girls. Go ahead.
Yes, that's exactly right. I'm glad you got the joke. But what we really, really want, we want connection. We want status, which means we want people to look up for us. Oh, and by the way, you know what else? We want meaningful, productive work for which we will be respected, admired, and applauded, which is another way of saying we want earned status. Here's the other thing. We actually want to work. But here's the thing. The right wing lies to us and say we're all lazy and we don't want to work. No, what we don't want is a job where we're pushed about, bossed about, having somebody extract our labor, tell us what to do. What we want is meaningful, productive work. We also seem, according to all the data, want a fair amount of sex, which I would say is back to the connection, right? Like really, if you strip it down to what we really want, like as the hairless apes that we actually are, it's kind of sweet, right? And there is a special place in hell for the advertisers and the alchemists of our generation, right? Who say, okay, this is what people want. So let's make a 30-second or a 60-second advertising campaign to convince them that to feel the way they really want to feel, they've got to buy something. Because consumer buying and purchasing is not actually a part of the equation, right? What we want is connection to other people. What we want can absolutely be happening right now if we were not living in a capitalist political economy. And
okay, so let's hang on. For you're saying something that the older one gets, the more one begins to wrestle and realize that this is the truth, that what we want, what I want, is peace and quiet, connection, love, security. I don't need $1 billion. I'd be happy with $500 million because I'm spiritual. I only need $500 million. So, and if you, I was reading over Jacobin about the Canadian Liberal Party in the 30s. They were building low-income housing, and the idea of how to create a community to share. And that's antithetical to capitalism. If you build, you can't have a real estate market where people pay top dollar for peace and quiet and a view if people love their neighbors. New York City is what it is because we hate each other. You pay as much money as you possibly can to get away from your neighbor. The more money you have, the less humanity you have to deal with. And so when they were building these low-income housing projects, in America at least, they look exactly like Riker. You can't tell the difference between low-income housing in New York and Rikers Island. Same warehousing of people, because they don't want people to live comfortably, because then they're not going to want to fill that vacuum with products. You can only have consumers if they're unhappy. Go ahead.
So it's interesting, like there's a lot there, right? And hello, Dr. Fraud. It's always a pleasure whenever you come on a bit early. With your permission, David, I know that you like to introduce her. I would love to get into another three-way conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Harriet Fraud into the conversation. She is a brilliant thinker, an incredibly charming person, and the host of a podcast. It's all in your head. It's not in your head.
And
That's
capitalism
right.
hits home.
In your head, and capitalism hits home. Anyway, I want to be part of this conversation.
Thank you.
All right. So here's what I would say, David. Like it's a couple of things. Number one, remember that, like, you know that I love words, right? So do you know what consume means in its original Latin?
Consumption together.
I would say it's probably related to consume.
It is to use up to the point of destruction. Like consume, like a consomme. Like so good job of thinking through it. So this is one of the things I always tell people is when you talk about consumer power, remember actually that's what you're talking about. So like I'm far more than a consumer, right? Like I actually I'm a husband, I'm a neighbor, I'm a brother, I'm an uncle, I'm a builder, I'm a storyteller, I'm any number of things, right? And but to isolate consumer as if that's the sum total of what I am, I find it highly insulting, to be blunt. Like I am way more than that. And so are we collectively. And that's what capitalism tries to do, is to put us into the mindset that the only value we have is either what goods or services we are producing or what goods or services we are consuming. I'm not saying that economics is not part of it. Absolutely. I'm saying it's only a small part of it.
Right. Dr. Fraud, your thoughts on the consumer culture? I also want to talk about the strikes that are, it's Striketober. It used to be Rocktober.
Yeah, it is Striketober. And I think, look, it's the same thing. For the last, well, since the 1980s, when Ronald Reagan crushed the flight controllers strike, American labor had been for a long time quiescent. People acceded as corporations impinged on their rights. The 8-hour day disappeared. People could be called at home and asked to stay late. The sense that labor is important disappeared. Unions dwindled. And now with the pandemic, when we call workers essential, but then we pay them crap as if they're not important, then people rebel. And those industries which are the lowest paid and the most overworked, like healthcare, has lost 538,000 people have left healthcare because particularly healthcare aides, are terribly paid. They're paid minimum wage, and you can't live on minimum wage. And one of the John Deere 10,000 workers who have been out on strike, I think since October, when was it? October 1st or whenever, but for a while, he said, we were deemed essential in 2020, prove it in 2021, which is, what people are doing by striking. And actually, 30,000 people have left their jobs. They're not all jobless, but of the 9 million that are unemployed, at least half of them decided they're not going to go back into a regular job, because even without the kind of dominant socialist press and parties that all our other European Western countries have, it's occurring to workers that we were heroes. We were called heroes. Now they're cheating us. Now they want to start new workers at less. Now they want to cut our health plans so that we have to pay more. Now we lose our pension. We want to be paid like the heroes you said we were when we were in crowded and disease-infested conditions. So that I think even without the kind of vocal labor movement, which we certainly don't have, otherwise we would have had a general strike when Sarah Nelson wanted to, when they wanted the federal employees at the airports to work for free. But the AFL didn't go along with it. But now all these groups are organizing even outside of unions, or they're more militant, like the IATSE people and the motion picture people, the 60,000 who were threatening a strike, and at the last minute they had a contract, which the union approved of, but a lot of the rank and file don't. They don't think it gives enough, and they're urging the vote no. And the militant unions are really bringing people out. That's the nursing union has people, several thousand people at Mercy Hospital. It has 38,000 at Kaiser Permanente. And what they're doing, which wasn't done before, not since the CIO is in beginnings, is they're organizing it by industry, not just the nurses. It's the nurses plus the custodians plus the clerical staff plus the technical staff. The same thing happened in a much smaller way at Bates College, which just authorized a union and a strike. Because everyone, clerical workers, janitors, technical workers, all are in it together, assistant professors and so on, that they're starting to realize if we bargain just alone as our union, we don't have the power as if we shut down the whole industry. And so I think what there is a realization after being, since 1980 to 2021, that it's occurring to people, we are essential and we are cheated and we're not going to be cheated anymore. So if we're so important, now's your chance to prove it. And they're not, it's a strike. They're saying that it's that they're spoiled because they got some childcare or whatever else. No, it isn't. They're on strike because labor has been so humiliated and the AFL has been completely passive. And so that people are organizing on their own or pushing the established unions.
Right.
Kaiser Permanente has strikes all over the place. Not only the healthcare workers, but the engineers are on strike. I mean, it's amazing.
4.1 million Americans left the job market in August. I remember Professor Marianne Cummings and I were talking at the beginning of the summer and hoping that what we consider to be anecdotal, what we thought were, hi, Catherine, I'm going to turn your video off. Thank you for joining us. You're joining us at 8:30. So I think you're joining. Yeah, so I'm going to turn your video off. And okay, thank you. We were talking about, we've sensed, but there were no statistics to back this up, what you were just talking about, Dr. Fraad, that the American people, the workers have had it. They've realized that work is bullshit, as David Graeber calls it, and that they don't need work for their self-esteem. They need work to pay their bills. These jobs are not paying their bills, so it's actually costing them money. They lose money on daycare. They lose money on transportation. It's just not worth it. I'll stop buying things. I'll move in with my parents. I'll move in with my friends. I'll move to a cheaper city. This is all horseshit. Living, we're told you have to live a certain way. I thought anecdotally, people were waking up to this. I sense, as what you're saying is absolutely correct, it doesn't matter what the Republicans and the Democrats want. When they say, we've seen in the red states, they cut that extra $300 a week in unemployment benefits before Labor Day, before the summer. It didn't make, nobody went back to work. It didn't, they try to starve us out in the red states, and the red states say, you know what, keep your $300 extra in unemployment benefits. We're not working for these wages. We just won't buy your crap.
I disagree on something, David. I really don't think they think their work is bullshit. The nurses who are on strike in part for better patient care because they care. Same with the home health workers. And if you read the interviews with the John Deere workers, they said that we were interchangeable, that this was unskilled labor. Okay, now they have their secretaries in there trying to do what they can. They're crashing tractors. They're messing up. We do important work. And we have to be recognized for its importance, not just with crap that we're heroes for working when it's convenient and then cheated. No, we're important and we're essential. And I think what there is in some of these strikes is a pride in making a contribution and a fury that it isn't recognized or compensated. And that's a change. That's a labor awareness, even without a militant labor movement or a unified, powerful socialist movement or a socialist alternative or any big city having a socialist newspaper. I mean, you go to France, there's Humanité, which is the communist newspaper, then there's Le Monde, which is socialist, and then there's several other socialist papers. Germany has socialist papers. This is crazy. Greece, all of them. And even without that, the workers themselves are saying, we're essential. Okay, show it, like that John Deere worker said. Essential in 2020, prove it, 2021. And if you can't prove it and you can't pay us like we're essential, we're not doing it.
We also have to teach younger people, they have to be in on the game.
Yes.
That you're told you're essential. They prey on your ego. The tallest nail is the one that gets hammered first. What young people have to understand, there's gaslighting going on at every job because the person you answer to is more concerned about his or her job than the success of the company. They want to keep whatever status, money, and title they have, and they look at the people below them as threats. So they hammer down the people who are good at what they do. They give you just enough encouragement to be competent and great at what you do until you realize you're great at what you do. And then you're gaslit for a couple of days, couple of weeks, couple of months. And you're told, hey, you're not so great at what you do. Calm down. And then once you show humility and that you're not going to ask for more money or a vacation, then your ego, you're an essential worker, we need you. I saw this personally at warp speed because I'm a comedy writer. So every 13 weeks, you're going to a different job. And after a while, you begin to say to yourself, why is it one day I'm a comedy genius and the next day, I'm a moron? And you begin to realize, because the person in charge is trying to control the room. They don't want you to be the star. They don't want you to lay claim to too much of the script. Otherwise, you're going to want more money. You're going to want more. And what you're doing, because it's television, anybody can basically do it, is I'll just take this person's ideas now. Because you're basically not doing any, especially writing television, it's not that special. Anybody can do it. So they just control you and they convince you you're a genius until you actually believe you're a genius. And then they tell you you're shit and you turn to drugs, your marriage falls apart. And it's at warp speed in Hollywood. It happens at a slower pace in the rest of corporate America.
And also, it happens at the factory floor because, you really learn to be skilled. If you read the comments from the John Deere factory, people know what they're doing. They're very skilled. And they're told that they're jobs that anyone could do their job. So there's no reason not to pay them well.
Right.
And when they walk off, they realize, no, that's not true. And the same thing is true with the home health aides, who are paid terribly, or nurses and nurses' assistants. One of the exciting things that's happening at Mercy Hospital, where there's a strike, is a strike of people together. There's, I think, 5,000, forget the number, but it's way up there. 2,000, no, that's 2,000 in Buffalo and 5,000 at Mercy in Mercy Hospital.
Are you working off Payday Report?
No, I'm working off articles that I've been reading.
You know about Mike Elk and Payday Report, don't you?
Yes, and I ought to write it down and remind myself because
That's
I
where
know about it.
Everybody should go to Payday Report. He tracks 1,600 strikes this year.
Wow.
He's better than our Labor Department.
You bet. Well, a lot of things are better than our Labor Department. But one of the things that's exciting is everybody's organizing together. It's the nurses' aides, it's the custodians. They're all in the same union. They're all saying no, and they're all striking together. And so it's an identification as workers, not as I am a nurse and I don't relate to anyone else in the hospital below my pay grade. And it's very, very important that these massive strikes include everyone, So isn't this what ageism is really about? Isn't the reason corporate America wants young people is because they're not on to the game yet? That you get to a certain age
and you know exactly what the game is, and you know you're being gaslit and they can't gaslight you. Isn't that what ageism is?
It's part of it. Look, in the drug industry, you're not hired to sell drugs if you're over 25, because at 25 for males, it occurs to you that you could get killed. If you're younger and you're doing something adventurous, you don't really think about.
You're not talking about the Sackler family. You're talking about a different game.
I'm talking about street drugs, people who sell you whole heroin or or fentanyl or whatever.
A less dangerous group of people than the Sackler family.
Right. Well, they kill fewer people. 600,000 are on the Sackler's murdered list for OxyContin. But that, that there is a sense that when you have older people, they do understand what's going on a lot better. Also, they want people who won't get a pension, who won't have sick days, and they don't care if they're less skilled. It's the idea as a worker is a worker, and they're just interchangeable.
Right.
So you get a cheaper
also,
worker.
When we're younger, we're looking for self-esteem. We're looking for a series of resume builders and experiences that we can call upon, not just to get our next job, but to get internal strength from. Like, this job made me stronger. And you're scared. You don't have money, and you don't have self-respect because you haven't had enough experience to know what you can and can't handle. But I can assure you that you're being exploited, manipulated, and gaslit. And this artifice called the budget is a man-made construct that's designed to separate you from the ruling class's money. When they say to you, it's not in the budget, they have the money. When Bates College has an endowment that has to be in the billions, but they will literally say to the janitors, it's not in the budget.
Well, they organize the budget. I know from living in New Haven all those years, they organize the budget so that they reinvest their money. Yale is a multi-billion dollar, I think $30 billion is their endowment. But they tell their grounds workers and technical workers they don't have the money because they plow it right back into their investment. It's part of their portfolio. It's not in cash. But, just like they say they don't have the money for the $3.5 trillion. Oh, for heaven's sakes, they could take back that tax cut they gave to the rich under Trump, and they could start taxing at 96.8% incomes over $500,000 a year. I mean, really.
Or they can just collect the taxes that are already owed.
Right, exactly. They can collect all the taxes they're owed. They can shut down the tax shelters and tax those incomes.
Right.
That's obvious. Our military is not going to have a fight with the Canary Islands, Right. That's silly. Right. And that would be a good use of our military. But they don't have the money then. But what is exciting now is that American workers are on strike. There are 458,000 fewer healthcare workers than there were in January 2020 because people won't put up with it. And that's everyone, both the technical workers at the hospital, the people who test your blood and stuff, and the people who weigh you in, and the skilled nurses, and the nurses' aides, and the custodians. It's too much. Only
the other thing is, you have to be, you cannot worship or respect anybody who is rich and famous. The young people my age, everybody has to go on strike. Even if you're not going on strike at work, you have to shut off your Netflix. I can't shut off my Amazon Prime. You got to stop watching commercials and stop buying crap and stop thinking that somebody like Alec Baldwin is on your side because he dresses up like Trump. Alec Baldwin, manslaughter, accidental. He should have walked off that set the minute the police arrived to escort the IATSE workers off that set. Which side are you on, boy? You're either on the side of management or you're either on the side of the union. There are no gray areas. Which side are you on, Alec? And you told us which side you're on. You're on the side of management. That the police were called in because IATSE walked off that set. It was unsafe. Right. They had already complained about the COVID protections. Paychecks weren't being delivered. The guns were going off. It was an unsafe set. And IATSE packed up their bags, and the producers sent in the police to get them off the set. Alec Baldwin knew that, and he picked a side. He picked management. So he didn't have an armorer hand him a gun. He had an enforcer, an assistant director who is a notorious enforcer and arrogant, and said, cold gun, and Alec killed somebody. He wouldn't be going through this nightmare right now if he did the right thing and walked off the set along with the rest of the IATSE workers. And everybody I know who I work for say, well, it's complicated. No, you're making it complicated. You have to create the nuance and the gray areas because you're not on the side of labor. You're on management's side. So you say it's complicated. You make it complicated because you don't want to admit that you're anti-union.
Or that you're indifferent to their point of view, that your main feeling is not for them.
There aren't two sides. I'm sorry for 1 second. There are not two sides to the labor struggle. You're either on the side of management or you're on the side of the union. Alec Baldwin was on the side of management. He stayed when the IATSE workers walked off. He said, everybody's here, everybody can be replaced. We don't need an armorer. We don't need a prop master. This arrogant assistant director who's been allegedly sexually harassing people on the set, I'll trust him to hand me a cold gun. Well, guess what? You pay a price in life for these little moments. You chose a side. Now the blood is on your hands. And for people to say that's not fair, I'm getting notes, that's not fair. Really, that's not fair. How about the kid who doesn't have a mother anymore because they went with a non-union prop master? Is that fair? Well, Alec is really suffering and he's canceled all his jobs so he can get centered. All he had to do was cancel that effing movie and walk off the set with his IATSE brothers, but he chose a side. And there are consequences to the sides you choose in life, Alec Baldwin. You chose management. So you can dress up like Donald Trump all you want and claim you're a Democrat and a liberal. You picked a side. You picked management, and now somebody's dead.
Right. Well, I think the most amazing thing about what's happening now is that without strong unions, without a labor presence in this country, without labor history being taught, without a socialist or a communist party that makes itself heard, without a third party that is sympathetic to labor, people are striking all over the place. The people of America have caught on. Show me how essential I am. Show it in cash. Put your money where your mouth is. That's really important because it's an awareness down the line, and it's shown in the fact that people are organizing across all of these professional lines. In Buffalo, where 2,500 people have walked out of the Catholic hospital, Mercy Hospital, there's nurses, there's all the technical workers, they're the clerical workers and the secretaries, and they're the custodians, all of them. And because that's what labor's might is.
And
we
they're
have
doing
to
it with
have that.
Starbucks in Buffalo.
Yeah.
What's happening with India, who should be mayor of
Well,
Buffalo?
Walton, well, she has a big following, even though Jay Jacobs, the head of the New York Democratic Party, the state of New York Democratic Party, was asked why he wasn't more eager to embrace India Walton. He said, she's a socialist. Would I embrace David Duke if he got elected?
That's the same thing.
Yeah, that's the same thing, a fascist. And he got a lot of crap for that, thank goodness. People asked him to resign. Of course, he didn't. He was very much on the side of Cuomo until the very last minute. And I think, so India Walton has her enemies in the Democratic Party.
The
who will
developers,
probably-
the
Yeah.
developers.
Sure. The developers and a lot of other people who don't want to see average people get a break and the corporations stop getting the kind of outrageous breaks they get. And she stands for ordinary people. And so she has enemies, just like AOC has enemies. The Democratic Party made sure that there was somebody to primary her, even though they got a ridiculously low, number of votes. That the
Most of
powers that
my-
be are threatened.
Most of my listeners don't have money, and they're guns for hire. One of the things I've learned from Zillow porn is how to get inside the head of the ruling class. What I like to do is I like to just, I have horrible insomnia, so I will look at a $40 million mansion in Chappaqua, where the Clintons live, and you can do a tour of it, or Hilton Head. You can look at and I think, wow, that must be amazing to wake up every day and see that, and then I think, and not share it with anybody. That's the first thing I think is, wow, all this beauty that you cannot possibly share with anybody because they're going to hate you for hoarding all this wealth. And so you can only invite into this mansion
Other rich people. Yes.
other rich people, which automatically makes you, at the very least, stupid. And it makes your kids weak and stupid. It's child abuse to own a $40 million estate and raise kids in that. It is child abuse. And I play this out every time I do Zillow porn. And then I start thinking about my apartment and the scuffs and the leaky faucet and the toilet that you have to jiggle. And I'm thinking, well, I know who I am. I know that if I had a $40 million estate and I'd say, I paid $40 million for this estate, why am I so miserable? I want things fixed around here. This has to be perfect. And then I'm at the mercy of workers.
You are in somebody has to clean it. Somebody has to maintain it. One of the things I love about Stuytown, where I live at Stuyvesant Town, is that there's 80 acres of land with a lot of apartments on it, but you go out into your estate, there's stately old trees.
I used to live in Stuyvesant Town when I was a baby.
Everybody.
Yeah.
And there's flowers, and you don't have to weed them or anything. It's all there in your rent. And I think that when they want these houses as status symbols, like the Clintons, who started out with nothing and got it all from graft, but then you don't really realize that even though you don't do the labor, you have to hire people that supervise it, and everyone wants to rip you off. And you're always watching and worrying.
Exactly.
Because everybody wants to rip you off.
And that's how you have to view your boss. You look at a $40 million mansion, think of the upkeep and how you can't trust anybody to come into your home because they're going to steal from you. They're going to start a project and never finish it. And all you can think about is, how do I get these people to maintain my $40 million estate and not pay them through the roof. Cheap labor. They are obsessed with cheap labor, not just for economic reasons. They don't want to get ripped off. They hate the idea that they're paying too much for labor. They think you're getting something over them. So they want to know, you're charging me. These people are obsessed with money. Those mansions are psychic prisons. They torture the owners.
Well, it's like Brecht's play, Master Slave. The master is sure that the slave is going to kill him in the night, so he kills the slave. The slave hadn't intended to, but the master can't sleep.
Oh, I have to see that.
It's very good. It's called The Master and the Slave. It's very good how enslaving the slave enslaves the master. And I think, of course there are variations. We have friends who, this guy didn't go to college and he was poor and he decided he wanted to make money in Houston, Texas, and he did. And he has a big house that he loves and he shows off, and he has a vineyard and he pays his workers 2 or 3 times more than everybody else. And
so that would be a livable wage he pays them. If it's 2 or 3 times what everybody else gets paid, it's a livable wage he pays them.
Yes, that's right. And so that when the workers don't want to work on someone else's land, they'll work on his.
Right.
Because they're good to people, because that's who he is.
Or that's what he tells you.
I would believe it. I really would believe it of these people. He's an amazing guy, and he's also very generous politically too.
I never met the guy. I don't know who you're talking about, but if he owns a vineyard, he's a bad guy. Anybody who owned, nothing good ever came from a vineyard.
I think good wine is good, but I also think that you can look. Engels had a factory. Does that mean that Marx shouldn't have been his friend and gotten supported to write Capital? Nothing is simple. Everybody is complicated, and people are complicated, and what they do with and how they operate is complicated. He's wildly atypical. He's behind all sorts of aggressive things with his money.
Which side are you on, Dr.?
Partly he gets that money because he is a businessman. He's very entrepreneurial about the left too, starting things and sustaining things and managing things.
Yeah.
But I think it's not about individuals. It's about what the system does to people. And the logic of capitalism is more for me, less for you. And what does that make you? Ugly and grasping.
Yep.
Sick.
And it makes your family ugly and sick and lost and medicated.
They rebel against you. Which
if you're lucky, they rebel against you.
Yes, if they're lucky and you're lucky. Although they wouldn't think of themselves as lucky, then they rebel against you.
How do people get in touch with you, Dr. Harriet Fraad?
Well, if they want to write to me, they could write at hfraad@gmail.com. They could go through my website, harrietfraad.com, or go through Democracy at Work, asking for me.
Yeah. I'm filled with piss and vinegar today because I have no sleep. I have not been sleeping.
Watching Zillow porn?
Yeah, I've been watching my Zillow porn. So if I don't sleep, I go from 0 to 120. It's like an adrenaline burst to keep me awake, and
you should sleep. You should sleep because you should sleep if you possibly can.
Yeah, I can't sleep.
Drink warm milk. And are you a drinker? Do you usually drink alcohol?
No, I can't sleep because I've committed these crimes that are unforgivable. I don't want to get into it, but I've committed crimes that no man with a conscience should be able to sleep. The things that I have done in this world.
Really, if at least for me, because I'm not a big drinker, if I have warm milk with ginger liqueur in it, it knocks me right out.
I can't. Yeah, I'm genuinely pissed off about the Alec Baldwin story and the way it's being reported in press, how it's
Such
all about
sympathy for him. Yeah, and you know they had complained about that prop room before and the care and the carelessness of props, but they didn't listen to the workers.
right. All the lead stories about gun safety, how you can be safe next time you're making a movie with a gun. Anyway, David Cobb, thank you for putting up with me, all of you. How do people reach you, David Cobb?
I'm at davidkcobb@gmail.com. I'm on Facebook at David Keith Cobb. I also have a Twitter handle.
Great.
David Cobb.
Thank you so much. Let us now go up to Kingston, Ontario, where Professor Adnan Hussain is standing by with a very special guest. Hello there, Professor. I'm turning everybody's video on. Hello, Professor Adnan Hussain. Thank you for doing this.
It's great to see you.
Great to see you.
And it's great to see Dr. Fraud and David Cobb. Great segment, as always. But I'm really thrilled about our guest today, Professor Catherine Liu, who is a professor of film and media studies at UC Irvine in their School of Humanities, and is the author of The American Idol, Academic Anti-Elitism as Cultural Critique. But more recently, a book that I'm hoping we will learn a lot more about, and I encourage everyone to read, Virtue Hoarders, The Case Against the Professional Managerial Class, from earlier this year. So Catherine, welcome to the David Feldman Show.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound very clear.
Great.
Yes, thank you for doing this. Thank you.
Thanks for having I love the background that you gave on the Alec Baldwin incident, actually. And one of the reasons I wrote the book was because I was filled with this kind of like inchoate rage. But another reason is that I felt like it was a way to think about class as an explanatory structure that was very cathartic for me, actually, because the professional managerial class, in defining it, in designating its contours, is actually like identifying it as a target, because the PMC would really like to be invisible. Its ideology is the air we breathe. And its forms of liberalism have to do with do-goodism and hoarding not just power and capital and cultural capital to itself, but more recently, in its latest permutation, virtue itself. Virtue, which used to be like the honor, which is like a very, Christian concept, but the PMC is secular. It's like secularized a kind of morality. And one thing that, I can joke about is that I live in a totally PMC neighborhood, and I raised my child and and I just saw the ways in which these upper middle class, extremely educated people were able to promote their lifestyle superiority as a moral superiority. But more than that, I feel like the liberal arts credential from elite universities is now used as a kind of entry calling card to the world, not just of big business, although some people go into law school, but to the world of NGOs, the culture industry, content production. Right now, Hollywood is dominated by this ethos. And what its target is really suppressing and destroying the working class and the working class life world. And one of the things I think that the Alec Baldwin story might be able to tell us, one of the lessons in PMC managerialism, is that it wants to de-skill the worker. So the manager on set doesn't respect his workers, right? He's like, I can do that job. This will save us money. Get the hell out of here. I'm going to give you this gun. It's a cold gun. And that kind of de-skilling and that kind of dismissiveness is what, on a mass scale, is what's destroying America's working class. The really scary thing is that it's also a great export. PMC virtue hoarding throughout Europe. In Germany, I like to say, is America's 51st state. and their leftism is completely defanged. Someone called the Green Party, which is now, in an alliance with the socialists, which are also like just centrists. They are like vegetarian Christian Democrats. And so what we have is like a lifestyle kind of centrism that wants to actually have minoritarian rule and destroys and ignores, dismisses, and actually attacks at every level the lives of working class people. So all of these the union actions are really great. What I think that we can all learn from them as PMC people is that there are many more workers than there are bosses. But the PMC wants to disguise it. Its world seems like the most important world. Sorry, Adnan, I'm like going on and on, so you got to stop me.
This is fantastic.
This is better than Zillow porn. This is like,
I go through Zillow porn. I've been through my real estate porn thing. So like they fill our world. Like the New York Times, I think, is like the PMC Pravda. It's like truth according to the PMC. The Washington Post. There are internecine PMC fights, but for instance, I'll tell you what the New York Times has done in terms of virtue hoarding recently that I think is really, really despicable. It keeps reporting on Biden's budget, the $3 trillion budget. It's going to be cut. We have to make a compromise. What it doesn't report on, and the Wall Street Journal actually reported on, is that the National Association of Independent Schools, which includes Amherst, Bard, yeshivas, every private school in the nation as part of this lobbying group, is lobbying actively against free community college. The New York Times won't report this because universities, they all went to these private universities and they don't want them to look bad. So every single private university and college in America does not want working class people to have free college education. And the New York Times will not talk to you about this. In fact, it takes a conservative paper.
Why? Why?
Because they want the private universities and colleges to be progressive. They're faces of the progressive liberals. They're like on the side of the people. They are not on the side of the people, but the New York Times wants to pretend that their form of liberalism in the schools that they went to are progressive. They're not. They're not liberal. They're neoliberal. And you can't actually.
Why would Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Yeshiva? Why would they be against free community colleges?
Okay, they're afraid because once you have this level of free community college and you have free public universities next, they're afraid that people will wake up and stop going to these schools, stop paying $75,000 a year, stop paying $80,000 a year to Vassar, stop paying $77,000 a year to Williams. Like it won't come right away, but it could come because if you funded public education properly, people wouldn't go to these places. So they want to keep higher education a luxury good. But they want to disguise their do like they want to diversify Harvard, they want to diversify Yale. They disguise their absolute class privilege and aggression as do-goodism because they'll diversify a tiny student body. They'll diversify a tiny professoriate. It doesn't matter. Not a single working class African-American person's life is improved when Yale hires an African-American professor or when UCI or the UC says, we need to hire more Latinos, which we do need to have, but in the pipeline, there are simply not enough graduate students. They don't care about the Latino workers who are picking lettuce in the fields, like in 100-degree weather. It's not like they don't care. Caring is like such a PMC word. That level of suffering and exploitation is simply not visible in the PMC world. So that's why I wrote this book, because I'm really, really furious. I came from a family of immigrants. I went to school at Yale. I got in on my own. No one really cared. My parents were both my father was from a peasant farming family. My mother's family was a little better. My grandfather was a security guard. Both my grandmothers were functionally illiterate. I really aspired to the white collar life. But partially, I had a leftist education because we were taken to China every other year when I was a kid. And when I got into the white collar world, I was just filled with this rage because I felt like I had been fooled. And I had been, because they're like, we're reasonable people. And we're not, irrational, superstitious, like, your benighted parents or something. And I had a very abusive family. So I thought, oh, I'm going to escape violence and go into this world where people are reasonable and people are honest. No. Let's just put this very simply. People in the professional managerial class are neither reasonable nor honest. And this is my class that I'm talking about, and they want all the treats. They are an intermediate class between the capitalists, of which there are very, very few, like people who can just live off the interest of their fortunes, and people whose capital keeps expanding. They are a salaried elite between the capitalists and the working class. And so they look up and they step on the heads of the working class people. But they're 25% of the workforce right now. So it's they've been expanding ever since the 1900s. It's very hard to get a job anywhere without a college degree, right? So most Americans, 67% of Americans still don't have a college degree. And I'll tell you, the PMC does not give a shit about them. Okay, that's my very, very long answer. I wrote this book, sorry. I can go on and on. I do know exactly what you mean, David, when you say that, adrenaline and sleep deprivation makes you really angry. But I saw a lot of people give you advice on the stream and everything else. As a lifelong insomniac, when I tell you I don't have enough sleep, please don't tell me what to do, because I've tried every fucking thing. And I'll tell you right now, edibles and trazodone, only thing that works. Don't tell me to do breathing exercises in the middle of the night. There's nothing more stressful than doing a breathing exercise in the middle of the night. So that's just my stick. So I should have gone to stand up, but I didn't. I'm a professor, and that wasn't an acceptable profession for an immigrant family.
I have to be.
Can I ask a question? Just make a statement.
Yes, please, please.
I just want to add that Catherine Liu's point is so beautifully made by the fact that Harvard's so interested in diversity that they wouldn't give Cornel West tenure. He was probably the most published of all of the people, and they wouldn't give him tenure because he's a radical. Yeah. And he doesn't stand for the professional and managerial class. Yeah. So it's a great, it's a great illustration of their values.
It's pure lip service, and I don't like the term diversity anyway, although I believe that we should have class antagonism exploding everywhere. Yes, diversity is a pacification of antagonism.
But antagonism is exploding everywhere because more than 100,000 workers in the United States are on strike.
I think that's incredible. I do feel, because David comes from the media, I do feel like the culture industry level of scale of reaching people is in the millions and hundreds of millions. I feel like a strike is an alternative media environment because it's so immersive, it's so pedagogical. Like David said, there are two sides. I fucking hate this thing about nuance. I need some subtlety. No, there's a picket line. You cross it or you don't. Right? That's just there's no nuance there. And a strike really tells you what that means. It also shows you who you can count on, who you can't. So I feel like when we get to the level of millions, I'll be more optimistic. I am happy now, and I'll do everything I can to support the striking workers everywhere. But I do feel like the PMC, even there, wants to co-opt this thing. Like the Google walkout, the Netflix walkout. Give me a fucking break, people. PMC unions, they don't want more money. They want representation. They're not happy with something. So they do this walkout. No, you know what? When people at John Deere strike, they need more money. They need more of everything. And that's what we should be supporting, not these symbolic concessions from your boss. It's so easy. Let me give you an example of a symbolic concession and political naivete. So around Occupy time, I've been a professor a long time, but around Occupy, the students at UC Irvine, where I teach, were mobilizing, and I went to a lot of these meetings, even though I had a 10-year-old, and I really didn't have the fucking time to spend 4 hours with people like arguing about stuff. But I went to the meetings, and then they developed a list of demands. But because it's so now non-hierarchical, sorry, David Graeber, and very anarchic, they had like, we want reduced tuition, we want more empowerment, student representation, we want transgender bathrooms, we want, more access to healthcare, some concrete things and a couple of symbolic things. My husband at the time, I'm not revealing anything confidential, was a chair of the faculty senate, meeting with the president, Michael Drake at the time, the chancellor. And the chancellor looked at the list, which is totally disorganized, and there wasn't a lot of like groundswell because the radical students can convince the moderate students to join them in the Occupy. And Michael Drake laughed and said, "Okay, I'll give them the transgender bathrooms, gender neutral bathrooms, no problem." Ha ha ha. That was it. So people, do not go for like the symbolic concessions, because like your bosses will be more than happy to give you a symbolic concession that costs them $0. So I feel like one of the things about the left in this country, as I've known it, is that it underestimates how powerful and organized capitalism is. You cannot be disorganized and like funky when you're fighting capital. So anyway, but I'm really, really encouraged by what's happening with the progressive leaders on the Slate and the Teamsters. I think that's going to make a huge difference if the Teamsters can get out of from under the thumb of Jimmy Hoffa. So anyway, that's my. I also noticed that Adnan works on Silk Road and Western China things like Xi'an, and that's actually where my beloved late grandmother is from.
Oh, well, that's where my relatives are from on my mother's side, too.
No way. Well, Western China?
Just the other side
of the Silk Road.
Part of the same kind of world, but a little further west on the Silk Road in Fergana Valley. So,
cool.
Looks like we've got a silk spiritual connection here. So that's great.
That's cool.
Great. But, this is so great. I mean, I loved so many parts of this book as well, and identifying and targeting the PMC for all the reasons you mentioned. But I loved also that you took on this whole lifestyle as virtue. I think that's something that, in consumer capitalism is very comfortable as a political orientation, obviously. And so you had these great sorts of discussions about the PMC has children and what that whole world, means. The PMC has sex, and you sort of talked about all of these moral panics, sex panics on college campuses. And I feel like you could have added even a chapter on the PMC eats. That would have been another one with all of the environmental.
The foodie movement and everything, making food like real. I know. I'm working on a book that in my mind is called "The PMC Has a Trauma," but it's actually a history of trauma studies. But the food thing, I think, is really, really, really right on, because the industrialization of food accompanies this like rarefication of taste in foodie culture.
Yes, I think of Berkeley, California, for example, as the sort of apogee, of that. Like very progressive people, or so they imagine. And but what is most important to them is going to the cheese board for whatever the daily pizza of the day, getting a slice of that, or going to any of the fine restaurants or food shops that specialize in highly curated sorts of provisioning. I
know, and the farm to table thing.
Farm to table. Tell me about the farm. You want to know about your food? It's locally sourced. Tell me how much you know about
The American family farm is one of the greatest tragedies of the 20th century. It's like was literally destroyed by agribusiness. Like Monsanto destroyed the American family farm, right? The Iowa, one of the reasons why Iowa's a red state is because I think the Democrats didn't do anything about agricultural consolidation. So you have people just abandoned in the middle of this country to agricultural depredations, but then you have the Democrats coming and telling you how you should live at the same time. Like they've abandoned you to the wolves, but then they're like, oh wait, maybe you're using too many plastics. It's like your individual use of plastic is not going to save the planet. It's not. The absolute destruction of the environment is petrochemical companies, really. So it's a whole diversionary discourse. But Adnan, so one of the things that every once in a while, like I'll post this and it'll be one of my most controversial tweets, and I've been Twitter mobbed for other things, so I'm like more careful now. But I grew to hate farmers markets. I just can't stand them because of the way that they've become like this, weird, like we're cutting out the middleman. We're directly, buying from farmers. It's so expensive. You want to spend like $100 and have like finger foods for like 30 minutes? Go to a farmer's market. If you need to feed your family, do not go to a fucking farmer's market. So the more food agriculture was industrialized, and I feel like the American public health system is just destroying American bodies with high fructose corn syrup and everything. The more rarefied food has become. The other thing about this
is anti-union.
Whole Foods is like one of the most awful places in the world. But I was also going to say, with regard to the restaurant industry, it's one of the most unstable and punishing industries, and yet it offers, and this foodie culture definitely promotes this, everyone can just have a dream. You want my dream is to open a restaurant and to serve people this beautiful food. Well, if you want to go bankrupt, if you want 99% of your chance of going bankrupt to be realized, go open a restaurant. It's all about consolidation right now, but promoting this kind of passion project that's actually crushing middle-class people. Elizabeth Warren and Teresa Sullivan wrote a book. I wish she was a better candidate politically, but they wrote a great book in the early 2000s about why Americans had really high levels of debt and were going bankrupt. It wasn't because they were buying treats for themselves. The two major reasons were healthcare issues and also they're starting small businesses. Everyone was writing that entrepreneurial dream. So I think the restaurant stuff and all that stuff is really terrifying. My dream is to have socialist canteens in every neighborhood where I don't have to cook, but I can go get really well prepared food by good socialist moms who are preparing for the neighborhood, and I don't have to cook all the time. Because there is actually no reason for us all to have a family kitchen at some point. I'm an empty nester now, and the New York Times cooking section is a great PMC example of the foodie culture we've been talking about. Who has time, leisure, and money to spend 5 fucking hours on a meal? And when people prepare it for me, I feel horrible because I feel like we eat it in 20 minutes. And I just think it's a waste of time, but also an sort of virtue signaling about hand-picked food and, handmade stuff when we actually should scale up high quality food for everyone. And this country is really killing itself with, the bad industrially produced foods. And that's a huge health crisis. That's why, I feel like the COVID thing is masking the obesity crisis, the nutrition crisis. We can't say people are hungry. You know that, right? In America, we say they're food insecure. That's a fucking bullshit title. Mm-hmm. People are hungry.
They're obese and because
and malnourished. At the same time, yeah. So it's a kind of dystopic hell. Yes, that would be a whole other book on that. I teach a course called Food on Screen where we talk a lot about these issues. But yeah, I mean, the follow-ups I can rant on all number.
No, I mean it's obvious that
lifestyle ideologies.
Right, indeed. Well, I mean, I think even when you mentioned bad you feel when people go through all of this effort, it made me immediately think, however, that this is sort of what happens with the PMC culture, is that even something that would be a wonderful value of hospitality, gets turned into some staging of one's moral sort of virtue for the way in which and it's for an audience, it's for yourself as audience, and it's for others of the same class. And so that actually,
what do you mean by, can you explain what that means? How that's virtue hoarding, Professor?
Yeah, that would be helpful about how that is virtue hoarding. That's sort of what I wanted to get at. And also, what are the values you mentioned? The narcissistic fetishization of intelligence or refinement as one of these kind of key moves of the PMC. Maybe you could elaborate on that, and also what you would displace that with in terms of what values we actually should embrace.
Anything that's good can be mass produced and democratized for everyone. Socialize food. If you could socialize fine dining, I'd be like, okay, I'm fine with that. The fact that it's only for 1%, I'm not fine with that. But yes, so the values of of mass quality is really important to me. The values of redistribution are really important. Are the values that I would think are really important. Honoring workers and this is controversial for people who want to be subtle, but I'm not. Honoring the anthropological drive we have to be proud of our work. Mm-hmm. And thinking of that as a universal, everyone wants to have. So that's why I'm not crazy about the Graeber thing, because he wants to embrace nobody working. That's the anarchist thing. I feel like people really want to be proud of what they do. People want to have meaningful work, and that anything that honors that is, for everyone, is not part of the capitalist system. So there's going to be people who, under capitalism, with the division of labor, we think there are always going to be masses of people who slave away, who do jobs because of drudgery, and this is because of the PMC's meritocracy now. They just deserve to have shitty jobs because they're not that smart, or they're not that refined, and we deserve to have better jobs, well-paid jobs, and that's why we can spend $500 at a meal at El Bulli, because we have refined taste, and everyone else is just a bunch of shitheads. They're reactionary, they're racist, they're sexist, they're patriarchal. We've given them a moral caste. I mean, the Victorians did this while they were sucking the lifeblood out of the English working classes. They're also saying, and the Irish, they're also saying, oh my God, what a bunch of drunken, slovenly, dirty shitheads they are, right? That's what capitalism does all the time. So to reverse that really means you have to honor the struggle of ordinary people and their desire for dignity. And that is socialism. And that is why capitalism, wants to hoard virtue and dignity for the few and give iniquity, misery, and sin to the many. And I've said this in other podcasts too, but I was one of the reasons why the PMC's triumphalism is tempered by the evangelical Christian rejection of liberal PMC values, right? Well, part of what I think of this as being a cultural phenomenon is the PMC is actually highly ascetic, Protestant, and religious without God. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the evangelical Christians are you guys are so, atheistic and godless, and yet you're so sanctimonious and think you're better than other people. So you have this one Protestant sectarianism and then crypto-Protestant capitalism on the other hand. So were those big enough words for everyone?
Well, I love that point, because it seems like there are so many ways in which what has happened is merely the secularization of aspects of Christian culture over time. And so that's a very good example in some ways of, Weber's sort of group that brings out the spirit of capitalism actually managed to continue the form of it without the rationale for it, right? Like, what's the reason for any of this? At least there was a theology before. These people thought that they were saving themselves and serving God. What's the purpose of it now? It is merely, it should be exposed and possible to really see the genuine ideological basis of establishing their class position, their political and social and economic advantages. But in fact, actually, they've managed somehow to occlude this all, despite the fact that there isn't really a rationale that's based in the kind of traditional theologies of Christianity.
Yeah, they're very anti-traditional. This is also why, like in my profession, I feel like the humanities are going to die in this generation because they despise the past. And I think I put that that's part of the book too. Like they hate history, like they want to cancel history because they feel like they're like the most advanced. We are the most advanced people in the world. We're the most enlightened people as a class. They feel like they can dispose of history, which I thought I was kind of joking, but I was making it amusing. The PMC has sex part because the counter and a lot of the PMC comes out, their ethos comes out of the counterculture. Like when white wealthy Americans discovered like sexual pleasure, they thought they had invented it. And there were like this whole explosion of like sex manuals and like, different, now it's like all these different kinds of sex. Oh my God, we're so enlightened. Like this kind of the sexual revolution was always like really funny to me because it just ignored the fact that like, in order for us to have existed, with writing for 5,000 years, and maybe as a species for 100,000 years, people had sex before. But maybe they just had bad sex and the PMC like only had good sex. I highly doubt it. But there is a real movement after 1968 to say like traditionalists were just like having really bad sex and now we're having really good sex. And like it's so mechanistic too. It's like and now our best and most enlightened forms of sex have to do with consent. Like, may I kiss you? May I touch you? May I touch? Is this okay? You know what? That sounds like really horrible sex. But the PMC thinks like that it's a very contractual, transactional, once again disguised like exchange. It's like an economic exchange, almost like you do this for me, I do this for you. Like that's the most horrifying rationalized forms of sex that you can imagine. But the PMC really believed like the sex positive aspects of like sexual liberation just seem like really boring to me. So with a larger historical sense of humility, you wouldn't believe this. But these people have so much money and so little knowledge, and they have no humility at all. We are seeing like the information economy be ruled by people of such a profound ignorance. Like I hate to say this, like this does. If I were a conservative, I would say like this does feel like the end of civilization, but because I'm a Marxist, I feel like this could be the beginning of a revolution.
I heard a recent word that I liked a lot from this community, smugnorant. That seems to be the PMC to a T. So ignorant, but so smug at the same time. So
how could they, I'm sorry to interrupt, how could they be smart? Look at, they're only 24 hours in the day. Look how they spend their time. Everybody's surprised when they say, when I get close to powerful people, I'm surprised by how stupid they are. And I say, of course they're stupid. They're investing all their time in accruing power. They're not reading. Of course they're ignorant.
The thing is that there was like, even under feudalism, when you had the monarch and the tyrant at the court, there was a certain respect for like the artist, the musician, the philosopher, or even like the bankkeeper, the treasurer, like Richelieu under Louis XIV, right? There was a kind of respect for I can't do this all. Well, if we think of our PMC overlords who became capitalists, who were like smart, they all got like 1600 on their SATs. So that's why they think they're smart, because they can take standardized tests really, really well. And they went to these elite institutions, which is why the PMC in higher education are like this. that they don't feel like they need to know anything. They're just like naturally capable, and they don't even need to have differentiated like courtiers helping them, because like Elon Musk, knows what art is, and Jeff Bezos like knows how to do his accounts. Like they are this kind of like scary version of the Renaissance man. And all of those, like Elizabeth Holmes, who built people out of $1 billion for her fake blood testing company. She was like, everyone thought she was a genius. They were like, oh my god, she's a genius, she can do all this. She's created an at-home blood test panel. It was pure grift. But I feel like grifting, they're really good at grifting. They're really good grifting.
Mattis, they all bought into it because they don't understand it, but they think they're smart and they can identify
another. Or even look at Hillary Clinton. She ran on being really smart. She went to Yale Law School and Smith. I think she went to Smith. And so they think they're smart. They have this pure. Intelligence has become, the standardized, measurable thing that is rewarded. I mean, I know in Canada you don't have the same kinds of levels of elite schools. It's not ordered like that. But this is like something I think you're adopting or something. And God forbid it should go over there, because this kind of pure smarts that we fetishize is, to me, this pure PMC American export, because that was part of the Cold War, like Rand, Brookings. We had these really smart people modeling nuclear destruction, and that Dr. Strangelove does this great job of, satirizing that. But this fetishization of smarts versus experience versus craft, that's really like an intense part of PMC managerialism.
The best and the brightest.
This is so great. This is so great. Go ahead, Professor Hussein. This is just so great.
Oh no, I was just saying the best and the brightest. I mean, that is the self-congratulatory ideology of it.
It used to be, the 19th century industrialist used to say, we were the hardest working, like Carnegie, comes from nothing. Franklin, Benjamin Franklin, I just abjure all pleasures. I don't drink. Stitch in time saves 9. I'm the most frugal. Now it's, I am the most smart. Like Elon Musk is about to be a trillionaire. And he's like, oh my God, he's a genius. Everyone just accepts that. I'm like, at this point, I'm like, fuck smarts,
What does de-skilling mean? I was talking to my daughter about how the professional managerial class de-skills you because they don't want anybody to get ahead of them.
Well, so it really begins very. Can I be more? Can I go? Do I have a few minutes, or do I have to be off soon?
You have all the time in the world. We love you. So,
capitalist organization of production means that they take like let's say a dressmaker makes one dress from beginning to end. She's a very, very good dressmaker because she has to make like one of these ball gowns from top to bottom. The capitalist says that takes too long. I'm going to have someone just do the hems. I'm going to have someone just do the lace. I'm going to have someone just do the bodice. And so that already is a de-skilling, because then you have these people who are just doing one part of their dress, and
alienation.
No one knows how to and after a generation, no one knows how to make a complete dress anymore. I only know how to do hems. I only know how to do the bodice. When you get to the factory level, they have the assembly line discovers that, and under Taylorism is that if you break these tasks down and you have some like skilled blacksmith only be able to like do one thing to a nail at one time, you can make a lot more nails and you can make a lot more profit from it. De-skilling then, efficient lines of production that end up like making the work of the worker more alienating and giving more power to the foremen, the bosses, those who design the assembly line, in order that the capitalist can extract more profit from the labor process. Now, this de-skilling process,
easily replaced. You can,
and that's right. You can easily retrain someone. You just slot them in onto the thing, and so a lot of the workers from the 18th century on, as industrialized production of textiles and manufacturing was going on, they would rebel against this. In fact, the Luddites did this. The weavers in France did this. Every time this happened, the workers would, just try to destroy the machines and rebel against the thing. Now, though, we've had like automation. We've gone to a whole other level of de-skilling, and I feel like we can pay on the assembly line. We will pay the workers as little as we can, but we will pay the engineers who create the AI in the robots as much as possible, so that the black box of managerialism becomes an algorithm, almost like an algorithm, and the worker is just doing one thing at a time, like very, 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 very de-skilled thing. Or the logistics line at Amazon, if Amazon could replace every human worker on its floor, it would, because it's all about getting unruly, unpredictable human labor to the lowest level possible with the lowest number of lowest wages, and the PMC engineer gets like more and more prestige, more and more money, and his design, usually her design of the logistics thing, gets a lot more investment of money and prestige, and the workers more and more reduced. To the point where he or she then becomes easily replaceable. And easy replacement is really important here, because really in the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution happened in Britain, and what they really they found that the most effective thing to do is just to work someone to death by the time they were 30, get someone who's 9 years old back on the line, and pay them. From the Staffordshire, ceramics to the textile mills of Liverpool, this was the logic. At some point, people were like, oh, maybe it's not such a good idea to work people to death when they're 30. Maybe we can work them to death when they're 35, because we need them to reproduce more workers. The only way that things changed was because workers started striking, and because people were really afraid of communist, anarchist, socialist rebellion by the 19th century, because you can only work people so much to the point where you have these factories with like 5, 10,000, 15,000, 50,000 workers. They're like 500 bosses, and they figure managers, and they're like, no, you know what? We've got the numbers. So capitalism has gotten really smart, because they realized that the factories actually created an actual space of solidarity, where you could look at the person next to you and go, wow, I have more in common with you than I have with the boss, right? So you have this incredible thing. Now, the de-skilling and the automation prevents that from happening, and we've also globalized and taken these low-wage jobs and taken them somewhere else, so that American workers are demoralized. They have no more, like, the gig economy is about never seeing another worker. You're always picking up clients. You're always serving clients, and that's why Uber and Lyft were so people are so excited about them, because capitalists know, like, that's a really good model, because this worker will never see another worker. Even a medallion taxi cab driver in New York, like, they had their old coffee shops. They had their coffee, like, taxi was all about like a taxi station where they would go and they'd hang out and they'd talk. Do you think an Uber driver has that? No, they don't have that.
They're competing with each other.
No, right. And they're competing with it. So de-skilling is a form of class war. And it's happening in all the professions. And you were talking about ageism earlier, and I feel like that is happening within the PMC itself. A lot of my friends who are engineers say the big companies and the coders, they love like 24 to 35-year-olds. And the moment you turn 40, 45, like, they have to pay you a lot of money, and they don't like you because you know how the system works now. You know, you got Google's number, you got Amazon's number, you have Facebook's number, and they like want to push you out the door because you have this like young 24-year-old waiting to take your place with $300,000 $50,000 of student loan debt, and he will do anything his boss says. And whereas if you're 45, 50, 55, you're like, well, maybe not. Maybe I could be the boss. Like, that's bullshit. A scared 24-year-old indebted and newly minted engineer will not say that to you.
Or if you're older, you know that this is inefficient. We can go home at 5. Right. We don't have to do it this way. This is just, you're just keeping us here to keep us here. I'm sorry, Professor.
Yeah, you're right. That's right.
This is clarity. This explains the misery, the immiseration that everybody feels.
Yeah.
Professor.
So even engineers, highly paid engineers, are suffering from this.
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering, do you think that the PMC is under threat, breaking up? I mean, for 2 reasons. One, you point out in the book that they have abandoned the professional protocol standards that they had developed maybe mid 20th century or earlier. That's right. So that's one kind of problem, that they've sort of declined in some sense, or they're a decadent version of the sort of real emergence of the professional and managerial class. And 2, that it's not able to reproduce itself as easily in terms of younger generations being able to, who may have aspirations to the PMC. They go through these great schools, they get educated, but they're finding that their pathways into those kinds of positions in the culture industry. How many journalists are there now? You have to turn to, trying to make it on the internet, in the social media world and so on, so you don't have the security, you don't have this kind of sense of security. It's the gig economy for the intellectual class as well, not just cab drivers and so on. That's kind of creating new conditions and fissures within this kind of professional and managerial culture anyway, because some people can't actually become part of the class, even though they're part of that culture of it. And so I'm wondering what sorts of opportunities and dangers there are to this particular moment and this kind of alignment. What do you see as a hopeful sign, and maybe what do you see as some of the real challenges of navigating out of this?
Those are really, really good questions, and I don't know that I can address them directly, but I'd like to take the first part of your question where you talked about the betrayal of professional protocols, right? So once again, I'm going to do a kind of cartoonish history, but I think it makes sense. So the American Medical Association emerges in the early part of the 20th century because basically, like, anybody could sell snake oil on the street and treat you. Like, there was a lot. The medical profession was super highly unregulated. America was like a crazy Wild West, right? So the AMA emerges, and professional protocols are put into place. Here's the training that you need to do, the residencies that you need to do, the education that you need to do, and the do no harm code is really enforced, right? So why does it break down during the opioid crisis, right? Why do doctors in Arkansas, in Maine, in West Virginia, the places where the Sacklers dumped 300 million OxyContin pills, why did they do harm to their patients, right? How did that break down? And one of the things you could say is like just this intense salesmanship of the Sackler family, like they released not just the pills, but all these salespeople to go out into these places where you had working class people with a lot of physical pain, right? They were like, OxyContin, it's narcotic, but it's not addictive. Why wasn't there more resistance in the late 1990s, early 2000s to this kind of logic? And I'll say it's because even middle-class professional people were feeling the squeeze of an economic system that was moving more and more wealth to the top, and the middle class was just collapsing. So when the Sacklers and the pharmaceutical companies gave these small-town doctors incentives, it just looked so tempting. And, in a way that it would not have looked if you had like a really stable workforce, really stable real estate, really stable sort of life worlds where you could say, well, no, I don't need that extra $50,000 incentive, or, that may not look so. What the hell is a non-addictive narcotic? The resistance was like really already softened by the social and economic precarity that people were feeling since Reagan took office, right? So you could say like since Jimmy Carter appointed Volcker to the Treasury, and Volcker said, you know what, people are going to hurt, but capitalism is going to continue to work really well. And so there's that. Like, I think this generalized sense of fear among, the professionals that, like economic fear, because you can't say like all of these doctors were just fooled or all of these doctors were simply corrupt. There were like a number of conditions that made that possible. And, Harriet said 600,000 people have died. 600,000 families have had to deal with the crippling effects of opioid addiction. And in fact, I know countless graduate students who are now in their 30s who lost their fathers, like when they were teens, because that was the time.
And the hedge funds are in on recovery.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that I think, like, American capitalism looking for profits, extracting the profits, creates then a new kind of like vicious capitalism that like professional protocols are not compatible with. So that was the first part of your question. And now I forgot. Oh yeah, you were saying like, is this a moment of hope, or like is because the class itself has been exposed, right?
Yes,
we can't the workings of the pharmaceutical industry were completely pried open by the OxyContin scandal. And I wish I could be that optimistic, but I feel like as long as medical school costs as much as it does, and it's costing more and more every year, and as long as the barrier to entry to higher education remains this high with regard to money, I don't see like hope, but around the corner. But then, the spark of social change never comes from like a rational person like me going, I've done all this research and I think this is going to happen. Like, things can turn on a dime. Mm-hmm. And maybe it has to do with a critical mass of misery or something like that. But when the book first came out, I had medical residents write to me. I've had countless people from the professions write to me and say, I would never go public with this, but this is happening to me in my profession, as a comedy writer, like you, a young comedy writer trying to break through, as a resident who has to be up 48 hours for these terms, as a and then I've had like people who were just in the army saying, I've read this and I realized like this is worse than the army. What the thought control that you guys have to go through is worse than basic training. You know what I mean? And I used to
get bullied by my bosses, and they'd say, I'm making you tough, but don't get hard. They say, I'm toughening you up, but don't get, and then later they say,
what does that mean?
It means I'm toughening you up, and then they say, but don't. Then later they say, don't be hard in your heart. Don't have a hard heart. You can't be funny if you have a hard heart. Then the next day they beat the crap out of you, and say, I'm toughening you up. And then the next day they say, don't have a hard heart.
That sounds like it's just abuse, just like out and out abuse. Yeah,
it's abuse. It's gaslighting.
But the thing is that you have to. We all have to make that paycheck. If we're not living off the interest of our growing mountains of capital, like, you feel like you have to put your head down. You have to accept that. How do you stop? You can save yourself individually and write a self-help book and make $1 million or not. Or you can say, I have more in common with the Etsy workers, with the industrial workers, the industrial crafts workers who make the film industry function. It's not Alec Baldwin's talent that makes that movie happen. It's so many different people with different forms of expertise on a film set that make that happen. And the radical disrespect for that expertise is what caused that woman's death. And I'm really glad you put that out there, because the reporting on it is really infuriating. Like, some people, the New York Times goes, like, some people just walked off the set because it wasn't safe. Some people? Just some random people.
They called it labor unrest.
Yeah. Some union members walked off that set. Yeah. So.
Well, I have to thank Dan Hagertz on Twitter. He's a regular at our reading group, Weekly Marks, and also Feldo, audience member, for putting us in touch with you, or putting me.
Can we get 6 more minutes? Can we have a little more time? Can you spare 6?
Absolutely.
Sure. Okay, sure. Yeah.
Okay. This is, it clarifies everything. You clarify
Well, that's one of the things I liked so much about the book, is it didn't pull punches. It was very direct. You were very upfront that this is a polemic, and you were going to, step off the, typical academic nuance, like fetishizing nuance, rather than just coming out plainly and trying to analyze the phenomenon ahead of you. And I really, really enjoyed that. I think people will enjoy it. And really, so I guess maybe one thing we have a little time at the end, I kept thinking also about, in your PMC Has Sex chapter, about the campus situation, about, you had some things to say about the cancel culture, and about also this kind of environment of panic. And it just made me think a little bit about The Chair. And so I wanted to ask you, since, this was a series on Netflix that, of course, everybody in academia had to watch and comment on. And, there was a bit of a frisson of, interest in it because it was about us, right? And so
Allegedly.
So I think people, while they wanted to criticize it, there was just so much narcissistic joy in seeing oneself somehow represented and portrayed, that I don't think many of the critiques actually were very serious. And so I was actually kind of thinking, what did you make of that series, and perhaps also the response? Since you're also in film and media, I thought this would be a fun thing to hear you.
Sure. Oh, and full disclosure, my very beautiful niece plays the Title IX officer that the older professor goes to, Havana Rose Liu. So big shout out to her.
Oh, fantastic.
I thought it was going to be much more hard hitting and satirical. I did not expect it to be a rom-com. I didn't expect it to have like physical comedy where, Sandra Oh is such an appealing actress, is like falling all over the guy that she's half in love with. I forget his name. But I think the thing that, like the narcissistic frisson that people in our profession felt, was that you had like an administration telling an English department basically, like, we don't have any money, and you guys can't do anything that you're used to doing, and you will be, your offices are moved to the bottom of the gym. And so all of us were like, oh my God, I suffered so much, and now it's finally on TV. Well, can I just say one thing? Like, if I had an office that big, like Sandra Oh, then, I would just quit my job and become an artist or something in my office, like have a studio, because my office is not that big. Like, most of us, it's like a lower Ivy. We don't work in those conditions, number one. Number two, at this point, like with that like star English professor who does the Nazi salute, who's then like quoting Nazism and then is canceled, Nobody I know in their right mind does that kind of thing, even drunk, because we are so highly censored. Like the level of censorship and self-control and internalized self-control, the lack of any kind of spontaneity or freedom within the teaching professions has never been this bad, as far as I can tell. And so that was like a very, delightful, cathartic moment where I'm like, oh yeah, he can just do whatever he wants. Nobody gets up in front of a classroom and just is like, I'm just going to say whatever I want. So that's like a kind of de-skilling thing, maybe that it's like a goofy de-skilling thing. Like professors just go to their classes and they just say whatever happened, whatever's on their minds. And when they hook up their computers, like pictures of their wives come up, and because they never check what's actually on their laptops. That's how, and I felt like at that level, it was kind of, it was both lovable and ridiculous, because the real pall that has fallen on academia right now has to do with this kind of cancel culture. All the student slogans, the writers actually took from things that students actually have said in the past year or two. Like, he should not be allowed on campus, this should not happen. And so it makes it seem like someone's just being goofy, and then, the students all go crazy. But I feel like the actual level of repression that we all live under is much darker and much worse than that. And it was actually a kind of like light diversion. It was like light entertainment. Like, it made our like working lives look like a fun operetta. Like, it was like making a West Side Story in, a 19th century factory or something. Like, some little sewing girl falls in love with the machinist, and they have this like beautiful thing, and you can ignore the fact that, people are losing their arms and legs in the middle of all this. So I thought that was like really, really flawed, like insufficient as a satire of the academic condition right now.
Before you go, you teach media studies.
Right.
So are you able to appreciate anything that's on Hulu and Netflix?
I'm like a really, really big consumer of you know what? I don't sit around going, oh yeah, better culture would make a better society. I'm like, give me the dreck. I just need like diversion at the end of my day. That's the other thing I don't believe. Like, radical culture does not make radical politics. Like, I don't need to see, something super enlightened. I'll just watch. What show I did not appreciate was Sex Education, second season. I feel like I'm being bashed over the head with, PMC Sex Education, and
it's dangerous. How much?
I just watched Dune last night. I don't have I'm not like sitting here going, I can only watch experimental film or listen to sound art. God forbid.
But it doesn't have to be experimental. How much of this is conditioning? How much of it is mind control and brainwashing? How much of it is ruining our politics by
what exactly? What are you talking about? Facebook? Or are you talking about?
I'm talking about movies, the television we watch, where anything that seems to be hypercritical of capitalism has some kind of moral ambiguity that gets capitalism off the hook.
What is a thing that's critical of capitalism? Like, other than Inside Job or like the laundromat that Soderbergh made, those are really critical of capitalism, and they got made. Those Adam McKay and Steven Soderbergh made those films. Those are really important. But people still like the laundromat, I guess, is about money laundering. It was very entertaining. There should be a worldwide revolution based on the Panama Papers. There isn't. I don't count on culture to bring me that. I really don't. I think it's all about real organizing. It's about people. Like, I want like emotional catharsis, more in the Greek sense. Like, and I kind of wrote the book for that too. Like, I want a collective experience of catharsis. I don't want to be told what to think about capitalism necessarily. And look, if we had like the ideal utopia, everyone would be making their own content. And that's what like YouTube and all of these things distributed for us. But I don't have those kinds of expectations. I don't think video games make children more violent, and I don't think enlightened media make people more enlightened. I think I think the news should be really hard hitting, and because it's not, we have podcasts and shows like this to counter that. And one of the most exploitative, forms of television are really cheap reality TV, and those kinds of things have to do with, those are ideologically reproductive of a capitalist logic. But I'm not going to go and shame you for it if you're watching that stuff. I won't go like, oh, that's horrible. No, I don't care. I don't care.
I'm older than you, and I remember the 60s, and people came out of the 60s not trusting advertising. And it was a big thing when Eric Clapton did a commercial for Michelob. He's turned out to be an anti-vax. It was a big thing, though, when rock stars, when Henry Fonda did a commercial for GAF. It was like, oh my God, there was something shameful about siding with corporate America. And I was raised not to trust advertising. That's a cultural shift.
You cannot trust advertising, but your consumption habits of advertising is not a building block in solidarity.
Okay.
In fact, distrust of advertising can now lead more towards conspiracy thinking than anything else. Distrust of the media. The media should be distrusted generally. You should distrust the news, including advertising. Advertising and the news and content have no difference anymore.
I have to share you with Professor Marianne. I can't virtue hoard you.
Oh, she's coming on next. Okay.
Professor Marianne, I'll be quiet. Anything you'd like to ask or say?
Well, no, I've been listening just to the tail end of it, so I don't know what the bulk of the conversation was. But I can tell you, even physics was not immune from some cultural nonsense that allowed everybody to not face the real problems we have in our field, particularly women. There's about the same percentage of women in high energy physics, at least in the United States, Europe, different story, as there was when I was starting out, as there were like before I was born, practically. And part of the problem has been you're asking people to spend longer and longer amounts of time in graduate school, very cheap labor. I mean, it's the senior graduate students and the postdocs that are running all these experiments to first order. The professors are too busy begging for money, with some exceptions. But so you ask people, and then you ask them to do a few more years of relative poverty with low-paying postdocs. And then the clock is seriously ticking, because there's a certain point where it's no longer the case where the captains of industry like the Westinghouse and IBM and Boeing, people could talk to your advisor because they all went to graduate school together. People running those companies are out of marketing. So you basically have to land a job before you've been too ripened on the shelf of academia. And by that time, you're in your mid-30s. Most normal people are wanting to start families by then. And in the 1990s, late 90s, the pull of getting a job in the derivatives department of some bank. I was asked to join the derivatives departments of Sears Roebuck Company. They had a derivatives department. And my friend, acquaintance just said, Marianne, you have no idea how easy this job is compared to anything we do. Now, that might have all collapsed a few years later, but if you work with that kind of salary for 10 years, you could retire. And then, people are going, my student worked for the oil company. And as she said, Marianne, I can't do what you did. I didn't have student debt when I got my PhD. When these guys have PhD, they're usually paid through graduate school, but when they graduate, they have to start paying back their undergraduate student loan debt. So the whole thing, this whole cultural nonsense about, are we teaching physics with a masculine perspective? I'm just going, what the hell are you talking about? You would much rather talk about this crap than the economic injustice and exploitation that, somebody's tenured career is basically dozens of underpaid graduate students and postdocs making it happen. And then we, let them loose to fend for themselves in a very hostile environment that doesn't appreciate, academic and technical skill. Oh, anyway, that was I don't know if that dovetailed with what you were talking about or not, but sort of.
Why don't we go ahead, Professor Catherine? You're on. Let me unmute you.
I just want to second everything you said, Marian, and I want to add another thing, which is for working class students, it's even worse. I mean, okay, so you have the student debt, but working class people in their 20s generally have to work to support family structures, like if not, they've already had kids, or they're supporting their parents, or they've got to contribute to the family in some way. And so how can you ask people to go into this long period of apprenticeship where they are making just barely over minimum wage? And then they talk about diversity in all these different ways. This is not going to work if you have a social system that punishes people financially for not being middle class in such a way. People will never rise up in the professions because they can't afford to not make money in their 20s. And basically, we're not getting a PhD is like taking a vow of poverty. And
we're losing African American workers on Capitol Hill. They are complaining they can't afford to take these low wage jobs working on Capitol Hill, competing against the privileged children who are being bankrolled by their parents. The same thing, internships.
They can take unpaid internships. If you're a minority person who's the first person to graduate from college and you want to go postgraduate, you're going to go to law school or med school, something. You might get a pile of debt, but it's something where you've got close to guaranteed employment if you don't completely screw it up.
Well, you knock on doors, and there was an article. I forgot the gentleman's name. He was complaining that the people who can afford to knock on doors for the Democratic Party are white, educated children of the ruling class, and so they're doing the retail politics. Nobody trusts them. Why should they? Catherine, why don't we wrap this up? Please come back. This was like you just cleared out my sinuses.
I will. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me, Marian. Everything you're saying, I totally agree with. And Adnan, David, thanks so much.
Right, you're behind your back. We'll plug your book.
I hope to be in a session with you because it would be very interesting.
Take care, guys.
Virtue Hoarders. Go buy the book right now. Go buy Virtue Hoarders right now. Thank you, Professor Adnan Hussain, for introducing us to Catherine. Go buy Virtue Hoarders right now. Let's take a quick break. I need to get water, and I know the Professor Marianne is loaded for, yes, I have to pour some water. Let's listen to some music from Professor Mike Steinel, who will be joining us shortly with Ray Hare. And we're going to talk about, music and the unions and more good stuff. You're listening to The David Feldman Show. We'll be right back.
I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. $15 an hour, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and 32,000 years. I know it's a long time, honey, to 34,020. But when I get there, babe, I'm gonna be in the money. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never I really need is a second job or a third. Lift myself up my boots and join that elite herd of the 600 billionaires in the USA who make more in a second than I do in a day. I'm on my way, yes I am. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oh, yes I am. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there, yes I do, by and by. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die.
Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter. We have a virtual studio audience. If you would like to join our virtual studio audience, go to my website and sign up. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. I'm there from 8 till 9:30, taking your questions, your compliments. We have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. I think we're close to 6,000 subscribers, Professor Marianne. Not bad for a little show. So, and please like us.
It's a while to build up. It has to become a habit with people. Then you start building up subscribers.
Is that how you do it?
Well, that's how I've noticed other people have done it. I have been subscribers to certain podcasts from way back, and they slowly built up, and then suddenly, I don't know, the right person they have a certain episode that goes viral, and then you've got suddenly a lot of people, kind of flocking to it. So
I'm also told you have to be good. That's the other problem. Being good at what you.
Being good, it's never been, highly correlated with popularity, but being relevant, or sometimes you are just relevant. Your goodness or badness just resonates for some reason. So, it's a crapshoot.
Professor Marianne Cummings is a physics professor. She is also a parks commissioner. She's an elected parks commissioner in Aurora, Illinois, and it looks like you're in a hotel.
Yes, I am. I am. I'm off in a meeting. I'm out of town this week, meeting with some people. Hell. I'm in Vegas, baby. I'm meeting with some people. Yes, I am in Vegas.
Well, you buried the lead. You're in Vegas?
Yes. And, I was going to cancel this trip. I mean, I planned it like months ago. Sometimes you just get this insanely low flight from Southwest, and and these room offers for free. And, but, in the summer, it looks like this wasn't going to happen, because I was stunned that the COVID was raging in Nevada in particular, but it's gone way down. I decided.
Down in Nevada. Now, are you in you don't have to tell me what casino you're in, but I would assume you're staying, well, everything's a casino in Vegas.
Yes, everything is pretty much a casino, but I am on the Strip. And it's very nice in some weird ways. And the problem right now is that what's happened in the last 2 or 3 years is that Vegas has 2 professional teams that have just moved in. So right behind this hotel is where the Golden Knights play. And now the season is on because hockey season is insanely long. And the
Raiders are going to be.
And there's a football team, and that stadium is just, half a mile down. So it's just a logistic nightmare. I mean, all of the roads, all the traffic flows, many areas are reversed. when they play at once. And I got a little bit of that at night, last night coming in. But
I opened for Triumph the Insult Comic Dog in Las Vegas. Robert Smigel and I were staying at Caesars, and the room was across the strip. Like the place where we were playing, I can't remember what it was. Like I think it was this. I want to say the Sahara. There's some club.
There's the Flamingo. There's a.
But and it took us 90 minutes by cab.
Oh yeah.
To get across the strip. It was phenomenal.
You can't walk. I mean, you have to be careful where you walk, because now, even when I first came to Vegas in the early 2000s, you could walk up and down the sidewalk.
Right.
You can't do that anymore. I mean, it's just a maze of walkways and bridges, and you just have to sort of know your way around them. It's
that was how my sanity in Vegas, by walking the strip, and everything looked closer than it really was. Like if I'm playing ballets, I would see the sign for the Tropicana, and I'd think, oh, I'll just walk down to the Tropicana. That's like a 2-hour walk. Now now it's impossible to walk.
And you would have thought, after 9/11 was my first, like 2002 was the first time I came to Vegas. It was relatively quiet because people were still not traveling as much. And then after the financial meltdown, I was actually, as a joke, sent an email to the new city center they were building at the time, the world's biggest green project. It's all recycled water and, energy sufficiency and all this kind of stuff. And I was saying, well, I'd like that corner condo there. And I told my sister that if I got an email like Monday morning, the next morning, I know that they're in dire straits. Well, I got off the phone with her and there was somebody phoning me. Now, I didn't have cash lying around. If I had offered them $150,000 for that $1.5 million suite, I probably could have bought it. It was that insane. But I didn't have even that kind of money lying around. So, and didn't want to finance myself, because now 12 years later, yes, you would have made a killing until the next big collapse of everything. So,
Yeah.
But this is our religion out here. This is what we show the gods and nature. I think this is the pinnacle of human expression. Like, oh yeah, look at this, waterfall in the desert, completely overwhelming anything nature has to offer out here. So it's
it is the ultimate. It is saying that humans are a-holes. Look at what it reminds me of New York. It reminds me of Manhattan. There's like this, we will build a subway that is above ground and will go through a building. I've done this in Queens, where I've been on and that's what Las Vegas is, where they say, really, you don't think we can do this? We're going to do this. What's the cigarette smoking like? Are people smoking? Are they wearing masks?
There's still some areas, like the big main areas in the Bellagio, you're allowed to smoke. But they've been very good. It was just kind of like the Roundhouse where I live. They had some really good air ventilation technology. So even though I don't like smokers, but I could sit in the pub area even with somebody smoking, and it really not bothered me. And now, of course, in the era of COVID, it's weird to see everybody is down on the floor wearing masks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they've got a lot of the chairs and things kind of separated so that people, 6 foot, the 6 foot rule in most places.
The air is fresh. They do pump oxygen into a casino to keep you lightheaded. So I guess, well, they do.
Well, they also to keep you moist, they have moisturizers or the humidifiers in these places. And so I didn't notice that the air seemed just fine. It's not crowds.
A year of my life has been spent inside a Las Vegas casino. I've played 52 weeks. When you add up all the time I've played Las Vegas, I've counted. It's more than a year of my life has been spent inside a casino. And I've never gone there just as a tourist. And I wonder what it would be like just to go there to
2
enjoy
days.
it.
2
How many
days is basically, how I started going was my parents used to go to Vegas for 2 or 3 days en route to a meeting that my father always had with a company that he had founded out in Arizona. And that was their like early winter meeting. So that was fun because I realized that this is the first time since, I don't know, they brought that little grub home when I was 1.5 that I had the parents to myself. And we're just kind of wandering around Vegas. So it was like our yearly thing to do. So they can't do that anymore. So with my father. So by the way, Vegas is a magical place because years ago we were going through the Bellagio and my father stopped and he's watching this band and it's playing in one of the, nightclubs there, but it's very open to the casino. And my father goes, holy smokes. And turns out this band was called the Ink Spots. And it was the original, there was only one surviving member of the original Ink Spots. And believe it or not, this guy was my father's army buddy.
Really?
So my father, he told the story. He said, we went on furlough because he found out I was a piano player, and my father did play piano in bars for a while. And so the guy invited him to hey, my band is playing tonight or this weekend in Kansas City. We have a furlough, so they went. And my father said it was this amazingly swanky place. And he says, and I was the only white guy, literally, in miles. And of course, his friend gets up on the stage and sings with the Ink Spots. And then he says, I want to welcome my friend Oni Cummings, the spotlight. Wow. It's just as if I needed a spotlight in the place. And then my father kind of mused and said, I had no idea how badly Black people were treated in this country. I said, wait a minute, Dad, you were 20 years old in the 1950s, and you had no idea how badly Black people were treated.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Well, he was living in a neighborhood, a very integrated neighborhood in Detroit, and the Black people they knew were all professionals, and they had the nicer brick houses down the street. And it was, so my father was, well, of course, people did not wander outside their neighborhoods a whole lot. They had radio, they didn't have TV much. So who knows? But that was just the little magical story. And that guy knew my father, hadn't seen my father in over 50 years at that point, and he immediately yelled out my father's name.
Wow.
So that was just, so anything can happen in Vegas. I mean, some magical moments happen in Vegas.
Right. Mark Breslin wants to form a band called the Dime Spots, but that's a whole other, you have to be a man to get the Dime Spots. Now you are, I'm not going to embarrass you. I'm just going to say instead of calling you one of the most brilliant people I know, we'll just say you're a physics professor and we'll leave it at that. Are you tempted to gamble? Because you talked about being offered a job to do derivatives for Sears. Yeah. So
I do. I play the little slot machines, but I just like to play the little machines that are fun.
Hang on for one second. Vegas preys on people like you who think they can outsmart the casino. I know they can't outsmart the casino. I can't outsmart this casino. However, there were a group of graduate students at the University of Michigan who had this counting card that was very similar to that that was portrayed in some Kevin Spacey movie about 10 years ago. And they would make money. And I would even say to them, we're talking about the 80s. I'm going, hey, aren't you guys afraid that you're going to get taken out in the alley and just your legs broken or something? Because casino guys don't take. And that was still when I don't know when the mob left, but that was probably when the transition was happening. I had just, years ago, my mother and I would go for pedicures here when we go, and I had just seen the movie Casino, which was from 10 years earlier. And the gal who was doing my mother's toes, she said, oh, I knew that guy. I worked for that guy for the part that Robert De Niro played. I worked for him for over 15, almost 20 years. And she says, that was like astounding time. She said, that really did happen. Those events really did happen. Right.
And I'm going, whoa.
the mob never left Las Vegas. They just don't own the casinos anymore. They do the construction.
Yeah,
They're-
that's probably true. The casinos are the finance guys, and that's just all the big multinationals and,
Right. The Justice Department got the mob out of owning the casinos, but every casino is growing and expanding. Construction will always be the mob ballywick. As long as you're pouring concrete, there will be a mafia. That's where the money, gets.
Well, when you actually have to build something and you have to have the equipment and the capital to actually build something, that takes cooperation, a certain amount of power, a certain amount of stability. And it can't be just market forces. So that just lends itself to that kind of, maybe not outward mob activity, but certainly some kind of protection, of some kind, at least some agreements. So
Dirty money. It's all dirty money. The kids, if you watch The Godfather, Michael Corleone's kid goes off to, well, he became an opera singer, but these mobsters send their kids off to elite private schools, and they become Jamie Dimon. They become, Chase, Deutsche Bank. They're all running money laundering operations. That's how they make their money. These tax havens, they're all dirty money, being invested in. I mean, read the Pandora Papers and the Panama Papers. This is, I'm a broken record, but this entire country is one big money laundering operation. Catherine was talking about how people lose money because they want to open up a restaurant. You can't compete with successful restaurants because the successful restaurants are money laundering operations.
I actually used to wonder that when I was in college in Ann Arbor. It's like, how is this place making money? I'm sitting here for $1 at 3:00 in the morning getting this amazing burrito meal. How does this work? So
I am a successful stand-up comic. I spent 12 years on the road playing to empty clubs because I couldn't draw. Nobody ever said to me, you didn't draw enough, we're not paying it. They always paid me, even though I wasn't making money for the club. And somewhere along the line, I realized they're not here for the comedy. This business isn't here for the comedy. This is a money laundering operation. I'm a conduit to help people clean dirty money. What is on your mind? We have Ray Hare here and Mary Ellen Gorey, I think, and Professor Mike.
Yes.
We're going to talk.
I just had a couple things to say. Of course, we're coming up on the most important election of our lifetime, like the 22nd one or something that's been the most important. And we're going to have nothing. I mean, it's
I think you're right.
What's going on with this Build Back Better. And in fact, I'm not surprised. I was hopeful that something would happen, but it's not happened yet. I'm still holding out that Bernie Sanders is going to do something. But one of the things that haven't been mentioned, so they've gutted all of the Medicare improvements. They've gutted a whole pile of things. The thing they're gutting that's just should, just basically take out the legs from anyone who thinks that somehow we need to vote Democrats for survive, is that apparently they're taking out the climate, the serious climate programs. What was it? The Clean Electricity Performance Program, CEPP. They're just gutting it. They're not going to have it in there. It's Manchin is dead set against it.
Yep.
So what is the United States going to go to Glasgow with? I can't remember when this meeting is, but it's the next big UN climate meeting. And what are we going to present to the world if we can't even do this? And, all of the kids that the squad rounded up and said, hold your nose and have some discipline and vote for Joe Biden because the planet depends on it. when they take polls, and they continue to take polls of people between 19 and 30, and the dealing with the climate and the environment is the number one issue consistently. So what are you going to offer these kids? Are they going to show up to the 2022 elections like they showed up in 2020? And, you know,
And they barely showed up in 2020,
they did show up.
but not in the numbers we thought they would.
Well, they showed up. I mean, there was some pretty high turnouts for that group, which is traditionally very low turnout. And I would say that the squad probably had, and Bernie probably had something to do with that, you know, and there was the idea that Bernie's making a big bargain with Biden. And even at the time I said, who is he bargaining with? I mean, like Biden, I don't know if he remembers, maybe he only knows that he likes Bernie. Bernie's his friend or something, but I wasn't being facetious. I was actually being kind of serious. What level of bargaining is Joe Biden capable of at this point is a very fair question. And the people around him, you know, the people around them who have anchored their careers to his career, you know, they're like the courtiers of a, you know, I don't know, a child king or something. They basically are the ones making the decisions. So, and, you know, and I was just trying to...
Can you put a pin in it for 1 second? Please remember what you were about to say. You know that I voted for Biden. Yes. I wanted Bernie. I went with the lesser of two evils. But if they think that we're not onto them with Manchin and Sinema, if he doesn't get this, they are done. And I don't think democracy is done. I don't think it's an either or. I think what's going to happen is if Biden, Pelosi, and Schumer and Clyburn can't deliver on this, the Democratic Party, as we know it, is over. And even if it means the Republicans get the House and the Senate, Biden is going to pay politically and the vice. They are going down, and they are going into the dust heap of political history. And it's going to be a new game. You know, they'll keep telling us the clock is ticking. You know, you want Trump to be president? They'll scare us. They're going down. And they deserve to go down.
Well, I was going to say that they were never going to succeed in the first place. I don't think they wanted to succeed with this. There's something, what is the bottleneck for legislation it's in the House, and particularly in the House? It's the committees. There is this House Democratic Steering and Policy Committee, which is actually secretive. It is actually exempt from the Open Records Act. And they're the ones that decide who gets on which committee. They're the ones that decided to bump Katie Porter off of her committee. They were the ones to decide that it's Kathleen Rice gets on this Energy Committee and not Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. And who is running who's the power behind that? This is Nancy Pelosi and Democratic Party leadership. They have handpicked all of these people that are either outright blocking or severely weakening this bill through their committees. Those were handpicked by Nancy Pelosi and the Democratic leadership in the House.
We have to. I have to cut it.
No, I'm looking forward to this next segment. So you need to get the hook stage left here.
I'll see you Thursday, Professor Marion. But I don't want to be rude to Ray and Professor Mike Steinel, Mary Ellen, and feel free to join the conversation. But let me bring them in. Joining us in Denton. I just turned. What did I do here? Remember what am I doing? I'm panicking. Calm down. Okay, let me bring Ray in. Ask to start video. Let me bring Professor Mike Steinel in. Let me bring, do we have I need a violinist. Is there a violinist? Okay, we'll bring a violinist in. We have a trumpet player. Do we have a drummer? I need a drummer.
That'd be Ray.
That would be Ray. Okay. And I'm the record producer. Let me explain to you.
That's
There's
a
a
scary
rock and
thought.
roll heaven. I know.
This is about getting a hit with a bullet, right, David?
My song is, if there's a rock and roll heaven, there'll be a hell of a publishing right that will be going to me. Introduce our guest, Professor Mike Steinel, before I.
Okay. Very pleased to have these two people here. Ray Hare is a fabulous drummer and a musician, but also the president of the American Federation of Musicians. For a long time, he was the head of the local here in Dallas-Fort Worth. And he's been doing great work since he was elected to that position and reelected. And in the news is this the strike that's going on with the San Antonio Symphony. And I thought it'd be great to bring in Mary Ellen Gorey, who is principal second violinist, but also she's the players, I think the chair of the Players Association, which is negotiating with the symphony board, or I'm not sure if it's much negotiation. She can fill you in on the status of that. But that association, in conjunction with the American Federation of Musicians and the local there, are working to try to get something settled. They've been on strike since September 27th, but the situation goes way back. And Mary Ellen, we had a long talk on Saturday, and you did a great job explaining all that. And it's this is, if you haven't, I've been listening to the whole show today, and it's all been about labor and related to the shooting.
And it's been laborious. A lot of people
It's been laborious. No, it's been a great show. And the guest before Mary Ann was Catherine, you say Lee? She was fantastic. I got to get that book. Anyway, why don't we start with Ray? You want to start with the little overview, and then Mary Ellen can give us the entire history of the strike and what's going on down there in San Antonio.
Well, I can give you a little bit. In my years of service to musicians, San Antonio has had trouble with it in its labor relations with its management going back to the 90s and even before that, the 80s. But all of that had improved, I think, up until a point. And I think where I want to go with this is I want to try to spotlight what the real problem is in San Antonio. And in my view, and this is strictly my view, because Mary Ellen is going to be the ultimate arbitrator of views here, I believe. But the problem is, you had the community of San Antonio raising $250 million to build a hall, and called the Tobin Center. That's a lot of money to take out of a community that doesn't normally contribute those kinds of sums of money to artistic endeavors. And they did that. And then, after about 5 years or so of being in business, all of a sudden the resident companies that were, they sold the public on raising that money by saying the resident companies, namely the opera, the symphony, the ballet, and so forth, are going to be so much better. You'll have such a better and more enjoyable experience buying a ticket to see those companies in this hall that you should, contribute the money. So here we are, a few years down the road, and the hall begins to squeeze the resident companies for more rent, for all kinds of more expenses, for a bigger position on the ticket sales. And then all of a sudden you have money being raised in honor of a hall, not in honor of a performing company within the hall, and not supporting the artistic and the economic interests of the performers who play there. And that's, my view of that right now. I've done my research on it. I've looked at the tax returns. I've looked at what the managers of the people who run the hall make. And it's a tragic tale. So with that, I think, Mary Ellen, it is good to see you here, and I'm looking forward to seeing you at the rally at 6 o'clock on Friday, right in front of the Tobin Center. We have a lot to talk about in front of the Tobin Center, about the Tobin Center, but more especially about the San Antonio Symphony.
Thank you. I don't disagree with anything you've said. That's all basically how it worked. The Tobin was built with public money, and it is now lining private pockets. And the symphony is not the most lucrative people they put on their stage. So they don't have a financial incentive to make life easier for us. And in fact, they don't. We actually have an NLRB charge from 2017 where we were doing an informational picketing against the ballet because they were using recorded music. And the Tobin people threw us off of the sidewalks around the Tobin, said it was private property. And we filed charges, and that the ruling went our way. Then Trump appointed a bunch of people to the NLRB, and the ruling went the other way. And now it's being reversed and has to be heard again. So the Tobin Center is definitely part of our problem. The people in San Antonio, there's a lot of money here, and a lot of people do give money to the arts. They give money to the Santa Fe Opera, they give money to the Metropolitan Opera in New York, and they give money to the McNay Art Museum, which is a local art museum. And one of my colleagues once challenged a donor who was very generous to the McNay, and their answer was, well, they preferred to give money to the art museum because the paintings didn't talk back and ask for more money. So the history of labor relations between the musicians and the symphony is a long history of the symphony ratifying 3-year agreements with us, and somewhere in the middle of year 2 telling us they were very sorry. It hurt them so much. They knew we were worth so much more than they could pay us, but they couldn't pay us. And we would have to reopen the contract and renegotiate the 3rd year for less, or they were very, very sorry because they really cared for us so much and they were going to shut us down. And that has happened repeatedly. And in fact, we have agreed to many concessionary contracts over the years, but this latest, it's so outrageous that it has galvanized my colleagues. We rejected their proposal unanimously, which never happens. But we rejected it unanimously, their proposal that would slice up the orchestra into 60% staying full-time and the other 40% going very, very part-time, all of us having our salaries slashed, but the part-time people having theirs slashed by 2/3 and losing their health insurance and their other benefits, and in a pandemic. And we said, hell no, and rejected it unanimously. They declared impasse, imposed the terms anyway, and we called the strike the next morning.
Where does it stand now? You're still on strike.
We are on strike. Our executive director actually sent me an email about a week and a half ago inquiring if it were the musicians' intention to end the strike by last Sunday, which I was really completely baffled by that, because why would he think we would end the strike? We haven't remotely achieved our objectives. They're not talking to us. We're not talking to them. And it seems to me that he doesn't really understand the fundamental purpose of a strike.
To our international listeners or our American listeners, San Antonio is where the Alamo is?
Yes. Remember that.
Symbol of Texas liberty.
And also where Clear Channel is headquartered, I believe.
Clear Channel is headquartered here.
Right-wing company. They helped put George W. Bush in office. Is San Antonio, where does it fall on the political spectrum?
It's blue, but it is, if you look at the neighborhoods on the city, the wealthier and the whiter neighborhoods are in the north, and the city gets progressively redder as you go further north. But we do tilt very slightly democratic. I do need to say, however, that this particular battle with the musicians against our management and board is, I have to push back on any attempt to make it partisan, because it isn't. My colleagues I mean, most of us do vote Democratic, but not everybody does. And some of my very right-wing colleagues have been out there on the picket line with us, and our supporters run the gamut left to right. And actually the people who are trying to destroy us also span from left to right. So it doesn't really fit in a partisan box.
So when you say destroy us, they want to break the union. Is their intent to make you go away and then bring in a non-union symphony?
No, I don't think so, because you really can't have a non-union symphony. The symphony orchestras are one of the most successfully unionized industries in the United States. But what they do want, I think they want to have the facade of a union contract while doing what they want to do, which is slice the orchestra up and create these sort of two tiers. I would call it the haves and the have-nots, but it's really the have-nots and the have even less than the nots. It's.
I'm sorry. I wanted to, if you would permit me, I want to highlight something that Mary Ellen said, and I think it deserves a closer look. When she said at the top of her remarks, she said, "This is a case of public money serving private interests." I think that was kind of how Mary Ellen characterized that, and I want to amplify that a bit by saying this: taking a look at who has profited from all of this. There's a man who runs the Tobin Center. His name is Michael Fresher. His salary pre-pandemic, the last tax return I could get was $219, which was the year that ended October 31st. By the way, their fiscal year ends on Halloween. That may portend something, I don't know. But his salary a year ago, his annual salary was $342,000. Now, he announced right before the pandemic that they were starting Tobin Entertainment, which is a for-profit booking agency. And he is the CEO of that. And so and it was established to book other.
So he's taking money, his status running a nonprofit. This is a nonprofit, right?
Quasi nonprofit.
Well, what does that mean?
It's a foundation. The building is a foundation. They raise money, but technically it probably is a nonprofit. But the point I need to make here is that they started a thing called Tobin Entertainment to be able to book other lucrative acts for the benefit of the center. And, the less
he collects money on the booking.
Right. They may want Lyle Mays on a Saturday night instead of the symphony, you see. And so
15% cut.
If you take a look at the way this worked, they use the symphony and the ballet and the opera and the other resident companies to convince the public to invest. The public invested, they built the building, and then they looked at it and they said, we could make more money on a Saturday night with this act. And I just use Lyle, who's a fellow Texan, and I don't want to, not to say that Lyle would do this, but just or any other act that they could book to make more money than they could with the symphony. And then, it's all about the economic interests of the building itself. So, the interests of the people who perform there are less valuable or less important than the bricks and mortar themselves and enriching the Tobin Center.
Really important to me. This is really important to me. And this is about lives. This is about being able to feed and get health. This is really important. Really important. So what you're saying is the Tobin Center, is that how it's pronounced?
Yes.
Are there tax dollars or just tax incentives and tax breaks and tax write-offs?
It was built with tax dollars.
There was
a bond issue.
Built with tax dollars. And this gentleman, what is his name?
Mike Fresher.
he feathers his own nest by booking acts into the center that he runs. That is a foundation built partly with tax dollars. How is that legal?
Well,
how can it be legal?
It's not. It hasn't been scrutinized by the public yet. It will be a big topic, after the rally. Let's put it that way. But if you look at Michael Fresher's salary on the tax form for the year ended October 31, 2020, he put $342,000 into his pocket, from the Tobin Center as the CEO. But now there's another organization called Tobin Entertainment. I wonder how much money he'll get from that to go with his other $342,000. Meanwhile, the musicians who sold the public on building the hall are being put out on the street. And I think that's really a big point. Now, take the management of the San Antonio Symphony. I want to bring them into the discussion. One of the things that that I could say, or I'm going to say about that, is to some extent they are hostages of the center itself, which says you have a contract to perform here and you have to perform here, but we're going to raise your rent because we only have $182 million in the bank. And that's not enough for us. We need more money and you have to give it to us. And so where is the symphony management going to get it? They are going to get it from the musicians. That's what they've decided to do. And all of this is a public disgrace. And the public has to bring this disgrace to a stop.
They have money. They have money, but they're pleading poverty.
I don't know if the Tobin is pleading poverty. The symphony management is pleading poverty. Everything Ray Hare just said is exactly correct. But in addition to that, they claim that there is no more money to be found in San Antonio and that our donors are tired of them coming back to them time and again with emergency fundraising appeals, to which we say, perhaps you should try asking some people in addition to the same small group of people that you've been asking for decades. But they are amazingly resistant to expanding their donor pool. There is money in San Antonio. There is a lot of money in San Antonio. They're talking right now about a $31 million give back to the Spurs and a $62 million investment in a local outdoor concert venue. But somehow, when it comes to raising $8 million or $10 million for the symphony, there's no money in San Antonio.
Mary Ellen, one of the things that you mentioned on Saturday is that your Players Association and the people that were negotiating offered a joint venture of fundraising to do it with the board, and they turned you down flat. Is that right?
That's correct. We made that offer. I've been making a personal offer for at least 10 years to go on donor calls with representatives of our board and management to make the case for what the symphony does for the community, that the symphony is a public good and that people should have the opportunity to be part of our success. And I have never been taken up on that offer, not by many successive managements, not by many successive board chairs.
I spent a little bit of time today, this evening, looking at the board, and I Googled each one of the names. There's about 28, is it 28 people?
I think that's right. I think 3 of them are musicians.
Yes. And I thought it was insulting that those names on their board, that they listed them as musician. As they didn't. Why didn't they put financial consultant? Why didn't they put? I think that was telling that they had to say, "Oh, this person's a musician." There's only 3 of them that are listed as musicians.
So Mike, I can answer that question. The board members who are musicians are musician representatives from the orchestra to the board. And they sit there and participate in some of those meetings so that the orchestra and Mary Ellen and her colleagues know what's going on inside a board meeting. I think that's contractual.
Yeah,
But-
I understand that, but I just think it was strange that they listed them. And then I looked at all the others, and high percentage of people in finance and real estate, and a few lawyers. I think maybe some physicians. One person that was associated with music education, I think, and then another person who ran the San Antonio Children's Choir. So it seems like that, and I think, Mary Ellen, you expressed this to me, that it's the problem really goes back to the attitude of the board, I don't know how that will be approached, but you mentioned that you thought the only way to do it was public shaming / pressure on people to to make a better offer.
I think go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
I think our board should be shamed. I think they should be humiliated to be raising so little money from a city the size of San Antonio that hosts so many major corporations and the money is in the city, and the case needs to be made to the people who control the money why they benefit from the presence of the symphony. We're part of the economic infrastructure, we're part of the educational infrastructure, we're part of the quality of life. We are a public good for everybody, whether they go to the symphony or not. And I think our board, the fact that our board finds it impossible to make that case adequately, should be a tremendous source of shame to them. It boggles my mind that it isn't. And so, yes, I think that the only way I see this moving forward, I see two possible things happen. One is if a white knight steps forward, which is not actually unheard of. That happened in Fort Worth, that happened in St. Louis. I believe it might have happened in San Diego. I'm not sure about that. And the other is for the board members to experience public humiliation to the point where they either actually start doing what they should be doing, or they step off the board and make room for somebody who will do it.
Right. I want to ask you how we show solidarity with you, how my listeners can help. This is important. Structurally, so I always want to understand systems and structures because it's all a shell game. So it's called the Tobin Center, right?
The Tobin Center it's technically,
venue.
I think it's the Tobin Center for the Performing Arts.
Okay, and the symphony is separate from the Tobin Center for the Performing Arts. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's the Symphony Society of San Antonio, and it was incorporated in 1939.
And so
it's one of the resident companies of the Tobin Center.
I'm sorry?
The Tobin Center has 7 resident companies that perform there. And the symphony is the lead performing company there. Then you have the opera and the ballet, and you have other companies that perform there.
So there's nothing locking the symphony into the Tobin Center. In other words,
there's a contract, yes.
But theoretically, it's not part of. It's a separate entity.
Oh, it is a completely separate entity, and we do have a contract. We had a venue before the Tobin was built called the Majestic, where we had very, very similar issues with the management. Prior to that, we were at Lila Cockrell Hall, which is the auditorium at the convention center.
So I understand what's going on because I was trying to peel back earlier in the show the movie Rust, where Alec Baldwin shot somebody. And the producers of Rust are Rust Movie Productions, LLC, and everything's a shell game and everything's hidden. So the symphony is separate from the Performing Arts Center. Do you have the same people sitting on the symphony board, sitting on the Performing Arts Center? Do they have? Are they negotiating against themselves? Is the management separate from the Performing Arts Center?
We have had, I think a previous board chair was also on the Tobin board, which was a real conflict of interest. I don't think we have that right now, but the people who are running the Tobin Endowment and the Tobin Center are very powerful and very influential people. And there are...
They give to the Performing Arts Center and the symphony?
There are people who give to both.
And if so you can't say, well, we're going to go perform someplace else, because I would assume there are people who invest or donate to the Performing Arts Center, and they stand to somehow either look good or profit in some way by keeping this all under one roof, one big happy family. I would assume, without embarrassing anybody, somebody benefits from the food, the ticket sales, the sheets. There's all these little contracts that go out that make everybody happy. The dry cleaning, let's all keep it under one happy family. And I'm not going to go any further than that. But so you're kind of stuck in that Performing Arts Center, correct?
Well, one of the problems is there's not really, as far as a concert hall goes, there's not really an equivalent venue anywhere else.
Right.
So that is another problem. It really is a very nice concert hall, and it's difficult to find another appropriate place to play.
And so the symphony is part of the Performing Arts Center, and then they receive a fee from the Tobin, from the Performing Arts Center?
Tobin receives a fee from the symphony.
The symphony,
we pay them.
You pay them based on your ticket sales.
It's a fee. It's rent. It's rent and cost for security. I'm not the person to talk about the numbers. I have colleagues who pay much closer attention to the spreadsheets, but we do pay rent, and there's other expenses as well.
So it's the symphony you're negotiating against, not the Tobin Center.
Well, if the musicians are on strike against the Symphony Society.
Yes, so the problem is the Symphony Center, the symphony, and not the Performing Arts Center.
Go ahead, Ray.
Okay. So I was trying to get this out to start with. The Tobin Center is creating problems for the symphony management. Symphony management is putting those problems on the musicians. So let me just make this point. It should clarify this. The town produced $250 million to build the Tobin Center. The Tobin Center, if you look at their tax returns, they still have $172 million in the bank in cold, hard cash. And they are turning around and telling the symphony management and all of its resident companies that they need more money, and the rent has to go up, and the ticket sales, they need a bigger cut of that. And by the way, you, the symphony, you need to go out and sell more tickets so we can make more money. Where is the justice in any of this? This doesn't sound like the city of opportunity and the city of liberty and justice and everything else that San Antonio stands for, innovation.
Right.
That's not what this is about. This is injustice, on the street in San Antonio.
Right.
The only thing I would add to that is that our board and management could raise significantly more money outside of the Tobin than they do. And instead, and this has been true for decades, it's the musicians who are donor number one. When they have trouble meeting the budget, do they go out and seek new sources of major funding? No, they go to the musicians and tell us how much they care about us and how underpaid we are, and they're very sorry, but they can't pay us what they said they would.
Excuse me, let me just, I probably didn't clarify this right. The fact that all this money was raised and there's so much money left is an indication of what the community can do to raise money for the arts and for the symphony and for the ballet. And that's what they thought they were doing.
Right.
That is it in a nutshell.
Right. Tell my listeners how we can support you. What can we do? We have some listeners in San Antonio, but nationwide, what can we do in solidarity?
Well, I would invite everybody to go to our website, which is www.MOSAS. That stands for Musicians of San Antonio Symphony, MOSAS.org. We also have a Facebook page, Musicians of the San Antonio Symphony. There's Instagram and Twitter. I'm not as conversant with those. I'm sorry, that's not my strength. But people can share our posts. People can write emails to our board and management. We have posted those emails. They can just in general express support for the performing arts, support for the musicians. But the biggest thing really, I think, is oh, thank you very much. Somebody just put the our website in the chat. That and the Facebook page are probably the two most direct routes. I also have been putting all of my strike-related posts as public on my own Facebook page, and I'm the only person by this name on Facebook. So if you go to my page, you will see all the public posts about the symphony and about the strike, and please feel free to share away. That's why they're public.
Musicians of the San Antonio Symphony, go to MOSAS.org. That's M as in Mary, O as in, oh my God, I can't believe how greedy this country is getting, S as in A as in S as in, and .org as in go there and support the musicians of the San Antonio Symphony. Their Twitter handle is SASYM_musicians. And let's show solidarity. This is not fair. Ray Hare, thank you so much. Always
David,
good.
can I say something nice about Mike Steinell before I leave?
It's so hard to find something nice to say about Mike Steinell. The man, he has writer's block. He says to me, I was supposed to write a song, but I can't. We love Mike Steinell. Go ahead.
So I got to say this: he's one of the best, if not the best, jazz trumpeter walking and breathing on this planet. That's Mike Steinell.
You'll get no argument from the listeners. It's like, what did I do? I don't want to, not in front of him, but like, I don't know how he came into our lives, but he's an inspiration. Cover your ears, Professor Mike. He is fearless. He has a fearless muse. He has, I don't know who his muse is, maybe his father, but he is fearless. And that can inform everybody's life. The man is fearless. And it's not, anyway, we could all take his fearlessness into anything we do, including taking on the management. Taking on management. Professor Mike Steinell, you want to respond to these accusations about you?
Oh, David, you're just sucking up to me because you know you're not going to pay me anything. I know how management works on this show.
Are you playing for free?
Yeah. Hey, just one thing. Mary Ellen, are you getting any help?
I have to divide. I have to divide everybody now. Excuse me for 1 second.
Divide and conquer. Yeah. You've been talking about this for months.
Go ahead.
Mary Ellen, what about the ballet and other like the children's choir? Are you getting any support in terms of people who might attend the rally from those other groups? What about the music educators in town, or how are they? Do you feel like you're getting support from different areas?
The music educators in town have been incredibly supportive. They've been great.
Great.
I haven't heard anything from the ballet. I haven't heard anything from the children's choir. The youth orchestras, a lot of those kids are studying with members of the San Antonio Symphony. So we've been getting support from from our students, from their parents, from the music educators, actually from some of the churches in town that hire symphony musicians for special occasions. We've been getting really just a tremendous level of support.
You know, I used to talk to my students. I would ask them, how many people in this room might like to make a record someday, you know, and how many people might want to write a book about jazz or whatever? And they would all raise their hands. I said, then you need to buy some CDs. You need to buy some LPs, because they're all stealing music, you know. And they would kind of think about it. But I think that, just think if every orchestra director in San Antonio and all those schools said, if you want to play in an orchestra someday and get paid what you're worth and have a living wage, maybe you ought to go down to that rally on Friday night, you know. I think there's so much untapped. We've been talking, David's been talking about this whole thing. You know, we're in Striketober. There's more strikes going on right now than have happened.
Musicians,
And,
it used to be Rocktober, but they've changed.
What's that?
For musicians, it used to be Rocktober on the radio, but they've taken
But anyway,
now
and
they
I
made
just
Striketober.
just another. I sent an email to. I'm a Patreon member of Payday Report, and I sent a email to Mike Elk with all the links about your Jacobin article and everything. I hope that he can do something. That the report comes out sort of like the Feldman Show. It's like twice a week, you know, because he's a two-man shop. But anyway, thanks for the compliments, David, and thank you to these guests who took time to come out on a Monday night.
One last question I'd like to ask Ray, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Understanding unions and labor relations in America is purposely difficult. It's hard to parse who's responsible and where the money is. So what is the story with our school system? They'll teach you how to set up a lemonade stand if you're in elementary school, but will they teach you how to unionize that lemonade stand? I'm being serious. Do they teach organizing?
You know, I think we got into this a little bit on one of our previous shows, but there's an inherent conflict in education versus labor. And let me tell you what it is. And Mike Steinell knows exactly what I'm talking about when I say that the schools are relying more and more on converting private money into money for public schools. And, you know, it's like you get a gig at a university as a applied music teacher, you know, and I'll use Mike as an example. You know, Mike knows that he's got to keep his job and he's got to get tenured. So he's got to be able to go out and play in a lot of places and play at a level that will attract musicians to study with him. And then one of the benefits he hopes of the musicians studying with him is that he can get them jobs in the private sector. And more than that, the faculty, you know, the administrators have now programmed into the requirements for an applied degree that you do so much work outside the classroom in the public sector. And what that does, it pushes the students out to compete with the alumni, you know, for jobs. And there is a big conflict in that. And I run into that all the time. And, you know, it used to your teachers at North Texas, where Mike and I went to school, would say, when you walk in this door, you need to go join the union if you're going to go out and play. It's less and less that way. You know, it's less and less that way because, I mean, you have some faculty members looking for ways to run their students into jobs and, you know, which may be substandard and make it more difficult to organize. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a riff on some of that, David. And I probably didn't get straight to your point, but, you know, there is some conflict in all of that.
We're all trying to find our way home. And
that's a good way of putting it.
And well, the point I'm going to make is for America, the way home back to the womb is slavery. That we're heading the race to the bottom. And, you know, Life is about finding your way home and discovering that everything you needed was in your backyard. And this country is finding its way back home, and it's slavery. It's a race to the bottom.
I've got to agree with you, David.
Yep.
And you are brave and courageous for bringing it up. So
Yep.
thank you.
May I say one thing? May I say one thing very quickly? Because I want to address a point that was just made in the chat about the cost of the tickets. It is true that going to a classical concert, symphony concert is expensive, but we also play educational concerts for up to 50,000 students a year in San Antonio. And these students come from every corner of the city, every demographic, rich schools, poor schools, all kinds of schools. We play for them. We charge them very little. We have very, very low price tickets available for students to come to our classical concerts. I believe people need to feed their souls as much as they need to feed their bodies. And I do not believe that the symphony is a elitist organization. I think that we have something for everyone. And if the expensive ticket prices are subsidizing lower prices for students. We've given tickets away to veterans groups. We've actually tried to make ourselves as accessible as possible. So I just think that's really important to note.
And that's a form of dividing us.
Yes.
That issue.
Absolutely.
Hey, I wrote a union song just while we're sitting here.
You did?
You want to hear it?
How much?
Yes. A union song? What do we mean? You want to hear it?
You going to give us the 25 or the 50?
I'm going to give you the 25.
Okay. All right.
Hang on a second. I think it's going. Uh-oh. What happened? My thing don't work.
Man, you got synthesizers. You don't have live musicians.
Do you hear some music playing? Oh, you hear that, right? Can you hear the piano?
Yeah. They're like a hospital.
I'm heading to San Antonio. Gonna stand with my brothers and sisters. If I walk all that way, my feet's gonna have some blisters. I got the San Antonio blues. I'm gonna pay my union dues. That's it.
First thing is now, David, you owe Mike Steinell about $2,000 for that.
I'll quickly change the subject. When I used to do comedy in San Antonio, there, on the River Walk, there was a jazz club. There was a trumpet player.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
David Cullum.
Jim McCullum.
Jim Cullum, yeah.
Jim Cullum.
Yeah, Jim Cullum.
Show, and how's he doing? Is that still around, or is that?
I don't know. They used to be on the radio every week.
Did he pass, Mariella?
I'm pretty sure he passed away. I know he retired, and I think he passed away. That was a big loss.
I'm giving away my age. Davy Crockett, is he still living there?
Good one, David.
I don't know where they buried him, but you know the last thing that he said when he left Tennessee, when he was defeated, he was a Tennessee congressman, and so on the steps of Congress, he said, y'all can all go to hell because I'm going to Texas. He went to Texas and fought and died at the Alamo. I mean, what can you say?
He did it for the publicity, I'm sure.
Oh, well, I won't go into that. They were fighting because Mexico had outlawed slavery and they wanted to keep that in Texas.
Yeah.
I think that part of the story was never made clear, but if it's true, it certainly is. It certainly changes my attitude. That's what happened. I know that a lot of them ran away from Tennessee to go to Texas because they were all in debt, and they were risking staying in Tennessee and being a debtor forever, and they knew that if they went to Texas, they could avoid debt collection. That's the thing that I heard.
That's how I got here.
You can't teach that in this. I'm being serious. You're not allowed to teach that in the schools now in Texas, correct? You have to teach them as reformists and heroes, right?
That's for Mike Steinell, who's the educator. Mike, tell us.
Oh, I don't have to teach that stuff and anything anymore. I just have to write my little songs.
I don't know.
Probably not. It's probably
critical race theory.
If you told the actual story. Now, if you just show the movie, that's a whole different thing. You ever seen the movie?
Oh, which one? The John Wayne one or the
John Wayne one? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's
Mike, some of our colleagues were in the more recent Disney version of the Alamo.
Who's that?
Yeah, Stephen Bruton was, the great songwriter from Fort Worth, was in that movie. He died. He was Sergeant Fernandez, and he was in the movie. He was one of the cannon masters. And
I didn't see that one. I'll have to check it out. I knew him.
Right. Okay. Ray Hare, thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Professor Mike Steinell.
Thank you, David.
Professor Marianne Cummings, thank you. I could keep going, and I usually do, but I think this has been great. What a great show.
See you next week.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Please come back.
See you Friday, Mary Ellen.
Yep. See you soon, Ray.
Yeah, well, give the date of the rally so people in San Antonio can.
It's this Friday, October 29th. Date and time were chosen because that is when we would have been playing our first classical subscription concert if we had not gone on strike. We will be right across the street from the Tobin. They will hate that. I'm enjoying the thought.
Yes.
And
I'll be there in spirit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. That's what That's what I said to my children when they were growing up for their birthday parties. I'll be there in spirit, but I'm upstairs reading. I'm kidding. I just wanted to make a. Thank you. I'm going to switch. Yes, that is our show. We didn't do Community Billboard tonight. Dan Frankenberger will catch up with our community on, what is today, Monday night. This was an amazing show. Please share it with people who will appreciate it. We're a little show, and we have amazing guests, and this is pretty amazing. So thank you. Let me see if I can remember who the guests were. We started with Dutch Merrick, former president of IATSE Local 44, John Ross, Roger Nygaard, Mark Breslin, Howie Klein, David Cobb, Dr. Harriet Fraud, Professor Adnan Hussein, Catherine Loop. Please pick up Virtue Hoarders, Professor Marianne Cummings, and of course, Ray Hare and Professor Mike Steinell and Miss Gorey. I think the last name is pronounced Gorey. I think I'm getting that right. I think. Okay. That's the show. Office hours this Friday night, starting at 8 p.m. Please subscribe to this show wherever you stream or download podcasts. If you'd like to sit in the virtual studio audience in our Zoom room, please go to my website and sign up. And we have a YouTube channel, so please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Give us a nice review, like us, and share us. And I'm going to try to take care of a mouse that passed away. I have a mouse. I've been informed it passed away. I'm David Feldman. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot